Thank you for listening to Then Radio.
Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, Cabby.
The Hound of the Baskervilles.
My friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes was usually very late in the mornings, save on those not infrequent occasions when he stayed up all night. One morning, it was in the autumn of 1889, he was seated at the breakfast table in his dressing gown. I was standing on the hearthrug looking at a stick which a visitor had left at our Baker Street rooms the night before. It was a fine, thick piece of wood, bulbous-headed, of the sort that used to be known as a Penang lawyer. Holmes was sitting with his back to me, and I'd given him no sign of my occupation.
Well, Watson, what do you make of it?
Oh, good heavens, Holmes. How did you know what I was doing? You must have eyes at the back of your head.
Hardly that. But at least I had a well-polished, silver-plated coffee pot in front of me.
Oh, I see.
Tell me, Watson, what do you make of that stick? We missed its owner yesterday and have no idea of his errand. So this accidental souvenir assumes some importance. Let me hear you reconstruct the man by examining it. But just follow my methods.
Oh. Well, I should think he's a successful elderly medical man.
Why?
Well, because the inscription on the silver band to James Mortimer, MRCS, from his friends of the CCH, 1884.
Excellent. What else?
I should say he's a country practitioner who does a great deal of his visiting on foot.
Oh, why that?
Well, because the thick iron ferrule has been worn down and the whole stick has been terribly knocked about. I can't see a town doctor carrying it.
Perfectly sound. And what about the friends of the CCH?
Oh, I think that's the something or other hunt. Whatever the local hunt's called. He's probably helped them professionally, and they gave him this stick in return.
Really, Watson, you excel yourself. Most stimulating.
Oh, Holmes.
And now that I've finished breakfast, I'd like to have a look at that stick myself. A cigarette?
No, thanks. It's a bit early.
Not for me. Just hand me over that convex lens, will you?
Oh, certainly. Go on.
Well,
What was this one?
thank you. Now, let me see. Interesting, though elementary. Yes, it gives us the basis for several deductions.
Have I missed anything?
I'm afraid, my dear Watson, that most of your conclusions were erroneous.
What?
When I said you stimulated me, I meant, to be frank, that your fallacies sometimes guide me towards the truth.
Well,
But not that you're entirely wrong. The man certainly is a country practitioner.
Oh, then I was right.
To that extent.
Oh, where did I go wrong, then?
Well, for one thing, I would suggest that a presentation to a doctor is more likely to come from a hospital than from a hunt. And when the initials CC are placed before that hospital, the words Charing Cross naturally suggest themselves.
You may be right.
The probability lies in that direction.
Well, suppose it is Charing Cross Hospital. What can we infer from that?
You know my methods. Apply them.
All I can think of is that the man practiced in town before going into the country.
Oh, I think we can venture a little further than that. Look at it in this light. When would a presentation like this most probably be made?
When he left the hospital.
Exactly. Now, he couldn't have been on the staff of the hospital. Only a man well established in a London practice would hold a position like that. And he wouldn't be likely to drift into the country. What was he then?
Oh, must have been a house surgeon or house physician.
Little more than a senior student. So your grave, middle-aged family practitioner vanishes into thin air, my dear Watson, and there emerges a young fellow under 30, amiable, absent-minded, And with a favorite dog, something between a terrier and a mastiff.
I'm sure I don't know about all that, but at least I have the medical directory here. Here we are, yes. We can soon check his age and professional career. Yes, here we are. Oh, yes, here. There are several Mortimers. Now, wait a minute. Yes, this must be the fellow. Mortimer James, MRCS, 1882. Grimpen, Dartmoor, Devon. House surgery. 1882, 1884 at Charing Cross Hospital.
You see?
Winner of the Jackson Prize for Comparative Pathology, author of a few technical papers, medical officer for the parishes of Grimpen, Horsley, and High Barrow.
No mention of that local hunt, Watson?
Nor of his being amiable, absent-minded, and having a dog.
It's my experience that only amiable men receive testimonials. And he was absent-minded enough to leave his stick here yesterday.
Well, what about the dog?
He's been in the habit of carrying the stick behind his master. Look at the teeth marks on the middle. Too broad for a terrier, not broad enough for a mastiff. Let me take it over to the light. Yes, by Jove, it's a curly-haired spaniel.
My dear fellow, how can you possibly be sure of that?
Simply by looking out of the window.
Oh, really?
Dog and owner are on our very doorstep. He's a tall, thin man, a bit bent at the shoulders, and his frock coat's a bit worn. That's all I could see.
Well, I'd better leave you.
No, don't move, I beg you, Watson. He's a professional brother of yours, and you may be able to help us. Now is the dramatic moment of fate. A man is walking into our lives, and we don't know whether for good or ill. What does Dr. James Mortimer, man of science, want of Sherlock Holmes? Come in.
Oh, you have my stick. I'm so very glad. I wasn't sure whether I'd left it here or in the shipping office. I wouldn't lose that stick for the world.
A presentation, I see.
Yes.
From Charing Cross Hospital?
From one or two friends there on the occasion of my marriage.
Oh, dear. That's bad.
Oh, why is it bad?
It's upset our little deductions. You're married, you say?
Yes, sir. I married and left the hospital. And with it, all hopes of a consulting practice. But we had to make a home of our own.
Oh, well, we're not so far wrong after all. Now, Dr. Mortimer.
Mr., sir. Mr. A humble MRCS.
Aha, a man of precise mind, evidently.
A dabbler in science, Mr. Holmes. A picker-up of shells on the shores of the great unknown ocean. I presume it is Mr. Sherlock Holmes whom I'm addressing?
No. This is my friend Dr. Watson.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
You, sir.
I've heard your name in connection with that of your friend. You interest me very much, Mr. Holmes.
Indeed.
Yes, I'd hardly expected so dolichocephalic a skull, or such well-marked supraorbital development. Would you object to my running my fingers along your parietal fissure?
I would, sir.
Oh, well, a cast of that skull would be an ornament to any anthropological museum until the original is available. It's not my intention to be fulsome, but I must confess I covet your skull.
I see you're an enthusiast in your line of thought, sir, as I am in mine. Pray take a chair.
Oh.
I see from your forefinger that you make your own cigarettes. Have no hesitation in lighting one.
Thank you.
Now, sir, I presume it wasn't merely for the purpose of examining my skull that you've done me the honor to call here last night and again today.
Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. I came to you because I recognize that I myself am an unpractical man, and because I'm confronted with a most serious and extraordinary problem. And recognizing as I do that you're the second highest expert in Europe...
Indeed, sir. May I inquire who has the honor to be the first?
Well, to the man of precisely scientific mind, the work of Monsieur Bertillon must always appeal strongly.
Then had you not better consult him?
I said, sir, to the precisely scientific mind. As a practical man of affairs, it's acknowledged that you stand alone. I trust I haven't inadvertently...
Just a little. I think, Dr. Mortimer, you do wisely to avoid further preamble and tell Dr. Watson and myself the exact nature of the problem.
Well, gentlemen, I have in my pocket a manuscript.
I observed it as you entered the room.
It's an old manuscript.
Early 18th century, unless it's a forgery.
How can you say that, sir?
It's been showing from your pocket as you've been talking. To an expert, the writing gives its date within a decade. You may have read my little monograph on the subject. I should put it at 1730.
The exact date is 1742.
Well done, Holmes.
It's a family document. It was committed to my care by Sir Charles Baskerville, who died some 3 months ago in Devonshire.
Ah, yes, I remember reading about that. Wasn't he going to stand as an MP?
Yes, for Mid-Devon, until his sudden and tragic death. Mr. Holmes, Sir Charles was my patient, and also my personal friend. He was strong-minded, shrewd, practical, and as unimaginative as I am. But he took this document very seriously.
What's in the document?
A certain legend that runs in the Baskerville family.
Dr. Mortimer, I understood it was something more modern and practical that you wished to consult me about.
Oh, it is indeed a very pressing matter that must be decided within the next 24 hours. But this manuscript intimately concerns it. With your permission, I'll give you the gist of what it contains.
If you think it necessary.
Oh, it is, I assure you. It tells the story of the death of Hugo Baskerville, who held the manor at the time of the Great Rebellion. Hugo, Mr. Holmes, was a wild, profane, and godless man whose name was a byword in the West. It happened that he fell in love with the daughter of a yeoman who held lands near the Baskerville estate. This girl avoided him, and one Michaelmas he stole down upon the farm with 5 or 6 idle and wicked companions and carried her off to the hall. They put her in an upper room and sat down to a long carousal. The girl, in the stress of her fear, climbed down the ivy that still covers the south wall and set off homeward, across the moor.
Go on.
Some time later, Sir Hugo went upstairs to see his captive and found her gone. Here I think I must quote the manuscript itself. Then it would seem he became as one that hath a devil, for rushing down the stairs into the dining hall, he sprang upon the great table, flagons and trenchers flying before him, and he cried aloud before all the company that he would that very night render his body and soul to the powers of evil, if he might but overtake the wench. And at that, Mr. Holmes, this man ran from the house and had his groom saddle his horse and unkennel the pack.
You mean he put the hounds on her?
He did. He gave them the girl's handkerchief and set off full cry in the moonlight over the moor.
But good heavens, didn't the others try and stop him?
They just seemed to have stood there, stupefied. But eventually some sense came back into their minds, and they rode off after him. After a mile or two, they passed one of the night shepherds on the moorlands. The man was so crazed with fear he could scarcely speak. He'd seen the poor girl and the hounds on her track, but he'd seen more than that. He said, Hugo Baskerville passed me upon his black mare, and there ran mute behind him such a hound of hell as God forbid should ever be at my heels. The drunken squires cursed the shepherd and rode on. They found the black mare dabbled with froth and riderless. They found the hounds whimpering in a cluster at the head of a dip. The company came to a halt, more sober men than when they'd started. 3 of the boldest, or maybe the most drunken, rode down into the dip. There they found the unhappy girl lying dead with fear and fatigue.
Oh, poor woman.
But it wasn't that raised the hair on their heads. Let me quote the actual words again. Standing over Hugo and plucking at his throat, there stood a great foul thing. A black beast, shaped like a hound, yet larger than any hound that ever mortal eye has rested upon. And even as they looked, the thing tore out the throat of Hugo Baskerville. Oh. Then, as it turned its blazing eyes and dripping jaws upon them, the 3 shrieked with fear and rode for dear life, still screaming, across the moor. One, it is said, died that very night of what he had seen, and the other twain were but broken men for the rest of their days. That's the tale, gentlemen.
Who wrote it down?
Later Baskerville, for his sons. Since that time, there has scarcely been a Baskerville who has not met a violent and mysterious death. The writer ends by commending his descendants to the goodness of Providence and by counseling them never to cross the moor... how does it put it? In those dark hours when the powers of evil are exalted. Well, Mr. Holmes, do you find it interesting?
You're a collector of fairy tales?
But wait. Now we come to something a little more recent. The death of Sir Charles Baskerville in June of this year. I have here the facts as reported in the Devon County Chronicle.
Well?
Let me say at once that Sir Charles was a man of very different mould from his ancestor. He'd only been at Baskerville Hall for 2 years. He'd made a fortune in South Africa. But during that time, he'd impressed everyone with his kindness and generosity. He was doing a great deal for the countryside. Many people had good reason to bewail his untimely end. There was an affection of the heart showing itself in breathlessness and attacks of nervous depression.
Mm-hmm. Was he a married man, Doctor?
A widower and childless. He lived very simply. His indoor servants at Baskerville Hall consisted of a couple named Barrymore, who acted as butler and housekeeper. They corroborated my own evidence at the inquest about his health.
What happened?
Well, the facts are quite simple. Every night before he went to bed, Sir Charles used to walk down the famous yew alley of Baskerville Hall. On the 4th of June, he declared his intention of starting for London the next day and told Barrymore to pack for him. That night, he went for his walk as usual and never returned.
Who raised the alarm?
Barrymore, the butler. He found the hall door open, became alarmed, and went out with the lantern. Halfway down Yew Alley, there's a gate that leads out onto the moor. Sir Charles's footprints led there, and there was evidence that he'd stood there for a little while. And then the footprints continued. But this is one of the unexplained facts, Mr. Holmes. He appears from that time onwards to have been walking on his toes.
On his toes?
Yes.
Was there nobody at all on the spot when it all happened?
There was a gypsy horse dealer called Murphy on the moor not too far away. By his own confession, he seems to have been rather the worse for drink. He says he heard cries, but couldn't tell where they came from.
What about these footprints? Where did they lead?
To the far end of the alley. And there the body was found.
Any signs of violence?
No, but the face was incredibly distorted. At first, I couldn't believe that it really was Sir Charles.
How do you account for the distortion?
It's a symptom which is not unusual in cases of death from cardiac exhaustion.
Yes, that's true now.
Post-mortem showed long-standing organic disease, and the coroner returned a verdict in accordance. Those are the public facts, as reported in this newspaper.
Well, Dr. Mortimer, I must thank you for calling my attention to such an unusual case. I did observe some newspaper comment at the time, but I was very preoccupied with that little affair of the Vatican cameos. In my anxiety to oblige the Pope, I lost touch with several interesting English cases.
Oh, I quite understand, sir.
Now, you said you had given us the public facts.
I did.
Then can we now have the private ones?
Mr. Holmes, if I give them to you, I shall be telling you things I haven't confided to anyone.
Not even to the coroner?
Not even to him.
Why not, pray?
Because, as a man of science, I didn't wish to appear to be supporting a popular superstition. Nor did I want Baskerville Hall to be untenanted for the rest of its days.
What is this information you withheld? Be frank, sir.
The moor is very sparsely inhabited, and those who live near each other are thrown very much together. For that reason, I saw a good deal of Sir Charles. With the exception of Mr. Frankland of Lafter Hall and Mr. Stapleton the naturalist, there were no men of education within miles. Sir Charles and I used to talk and play cards during the evenings. It became increasingly clear to me that his nervous system was strained to breaking point. He'd taken the legend terribly to heart. He'd never go out on the moor at night.
Do you mean he really believes in this phantom hound?
He asked me if I'd ever seen a strange creature at night or heard a hound baying. He asked me that several times, and always in a voice vibrating with excitement.
Did you ever see anything?
One evening, about 3 weeks before he died, I drove up to his house. He was standing at his hall door. Just as I was getting out of my gig, I saw his eyes fix themselves on something over my shoulder and stare with an expression of horror. I whisked round and just caught a glimpse of something which I took to be a large black calf passing at the head of the drive. He was so excited and alarmed that I had to go down to the spot and look round. It was gone. I had to stay with him all that evening. That's when I suggested he should go to London.
Oh, that was your idea?
Yes, I thought that the distractions of town might send him back a new man. Mr. Stapleton, a mutual friend, who was also very worried about him, agreed with me. And then, at the last instant, came this terrible catastrophe.
How soon did you see the body?
They had to send a message over. I was there within the hour. I checked all the facts that were mentioned at the inquest. The footprints, the absence of physical injury, the terrible facial contortion. But Barrymore made one false statement in his evidence.
What was that?
He said there were no traces on the ground round the body. He didn't see any, but I did. Some little distance off, but fresh and clear.
Footprints?
Footprints.
A man's or a woman's?
Mr. Holmes, they were the footprints of a gigantic hound.
You saw this?
As clearly as I see you.
And you said nothing?
What was the use?
How is it that no one else saw it?
The marks were some 20 yards from the body. No one gave them a thought. I don't suppose I should have done if I hadn't known the legend.
There are sheepdogs on the moor.
No doubt, but this was no sheepdog.
What's this alley like?
There are 2 lines of old yew hedge, impenetrable, 12 feet high.
Penetrated at one point by a wicket gate, you say?
Yes, which leads onto the moor.
Is there any other opening?
None.
Was this wicket gate closed?
Closed and padlocked.
How high is it?
About 4 feet.
So anyone could have got over it?
Yes.
Dr. Mortimer, what makes you say that Sir Charles had waited by the gate?
His cigar ash. He dropped it there twice.
Excellent. Watson, this is a colleague after my own heart. What other marks were there?
None in particular.
Good heavens, did no one examine?
I did. I didn't notice anything.
Oh, if only I'd been there. By this time, all that was there would have been smudged by the rain and defaced by the clogs of curious peasants. Oh, Dr. Mortimer, to think that you didn't call me in. You have much to answer.
Mr. Holmes, I couldn't have done so without disclosing all these facts to the world. And besides...
Yes?
Well, there is a realm in which the most acute and experienced of detectives is helpless.
You mean that the thing is supernatural?
I didn't say so.
You evidently think it.
Mr. Holmes, several people have seen a creature on the moor. Something that couldn't be any animal known to science. A huge creature. Luminous, ghastly, spectral.
And you believe them? A trained man of science?
I don't know what to believe.
Surely the footprints were material.
The original hound was material enough to tear out a man's throat. But it was diabolical as well.
Dr. Mortimer, if you hold these views, why have you come to consult me? You tell me in the same breath that you want me to investigate Sir Charles's death and that it's useless to do so.
I didn't say I wanted you to.
Then how can I assist you?
By telling me what to do about Sir Henry Baskerville.
Sir Henry? Is this the heir?
Yes, he's Sir Charles's nephew, the son of his younger brother. He's been traced in Canada. He was farming there. He arrives at Waterloo at, let me see, in exactly an hour and a quarter.
Are there any other claimants?
No, the only other kinsman we've been able to trace was Roger Baskerville, the youngest of the 3 brothers, of whom poor Sir Charles was the eldest. He was the black sheep of the family. England became too hot for him, and he died of yellow fever in Central America. Henry's own father, the middle brother, died young, so he is the last of the Baskervilles. I've had a wire to say that he arrived at Southampton this morning, and I'm on my way to meet him. Mr. Holmes, what am I to do?
Why should he not go to the house of his father?
Because every Baskerville who goes there meets with an evil fate. And yet if he doesn't go, all the good work done by Sir Charles will crash to the ground.
Put into plain words, the matter is this. In your view, a diabolical agency is at work on Dartmoor.
There is evidence of it.
Then surely it can do the young man equal harm in London. One can't ascribe to the devil merely local powers like a parish
You
priest.
put the matter flippantly, sir. You wouldn't do so if you'd been brought into personal contact with these things as I have. Mr. Holmes, the minutes are passing. What do you advise me to do?
Take a cab. Call off your spaniel, which is scratching at my front door. Go to Waterloo and meet Sir Henry.
And then?
Say nothing to him at all until I've made up my mind on the matter.
How long will that take you?
24 hours. I suggest you call here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning and bring Sir Henry with you.
I'll do that, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, just one more question. You say that before Sir Charles Baskerville's death, several people saw this apparition on the moor.
Yes, 3 people.
Did anyone see it afterwards?
Not that I've heard.
Thank you, Dr. Mortimer.
Good day, Mr. Holmes. Good day, Dr. Watson.
Good day to you, sir.
Very much obliged to you.
Going out, Watson?
Yes, unless I can help you.
No, my dear fellow. It's at the hour of action that I turn to you for aid.
Oh, just as you like, Holmes.
When you pass Bradley's, would you ask him to send up a pound of the strongest shag tobacco?
All right.
Thank you. It would be as well if you could make it convenient not to return before evening. Convenient not to return before evening. Convenient not to return before evening. Convenient not to...
I knew that seclusion and solitude were very necessary for my friend during those hours of intense mental concentration, while he weighed every particle of the evidence and constructed his theories. So I spent the day at my club and didn't return to Baker Street till nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. My first impression when I opened the door was that a fire had broken out. The room was so filled with smoke that the light of the lamp on the table was blurred by it. Through the haze, I had a vague vision of Holmes in his dressing gown, coiled up in an armchair with his black clay pipe between his lips.
Ah, Watson, come in. What's the matter? Caught a cold?
No, it's this poisonous atmosphere.
I suppose it is pretty thick now you mention it.
Oh, thick, it's intolerable.
Open the window, then.
Yeah, that's better.
I see you've been at your club all day.
My dear Holmes, how on earth...
Am I right?
Oh, certainly.
Your boots, my dear fellow.
What?
You go out on a showery and miry day. You return immaculate in the evening with a gloss still on your boots and your hat. You must have been a fixture all day. You're not a man with intimate friends. Where then could you have been? It's obvious.
I suppose it is.
The world is full of obvious things which nobody ever observes. Where do you think I've been?
Aha, a fixture as well.
On the contrary, I've been to Devonshire.
In spirit.
Exactly. My body has remained in this armchair, and has, I regret to observe, consumed in my absence 2 large pots of coffee and an incredible amount of tobacco. After you left, I sent out for an ordnance map of the moor, and my spirit has hovered about it all day. I flatter myself I could find my way about. Look, there's Baskerville Hall.
With the wood round it?
That's it. There, I imagine, is Yew Alley. That cluster of buildings is Grimpen Hamlet, where our friend Dr. Mortimer lives. There are 1 or 2 scattered houses and farms.
Yes.
There's the prison, 14 miles away.
Oh.
Between these isolated points, there's the desolate, lifeless moor. This is the stage on which tragedy has been played and on which we may hope to play it again.
It must be a wild place.
Yes, the setting was a worthy one. If the devil did desire to have a hand in the affairs of men...
You're not inclining to the supernatural explanation.
The devil's agents may be of flesh and blood, may they not? If you don't mind, we'll shut that window again.
Oh, well.
It's a singular thing, but I find a concentrated atmosphere helps the concentration of thought. Have you turned the case over in your mind?
Yes, I've thought about it a good deal.
What do you make of it?
It's very bewildering.
It certainly has a character of its own. Whom do you think Sir Charles was waiting for that night?
You think he was waiting for someone?
Yes, and in Yew Alley rather than his own house. The ground was damp that night, and the weather inclement, yet he waited there 10 minutes. Dr. Mortimer deduced that from the cigar ash, with more practical sense than I should have given him credit for. We know he avoided the moor, and yet he waited there the night before he was to go to London. The thing begins to take shape, Watson. And then the footprints. What do you make of that?
Yes, Mortimer said the man was walking on tiptoe.
He only repeated what some fool said at the inquest. Why should a man walk on tiptoe down the alley?
What then?
He was running, Watson.
Huh?
Running desperately. Running for his life. Running till he burst his heart and fell dead on his face.
But running from what?
There lies our problem. Perhaps we'll know more when we meet Sir Henry Baskerville in the morning. Till then, let's put the matter from our minds. Watson, might I ask you to hand me my violin?
Our breakfast table was cleared early, and Holmes was waiting in his dressing gown. Our clients were punctual. As the clock struck 10, Dr. Mortimer was shown up, followed by the young baronet, a man of about 30, sturdily built, with the weather-beaten appearance of one who spent most of his time in the open air. Holmes rose to welcome them.
Come in, gentlemen, and make yourselves comfortable.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, this is Sir Henry Baskerville.
How do you do, Mr. Holmes?
Good morning, Sir Henry.
Dr. Watson?
Delighted, Sir Henry.
You know, the strange thing is, if my friend here hadn't proposed coming round to you this morning, I'd have come on my own.
Indeed.
You're the man that thinks out little puzzles, aren't you? Well, I've had one this morning that wants more thinking out than I'm able to give it.
You mean something has happened since you arrived in London?
Oh, nothing of any importance. Maybe it's only a joke. It was this letter.
May I see?
If you can call it a letter. It reached me by the first post.
Sir Henry Baskerville, Northumberland Hotel, Charing Cross. Who knew you were going to stay there?
No one.
No, we only decided after I met Dr. Mortimer.
But presumably Dr. Mortimer was already staying there.
No, sir, no. I've been staying with a friend. There was no possible indication that we intended to go to that hotel.
I see. Somebody seems to be deeply interested in your movements. May I read the letter?
Please do.
Thank you.
As you'll see, it's only a single sentence.
Yeah, I notice it's made up of printed words pasted onto a sheet of foolscap. As you value your life or your reason, keep away from the moor.
Yes.
The word moor is written in ink. It's the only one.
Perhaps you'll tell me what in thunder is the meaning of that. This interest in my affairs.
What do you make of it, Dr. Mortimer? You must allow that there's nothing supernatural about this.
Yes, sir, but it might very well come from someone who's convinced that this business is supernatural.
What business? You gentlemen seem to know a great deal more than I do.
You shall share our knowledge before you leave this room, Sir Henry, I promise you.
Well, thank you for that.
Watson, have you yesterday's Times?
Yes, I think so. Ah, it's over here in the corner somewhere.
Might I trouble you for the inside page with the leading articles?
I've got it. Wait a minute. Here you are.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, there's a capital article here on free trade. Permit me to give you an extract from it. You may be cajoled into imagining that your own special trade or your own industry will be encouraged by a protective tariff. But it stands to reason that such legislation must in the long run keep away wealth from the country, diminish the value of our imports, and lower the general conditions of life in this island. What do you think of that, Sir Henry?
Well, I'm afraid I don't know much about that sort of thing. Haven't we gone a bit off the trail?
On the contrary, we're hot on the trail, especially as far as this note is concerned. Watson here knows more about my methods than you do.
Oh, yeah.
But I fear that even he hasn't quite grasped the significance of the sentence I've just read you.
No, I must confess I haven't.
And yet, my dear fellow, there's so close a connection that one is extracted out of the other.
How on earth do you mean?
Look at the words in Sir Henry's message. You, your, life, reason, value, keep away, from thee. They all occur in that sentence from the Times leader. They've been cut out of the newspaper.
Well, if that isn't smart.
If any doubt remained, it would be settled by the fact that keep away and from thee have been cut out in one piece.
Mr. Holmes, that's incredible. How were you able to name the particular paper? Why couldn't it have been any of the others?
I presume, Doctor, you could tell the skull of a Negro from that of an Eskimo.
Of course.
How?
Well, because it's my hobby. Well, the differences are obvious.
Exactly. And this is my hobby. Knowledge of different types is elementary to the special expert in crime. Though I confess that once, when I was very young, I did confuse the Leeds Mercury with the Western Morning News.
Indeed.
But the Times is entirely distinctive.
Then you mean that someone cut out this message with scissors?
Nail scissors. The cutter had to take 2 snips over keep away. That argues a short blade.
All right, then. Someone cut it out with nail scissors. Then pasted it in with paste.
Gum.
With gum. Onto the paper. But why did the word moor have to be written instead of printed?
Because he couldn't find it in the paper. It's not as common as the others.
Oh, well, of course, that would explain it. Can you tell anything else from this message, Mr. Holmes?
The words are not gummed on in an accurate line. Do you see? The word life, for example, is quite out of its proper place. That might point to carelessness or to agitation and hurry.
Which, I wonder?
I incline to the latter view. And if I'm right, it opens up some interesting questions. Why was the composer hurried? He could have caught a later post. Did he fear an interruption? If so, from whom?
I'm afraid we're getting rather into the region of guesswork.
Say rather into the region where we balance probabilities and choose the most likely. Now, you'd call it a guess, no doubt, but I'm almost certain that this address was written in an hotel.
How in the world can you say that?
Look at it. Both the pen and the ink have given the writer trouble. The pen has spluttered twice and run dry 3 times. Doesn't that suggest hotel ink and hotel pens?
It certainly does.
I have very little hesitation in saying that if we could examine the waste paper baskets of the hotels round Charing Cross till we found the remains of the mutilated Times, we could lay our hands straight on the person who... Hello, what's this?
What's the matter, Holmes?
I thought I noticed something in the foolscap it's pasted on. No, I was wrong. There's nothing there, not even a watermark. Now, Sir Henry, has anything else of interest happened to you since you've been in London?
Why, no, I don't think so.
You haven't noticed anyone following you or watching you?
What? I seem to have walked right into the thick of a dime novel. Why in thunder should anyone follow me or watch me?
We're coming to that. You've nothing else to report to us.
Well, it depends what you think worth reporting.
Anything out of the ordinary routine.
Well, I don't know much about British life yet. I spend most of my time in the States and Canada, but I hope that losing a boot isn't part of the ordinary routine of life over here.
You've lost one of your boots?
Yes, sir. It's only mislaid. You'll find it when you go back to the hotel. Now, why bother Mr. Holmes with a trifle like that?
Well, he asked me for anything out of the ordinary.
I did indeed. What happened, Sir Henry?
Oh, I put both of them outside my door last night, and there was only one this morning. I couldn't get any sense out of the fellow who cleaned them. The worst of it is I only bought them last night in a Strand. I've never even worn them.
Then why put them out to be cleaned?
They were tan boots. They'd never been varnished.
It seems a singularly useless thing to steal. I must confess I share Dr. Mortimer's belief that it'll soon turn up again.
Now, gentlemen, it seems to me that I've spoken quite enough of the little I know. It's time you kept your promise and told me what we're all driving at.
I quite agree. Dr. Mortimer, I don't think you would do better than tell Sir Henry your story as you told it to us.
At that, Dr. Mortimer took his papers from his pocket and presented his case just as he'd done the day before. The old legend of the phantom hound that had torn out the throat of the wicked Hugo Baskerville on the moor, the recent death of Sir Henry's own uncle, the footprints of a monstrous hound near the body, and all the other details that were still unexplained. Sir Henry listened with the deepest attention and an occasional exclamation of surprise.
Well, I seem to have come into an inheritance with a vengeance. Of course, I've heard of the hound since I was in the nursery. I never thought of taking it seriously. But as to my uncle's death, I can't get it clear yet. You don't seem to have made up your minds whether it's a case for a policeman or a clergyman.
Precisely.
And now this letter to me at the hotel. I suppose that fits into place?
It seems to show that someone knows more than we do about what goes on the moor.
Someone who's not ill-disposed towards you since they warn you of danger.
Well, they may want to scare me away for their own purposes.
Of course, that's possible, too. The point we have to decide now, though, Sir Henry, is whether or not it's advisable for you to go to Baskerville Hall.
Why shouldn't I?
There seems to be danger.
Do you mean danger from the family fiend? Or danger from human beings?
That's what we have to find out.
Well, whichever it is, you can have my answer now. There is no devil in hell, Mr. Holmes. And there is no man on earth who can stop me going to the home of my people. You can take that as my final answer.
Bravo.
Now, look, Mr. Holmes, this is all rather a shock. I'd like a quiet hour to myself to think about it.
Of course.
I'll go back to my hotel. Oh, why don't you and Dr. Watson come and lunch with us there at 2 o'clock?
Is that convenient to you, Watson?
Perfectly.
Then you can expect us. Shall I have a cab called?
No, I'd prefer to walk. If you'll join me, Mortimer.
With pleasure.
Then we meet again at 2. Au revoir, and good morning.
The moment our guests had gone, Holmes changed from the languid dreamer to the man of action. He rushed into his room in his dressing gown and was back again in a few seconds in a frock coat. We hurried together down the stairs and into the street. Dr. Mortimer and Baskerville were still visible 200 yards ahead. We followed them down into Oxford Street and then into Regent Street.
Careful, Watson. They've stopped to look in the shop window. We'd better do the same. No, wait. Look at that handsome cab. That stopped as well. It's following them. That's our man.
What, in the cab?
Yes. Let's get a look at him if we do nothing else. Oh, curse it. He's seen us. He's shouting to his cabbie. There you are. Off he goes like lightning.
Let's run off.
No use in this traffic. He's got too good a start. Watson, if you're an honest man, you can record this and set it against my successes.
Who was the man?
I've no idea. Did you see his face?
All I saw was a big black beard.
Quite so. Probably a false one.
Do you think he was the spy?
Yes, and a clever one. He was too wily to trust himself on foot. By taking a cab, he could loiter behind them or dash past and still escape notice. And if they took a cab, he was ready for them. It has one disadvantage, though.
Oh, you mean it puts him in the power of the cabman?
Exactly.
What a pity we didn't get the number.
My dear Watson, clumsy as I have been, you surely don't imagine that I neglected to get that. 2704 is our man, but that's no use to us for the moment.
What about Sir Henry and Dr. Mortimer?
There's no point in our following them now. Their shadow has departed and won't return. We must see what further cards we have in our hands and play them with decision. Come, Watson.
Holmes led the way to one of the district messenger offices and busied himself for a little while with a street directory. Then he knocked at a door labeled manager.
Come in. Oh, Mr. Holmes. Good morning to you, sir. How very good to see you, sir.
Good morning, Wilson. I see you've not forgotten me.
No, sir, indeed I haven't. You saved my good name, probably my life.
My dear fellow, you exaggerate. Perhaps you can help me now, though.
What can I do, sir?
I seem to remember that you had among your boys a lad called Cartwright, who showed some ability on that occasion.
Yes, sir, he's still with us.
Could you call him in?
Certainly, Mr. Holmes.
Send in Cartwright, please.
Thank you. And perhaps I could have change of this £5 note. 2 sovereigns and the rest in shillings?
Yes, sir.
You want me, sir?
Yes, Cartwright. Come in and shut the door. You remember Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson?
Oh, yes, sir. Cartwright, come here. I've made a list of 23 hotels, all in the immediate neighborhood of Charing Cross, do you see? Yes, sir. You'll visit each in turn. Yes, sir. Give the outside porter a shilling and tell him you want to see the waste paper of yesterday. Say that an important telegram is miscarried and that you're looking for it, understand? Yes, sir. But what you're really looking for is the center page of the Times with some holes cut in it with scissors. Here's a copy of the Times. It's this page. You could easily recognize it, couldn't you? Yes, sir. In each case, the outside porter will send for the hall porter. You'll also give him a shilling. That makes 46 shillings altogether. In possibly 20 cases, you'll be told that the waste has been burnt or removed. In the other 3 cases, you'll be shown a heap of paper. Search it. The odds are enormously against your finding the page we want. Here are 46 shillings and another 10 in case of emergencies.
Thank you, sir.
Let me have a report by wire at Baker Street before evening. Off you go.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Wilson.
I only hope he'll be of use to you, Mr. Holmes.
Now, Watson, we'll send off a wire to trace our cabman, and then we can drop into one of the Bond Street picture galleries until we're due at the hotel.
Sherlock Holmes had a remarkable power of detaching his mind at will. For 2 hours, he was entirely absorbed in the pictures of the modern Belgian masters. When we left the gallery, he would talk of nothing but art, of which he had the crudest ideas, until we found ourselves at the Northumberland Hotel.
Sir Henry Baskervilles upstairs, sir. He's expecting you. I'll just ring.
Might I just see what guests have arrived since Sir Henry? I was expecting a friend.
Certainly, sir. There's the register.
2 entries only, Watson.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Theophilus Johnson of Newcastle, he's a lawyer, isn't he? Grey-headed and walks with a limp?
No, sir. Mr. Johnson's a coal owner. A very active gentleman.
You're sure?
Yes, sir. He's used this hotel for years.
Oh. Oh, well, that settles it. Mrs. Oldmore, too, I seem to remember the name. Excuse my curiosity, but often in calling on one friend, one finds another.
She's an invalid lady, sir. Her husband was once mayor of Gloucester. She always comes to us when she's in town.
Thank you. I'm afraid I can't claim her acquaintance. Would you ask a page to show us to Sir Henry's room?
Certainly, sir.
What's the point of that?
It tells us the people who are so interested in our friend are not staying here. That means they're anxious not to be seen. A most suggestive fact.
Take these gentlemen to Sir Henry Baskerville's room.
When we reached Sir Henry's room, we found him flushed with anger and holding in his hands an old and dusty boot.
Seems to me they're playing me for a sucker in this hotel. They'll find they've started a monkey with the wrong man. I can take a joke with the best, Mr. Holmes, but they've got a bit over the mark this time.
What's the trouble?
Oh, another boot's gone.
Another one?
Yes, an old black one this time. I only had 3 pairs in the world. The new brown, the old black, and the patent leathers I'm wearing. Last night they took one of the brown ones, and today they sneak off with one of the black. Ah, any news, Mortimer?
No, none whatever, I'm afraid.
That's the last thing I'll lose in this den of thieves. Oh, Mr. Holmes. I'm sorry to make a fuss over such a trifle, but...
I don't think it is a trifle.
Why, you look very serious about it.
How do you explain it?
I can't. It's just the maddest, queerest thing that ever happened to me.
The queerest, perhaps.
What do you make of it yourself?
This case of yours is very complex, Sir Henry, but we hold several threads in our hands, and the odds are that one or other of them guides us to the truth.
Let's hope so. Come along, gentlemen. Boot or no boot, let us see what this hotel can offer us in the way of lunch. Let us see what this hotel can offer us in the way of lunch. Let us see what this hotel can offer us in the way of lunch.
Our luncheon was a pleasant affair. Sir Henry played an excellent host, and little was said of the business which had brought us together. When it was over, we repaired to his private sitting room for our conference.
Well, Sir Henry, have you changed your mind?
No, sir. I'm going to Baskerville Hall.
When?
At the end of the week.
On the whole, I think you're wise. We know you're being dogged in London, and it's difficult to guarantee anyone's safety in a big city.
Being dogged, eh?
Yes. Dr. Mortimer, you were followed from my rooms this morning.
What?
By whom?
That we can't tell you. Have you among your neighbors or acquaintances on Dartmoor any man with a black, full beard?
No. I see, yes. Barrymore, Sir Charles's butler, has a black...
We'd better make certain he's really there, not in London. Watson, pass me those telegraph forms.
I'll do it. Just tell me what to write.
Thank you. Just say, is all ready for Sir Henry. That'll do. Address to Mr. Barrymore, Baskerville Hall.
Yes.
What's the nearest telegraph office? Grimpen. Good.
G-R-I-M-P-N.
Yes. Then send a second wire to the postmaster at Grimpen, saying that the telegram to Barrymore is to be delivered into his own hand or returned to Sir Henry Baskerville at the Northumberland Hotel. Ask them to confirm in any case.
Right.
By the way, Dr. Mortimer, who is this Barrymore?
Oh, his family have looked after the hall for 4 generations now. He and his wife are as respectable a couple as any in the county.
All the same, while nobody's there, they have a mighty fine home and nothing to do.
Yes, that's true enough.
Did Barrymore profit at all by Sir Charles's will?
He and his wife had £500 each.
Ah. Did they know it was coming to them?
Oh, yes, Sir Charles was fond of talking about his will.
That's very interesting.
Oh, I hope you don't suspect anyone who received a legacy from Sir Charles. I myself was left £1,000.
Indeed? And anyone else?
There was a number of small bequests to individuals and public charities. The residue all went to Sir Henry.
How much was the residue?
£740,000, I believe.
That's right.
Really? I had no idea that such a gigantic sum was involved.
Oh, the total value of the estate was close on £1 million.
Dear me. It's a stake for which a man might well play a desperate game. One more question, Dr. Mortimer. If anything happened to our young friend here, you'll forgive the unpleasant hypothesis.
Well, of course.
Who would inherit the estate?
Well, Roger Baskerville, Sir Charles's younger brother, died unmarried. So it'd go to some distant cousins called Desmond. James Desmond is an elderly clergyman in Westmoreland.
And he would be the heir to Sir Charles's thousands.
Unless the present owner willed otherwise. He can, of course, do what he likes with it.
And have you made your will, Sir Henry?
Well, not yet, Mr. Holmes. I've had no time. I only learned about all this yesterday. But I feel the money should go with the title and estate.
Quite so. Well, Sir Henry, I'm with you about your going down to Devonshire without delay. I only make one provision.
What's that?
You mustn't go alone.
Oh, Dr. Mortimer is going with me.
Dr. Mortimer has his practice to attend to, and his house is miles away from yours. With all the goodwill in the world, he may not be able to help you. No, Sir Henry, you must take with you some trusty man who'll be always by your side.
Well, could you possibly come yourself, Mr. Holmes?
If matters come to a crisis, I shall endeavor to be present in person. But my extensive practice and the constant appeals that reach me make it quite impossible for me to be away from London indefinitely. At the moment, one of the most revered names in England is being besmirched by a blackmailer, and only I can stop a disastrous scandal. So you can see it's out of the question.
Who do you recommend, then?
If my friend Dr. Watson would take it, there's no better man worth having at your side when you're in a tight place. No one can say that more confidently than I.
Oh, Holmes.
Well, now, that's real kind of you, Dr. Watson. If you'll come down to Baskerville Hall and see me through, I'll never forget it.
Oh, I'll come with pleasure. I don't know how I could employ my time better.
You will report very carefully to me, Watson. When a crisis comes, as it will do, I will direct you how to act. Could you start by Saturday?
Does that suit Dr. Watson?
Perfectly.
Then on Saturday, unless you hear to the contrary, we shall meet at the 10:30 train from Paddington.
Very well, sir. Goodbye till the... Hey, look.
What's the matter?
Under the cabinet. There's my missing boot. The brown ones.
Very odd. We searched this room most carefully before lunch.
Every inch of it.
Well, there was certainly no boot in it then.
Well, I can only say may all our difficulties vanish as easily. Now, Dr. Watson and I must be on our way to send our 2 telegrams. Perhaps they will shed some light on the puzzles of these 2 days.
Though Holmes had made light of the reappearance of the boot, I could see that he was perplexed by this further item in the series of small mysteries which had succeeded each other so rapidly. He sat in silence in the cab as we drove back to Baker Street, and all the afternoon and late into the evening he was lost in tobacco and thought. Just before dinner, 2 telegrams were handed in.
This was from Sir Henry. Have just heard that Barrymore is at the Hall, Baskerville. There goes one of my threads, Watson. Visited 23 hotels as directed, but sorry unable to trace cut sheet of Times Cartwright. There goes the other. Well, there's nothing more stimulating than when a case goes against you. We must cast around for another scent.
Well, we still have the cabman who drove the spy.
We have indeed. And I shouldn't be surprised if this weren't an answer to my question.
Better than that, I believe it's the man himself. He's coming upstairs.
Splendid. This may be our turning point, Watson. I've great hopes of our cabby. Come in.
Is it you that's inquiring for cabby 2704?
It is indeed. Pray come in. And take a chair.
Oh, what's it all about? I've driven my cab this 7 year and never no word of complaint. What have you got to give me?
Nothing, my good man. On the contrary, we have half a sovereign for you if you'll give a clear answer to my questions.
Well, I've had a good day, no mistake. What do you want to know, sir?
First of all, your name and address.
John Clayton, 3 Turpey Street, the Borough.
John Clayton, 3 Turpey Street.
My cab's out of Shipley's Yard near Waterloo Station.
Shipley's Yard. Thank you. Now, Clayton, tell me about the fare who watched this house this morning and then followed the 2 gentlemen down Regent Street.
Well, he said he was a detective, sir. I wasn't to say nothing to no one.
My good fellow, this is a very serious business. Don't try and hide anything from me. He told you he was a detective, did he?
Yes, sir.
Did he say anything else?
He mentioned his name.
Oh, did he? That was imprudent. What was the name he mentioned?
He said he was Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
A touch, Watson. An undeniable touch. I feel a foil as quick and supple as my own. He got home on me very prettily that time. Tell me, Clayton, where did you drive him to when you whisked away down Regent Street?
Waterloo, sir. He paid me 2 guineas, like he said he would, and then he disappeared at the station.
Can you describe this Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
Well, I'd put him at 40 years of age.
40, yes.
Middle height.
Yeah.
Dressed like a toff and black beard, cut square.
Yes.
Pale face. I don't know if I can say any more than that.
All right, then. Here's your half sovereign. There's another waiting for you if you can bring any more information. Good night.
Good night, sir. And thank you.
Snap goes our 3rd thread, and we end where we began. Cunning rascal. I tell you, Watson, this time we have a foeman who's worthy of our steel. I've been checkmated in London. I can only wish you better luck in Devonshire. But I'm not easy in my mind.
About what?
About sending you. It's an ugly business, Watson. An ugly, dangerous business. And the more I see of it, the less I like it. Oh, you may laugh, my dear fellow. But I give you my word that I shall be very glad to have you back safe and sound in Baker Street once more.
Sir Henry Baskerville and Dr. Mortimer were ready on the appointed day. And we started as arranged for Devonshire. Sherlock Holmes drove with me to the station, where I joined our friends in their first-class compartment, while Holmes waited on the platform.
Any more news, Sir Henry?
No,
None at all.
I can swear to one thing, we haven't been shadowed during the last 2 days. We've watched most carefully.
You've always kept together, I presume.
Except yesterday afternoon.
What?
Well, I usually give up one day to amusement when I come to town. So I spent it at the Museum of the College of Surgeons.
And I went to look at the folk in the park. We had no trouble of any kind.
It was ill-advised all the same. Sir Henry, I do beg you not to go about alone. Some great misfortune will befall you if you do.
Very well, Mr. Holmes.
Did you get your other boot?
No, sir. It's gone forever.
Indeed. That's very interesting. Well, goodbye. Sir Henry, remember one phrase in the Baskerville legend. Avoid the moor in those hours of darkness when the powers of evil are exalted.
I looked back as the train drew out, and the tall, austere figure of Holmes, standing motionless and gazing after us, reminded me of our conversation on the way to the station.
I won't bias your mind by suggesting theories, Watson. I just want you to report the facts.
What sort of facts?
Anything which seems to have a bearing on the case. Especially the relations between young Baskerville and his neighbors, or anything fresh about the death of Sir Charles.
Very well, Holmes.
Somebody has turned their attention to Sir Henry already. We know that from what's happened here in London.
Have you any idea who that bearded man was who was following him?
Not yet. It can't have been the butler Barrymore, because we telegraphed to check if he was in Devon. Mr. James Desmond, the next heir, is an elderly man of amiable disposition. We can eliminate him from our calculations. That leaves the people who will actually surround Sir Henry on the moor.
Would it be as well to get rid of Barrymore?
No, you couldn't make a greater mistake. Just keep him and his wife on the list of suspects.
Holmes, do you think Dr. Mortimer is honest?
Yes, I'm satisfied that he is. Then there's this naturalist, Stapleton, and there's his sister, who's said to be a lady of attractions. And there's Mr. Franklin of Laughter Hall, another unknown factor, and one or two others. Make these people your special study.
Yes, I'll do my best.
You brought your revolver.
Oh, yes.
Keep it by you night and day.
It's sure a pity Mr. Sherlock Holmes couldn't come along as well, Doctor.
He's too busy, Sir Henry. He can never leave London for very long. But I promised to keep him fully informed, and he'll be at hand if there's a crisis.
Shush there. Quiet, girl. This is a strange business to come back to, and no mistake. All the same, I can't tell you how much I'm looking forward to seeing my own home.
You must have been very young when you last saw Baskerville Hall.
Why, Dr. Mortimer, I've never seen it at all.
Really?
No, sir. Till my father died in my teens, we lived in a little cottage on the south coast. And then I went straight to America. This is all as new to me as it will be to Dr. Watson.
Well, I can assure you we have a pleasant journey ahead of us. Unless she makes too much of a nuisance of herself.
And a pleasant journey it was. And I spent it in making the more intimate acquaintance of my two companions and playing with Dr. Mortimer's spaniel. In a very few hours, the brown earth had become ruddy, the brick had changed to granite, and then over the green squares of the fields and a low curve of a wood, there rose in the distance a grey, melancholy hill with a strange, jagged summit.
There you are, Sir Henry. There's your first view of the moor.
Dartmoor. You know, I've been over a good part of the world, but I've never had a moment to compare with this.
This is your homecoming.
Yes, but it's more than that. This is where the men of my blood have lived for centuries. On those moors. And up there, too, there's something evil, that has haunted them and driven them to their deaths. In London, it seemed far away. But the nearer you get... Oh, I don't know. But I know one thing, gentlemen. Whatever it is, I'm going to face it and beat it.
Pray God you may.
After some miles, we pulled up at a small wayside station, where a wagonette and a pair of cobs were waiting. Our coming was evidently a great event, and station master and porters clustered round us to carry out our luggage. The coachman, a hard-faced, gnarled little fella, saluted Sir Henry Baskerville, and in a few minutes we were flying down the road, through peaceful and sunlit country, but ever behind it rose the long, gloomy curve of the moor, broken by the jagged and sinister hills.
It's wonderful country, isn't it, Doctor?
Yes, it's very beautiful. There's autumn in the air, though.
There, girl, quiet. Hello. What's this?
What?
What's the matter?
Look, up there on the skyline.
A man on horseback.
With a rifle.
Yes, he's watching our road. Perkins?
Sir,
What's that fella doing up there with a gun?
there's a convict escaped from the prison, sir.
Oh.
He's been out there 3 days now. The warders are watching every road, but they've had no sight of him yet. Farmers of Bachelor don't like it, sir. And that's a fact.
They get a reward, don't they?
Yes, sir, but £5 is a poor thing compared to having your throat cut. You see, it isn't like any ordinary convict. This man is stick at nothing.
Who is he then?
Selden, the Notting Hill murderer. Get up there. Get up.
Selden. Good heavens.
Who's he?
I expect Dr. Watson remembers the case.
Oh, I do indeed. Holmes took a great interest in it. It was a peculiarly brutal murder. The death sentence was commuted because there was some doubt as to the man's sanity.
And he's somewhere out there, hiding in a burrow like a wild beast. It's all this moor needs, gentlemen. I don't know if I'm imagining it, but it's getting mighty cold.
The road in front of us grew bleaker and wilder, over slopes sprinkled with giant boulders. Now and then we passed a moorland cottage, walled and roofed with stone. And then suddenly we looked down into a cup-like depression at the two high, narrow towers of Baskerville Hall. A few minutes later, we'd passed through the wrought iron gates and were driving up an avenue where old trees with falling leaves interlaced their branches in a somber tunnel over our heads.
Is this Yew Alley, where they found my uncle?
No. The yew alley's on the other side.
I don't wonder my uncle felt frightened in this gloomy place.
Well, enough to scare anybody.
Oh, there's Barrymore waiting in the doorway to receive us.
Ah.
And that's his wife, just behind him.
Welcome, Sir Henry. Welcome to Baskerville Hall.
Thank you, Barrymore. Won't you stay for dinner, Mortimer?
No, thank you, if you don't mind. I want to drive straight home. My wife's expecting me.
You're sure?
Truly I am. I shall probably find some work awaiting me. I'd stay to show you over the house, but Barrymore will be a better guide than I.
Very well. Perkins, take Dr. Mortimer on, will you?
Very good, sir.
Au revoir, then, Doctor. And thank you.
It's been a pleasure. Goodbye, then. Goodbye, Dr. Watson.
Goodbye, sir.
If I can be of any service, don't hesitate to send for me. Night or day.
Get up there. Get up.
Sir Henry and I turned into the hall. It was a fine apartment, large and lofty, but dim and somber in the subdued light of the central lamp. A log fire blazed in the great old-fashioned fireplace, and we held out our hands to it, numb from our long drive. And then we gazed around us.
Doctor, it's just as I imagined it. Rafters, oak paneling, stags' heads, coats of arms. Isn't it the very picture of an old family home?
It is indeed.
Oh, excuse me, Sir Henry.
Oh, yes, Barrymore?
Would you wish dinner to be served at once, sir?
Is it ready?
In a very few minutes, sir. You'll find hot water in your room.
Thank you.
Sir, my wife and I will be happy to stay with you until you've made fresh arrangements.
Fresh arrangements? What do you mean?
Well, sir, you will understand that under the new conditions, this house will require a considerable staff.
What new conditions?
I only meant, sir, that
Sir Charles led a very retired life, and we were able to look after his wants. You will naturally wish to have more company, so you will need changes in your household.
Do you mean your wife and you want to leave?
Only when it's quite convenient to Sir Henry, sir.
But your family have been with us for several generations, haven't they?
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, I'd be sorry to start my life here by breaking up an old family connection.
I feel that too, sir. So does my wife.
Well, then, what's the trouble?
Now, to tell the truth, sir, we were both very much attached to Sir Charles, and his death gave us a shock. Made these surroundings very painful to us. I'm afraid we could never be easy in our minds at Baskerville Hall again.
What do you plan to do?
I've no doubt, sir, we'll succeed in establishing ourselves in some business. Sir Charles's generosity has given us the means to do it.
Uh-huh. I see.
And now, sir, perhaps I'd best show you to your room.
The bedrooms were in a wing that seemed more modern than the rest of the house, and the bright paper and numerous candles did something to relieve our depression. But the dining hall was a place of shadow and gloom. Black beams shot across above our heads with a smoke-darkened ceiling beyond them, and a dim line of ancestors stared down on us and daunted us by their silent company.
My word. It isn't a very cheerful place.
Well, I suppose in the old days, when they had banquets and flaring torches, it might have been quite cheerful.
I feel as if all my ancestors were staring down out of these pictures and testing me. Oh, well, I suppose I can tone down to it. I must say, I feel a bit out of the picture at present.
Oh, you're tired after the journey. Let's get off to bed early and see how things look in the morning.
An excellent idea. Watson.
Yes?
I can't forget that poor devil out there on the moor with people hunting him.
Selden. He didn't show much pity for others.
Oh, I suppose not. I shouldn't care to be out there myself, though, I must say. Come along. Let's go to bed. Sleep is what we want. Take a candle. We'll find our way upstairs.
The next morning, as we sat at breakfast with the sunlight flooding in through the high mullioned windows, it was hard to realize that this was the room that had struck such a gloom into our hearts the evening before.
I guess you're right, Watson. It's ourselves and not the house we have to blame. We were tired and chilled, and we imagined it all.
Not entirely.
What do you mean?
Did you happen to hear someone sobbing in the night?
Oh, that's curious.
A woman, I think it was.
Yeah. I did hear something of the sort. I was half asleep. I waited quite a time. It didn't happen again, so I concluded it was all a dream.
Yes, I heard it distinctly. I'm sure it was a woman sobbing.
Here's Barrymore. I'll ask him. Barrymore, we both thought we heard a woman crying during the night. Do you know anything about it?
No, Sir Henry. No, there are only two women in at night. One is the scullery maid who sleeps in the other wing, and the other's my wife. It certainly wasn't her.
All right. Thank you, Barrymore.
Can I bring you any more coffee, sir?
No, thank you.
Very good, sir.
Well, there we are.
I don't believe him.
Why not?
I passed Mrs. Barrymore just before breakfast. Her eyes were red and swollen. It must have been her. And if it was, her husband must have known. Why didn't he say so?
And why was she crying? Barrymore is becoming rather mysterious.
He was the first to see Sir Charles's body. We've only his word for what happened.
You think it was him following me in that cab in Regent Street?
Well, Holmes sent that telegram with strict instructions that it was to be delivered to him personally or returned. Wasn't returned, so he must have been here.
I wonder.
I tell you what, I'll walk over to the Grimpen post office and have a word with the postmaster.
Oh, yes, sir. I had the telegram delivered to Mr. Barrymore exactly as directed.
Who delivered it?
My boy here. James, you delivered that telegram to Mr. Barrymore at the hall last week, didn't he?
Yes, Father, I delivered it.
Into his own hands?
Well, I couldn't hardly do that. He was up the loft at the time, so I give it to Mrs. Barrymore. And she said she'd pass it on to him.
Did you see Mr. Barrymore?
Oh, no, sir. He was up the loft.
Well, how do you know if you didn't see him?
Well, surely his wife ought to know where he is. Didn't he get the telegram? If there's any mistake, it's for Mr. Barrymore to complain.
Excuse me,
Yes.
is this Dr. Watson?
Yes, but...
I'm Stapleton of Merripit House.
Oh, how do you do?
Well, I expect you've heard my name from our mutual friend Mortimer. I was just visiting him, and he pointed you out from the window of his surgery. Oh, dear.
They've gone.
We're homely folk here on the moor and don't wait for formal introductions.
Quite so.
I hope Sir Henry's none the worse for his journey.
He's very well, thank you.
Excellent. Are you going back to Baskerville Hall now, Doctor?
Well, that was my intention.
Well, then our roads lie the same way. We can stroll along together.
We walked down the grey, lonely road. The village fell behind. We found ourselves among the ferns and boulders of the open moorland. My new companion was a small, fair, lean-jawed man of between 30 and 40. He wore a grey suit and straw hat. In one of his hands was a green butterfly net. And over his shoulder hung a tin box for botanical specimens and a killing bottle. This, I remembered, was Mr. Stapleton, the naturalist.
We were all rather afraid that after the sad death of Sir Charles, the new baronet might refuse to live here. I suppose he has no superstitious fears in the matter?
No, I don't think so.
Of course you know the legend of the fiend dog which haunts the family.
Yes, I've heard it.
Extraordinary how credulous the peasants are around here. Any number of them are willing to swear they've seen it.
Yes, I understand.
The story took a great hold on Sir Charles's imagination. I've no doubt it led to his tragic end.
Oh, how?
Why, his nerves were so worked up that the appearance of any dog might have been fatal. I fancy he did see something of the kind in New Alley. I feared some disaster might occur. I knew his heart was weak.
Well, how do you know that?
My friend Mortimer told me.
Well, you think, then, that some dog pursued him and he died of fright in consequence?
Have you any other explanation?
I haven't come to any conclusion.
Has Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
Who?
Oh, come. Come, it's useless to pretend we don't know you, Dr. Watson. When Mortimer told me your name, he couldn't deny your identity. May I ask if Mr. Holmes is going to honor us with a visit?
He can't leave town at present. He's busy with other cases.
Oh, what a pity. As to your own researches, if there's any way in which I can be of service to you, I trust you will command me.
I assure you I'm simply here on a visit to my friend Sir Henry and need no help of any kind.
You're perfectly right to be wary and discreet. I feel justly reproved. I won't mention the matter again. Look, do you see that plume of smoke just over the rise?
Yes.
Well, that's where I live, Merripit House.
Oh.
It's only a moderate walk over the moor path.
Mm-hmm.
If you've an hour to spare, I should appreciate the honor of introducing you to my sister.
Well, I promised to get back to lunch.
Oh, there's plenty of time.
Oh, very well, then. I should be delighted.
Come along, then. It's a wonderful place, the moor. You never tire of it. You can't think what wonderful secrets it contains. It's so vast and barren and mysterious.
You know it well, then?
I've only been here 2 years. The residents would call me a newcomer. My tastes led me to explore every part of the country round, and I should think there are few men who know it better than I do.
Yes. Is it so hard to know?
Very hard. For instance, you see that great plain to the north with the queer hills breaking out of it?
Yes, well.
Do you observe anything remarkable about it?
It'd be a rare place for a gallop.
Ah, naturally, you'd think so. The thought has cost folk their lives before now.
Why?
Well, you notice those bright green spots scattered over it?
Yes, they look more fertile than the rest.
That is the great Grimpen Mire. A false step there means death to man or beast.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Only yesterday I saw one of the moor ponies wander into it.
Oh.
He never came out. I saw his head craning out for quite a time, but it sucked him down in the end.
Oh, how horrible.
It's dangerous to cross even in dry seasons, but after these autumn rains, it's an awful place. Yet I can find my way to the very heart of it and come back alive. It's a bad place, the great Grimpen Mire.
Why should you want to go into such a dreadful place?
Well, you see the hills beyond. They're really islands cut off on all sides by the mire, which has crawled round them in the course of years. That's where the rare plants and butterflies are, if you have the wit to reach them. There are one or two paths that a very active man can take.
Oh, well, I'll try my luck someday.
Oh, for God's sake, put such an idea out of your mind. You wouldn't have a chance. It's only by remembering very complex landmarks that I can do it.
Good heavens, what's that?
Queer place, the moor.
What is it, man?
And the peasants say it's the hound of the Baskervilles calling for its prey. I've heard it once or twice before, but never quite so loud.
Oh, you're an educated man. You don't believe such nonsense. What do you think it is, really?
Bogs make queer noises sometimes. It's maybe the mud settling or water rising or something.
No, that was a living voice.
Perhaps. Did you ever hear of bittern booming?
No.
It's a very rare bird in England now, practically extinct. But all things are possible on the moors. Perhaps we've heard the cry of the last of the bitterns.
It's the weirdest thing I ever heard in my life.
Yes, it's rather an uncanny place altogether. Look at that hillside. What do you make of those circular rings of stone?
What are they? Are they sheep pens?
No, they're the homes of our worthy ancestors. Prehistoric man lived thickly on the moor, and no one in particular has lived there since, so we find all his little arrangements exactly as he left them. Those are his wigwams with the roof off. Oh, excuse me, you see that butterfly? It's a cyclopides, very rare. You scarcely ever see them in the autumn. I must try and get it.
To my dismay, Mr. Stapleton set off straight for the mire, never pausing for an instant, and bounding from tuft to tuft, his green net waving in the air. I was watching him with a mixture of fear and admiration when I heard steps, and turning round, saw a woman approaching from the direction of Merripit House. She was slim, dark, and tall, and elegantly dressed. Her eyes were on her brother as I turned, and then she quickened her pace towards me. I raised my hat and was about to make some explanatory remark.
Go back. Go straight back to London.
But, madam, why should I go back?
I can't explain, but for God's sake, do what I ask you. Go back and never set foot on the moor again.
But I've only just come.
Man, can't you tell when a warning is for your own good? Go back to London. Start tonight. Get away from this place at all costs.
But,
Shh. Quiet. My brother is coming. Not a word of what I have said. Would you mind getting me that orchid among the mare's tails? We're very rich in orchids on the moor, though it is getting rather late for them.
Hello, Beryl.
Jack, you're very hot.
Yes, I was chasing a cyclopides. I missed him, confound it.
Oh.
You've introduced yourselves, I see.
Yes, I was telling Sir Henry that the orchids are nearly over.
That's not Sir Henry Baskerville.
No. Only a humble commoner. I'm his friend, Dr. Watson.
Then we've been talking at cross purposes.
Why, you hadn't very much time for talk.
I talked as if Dr. Watson were a resident instead of just a visitor. It can't matter to him whether it's early or late for orchids. Never mind. Do please come and see Merripit House, Doctor.
A short walk brought us to a bleak moorland house, surrounded, as is usual on the moor, by nipped and stunted trees. A strange, wizened old manservant opened the door. But inside there were large rooms elegantly furnished. I couldn't but wonder what had brought this highly educated man and this beautiful woman to live in such a place. He must have read my thoughts.
Queer place to choose, is it not? Yet we managed to make ourselves fairly happy, don't we, Beryl?
Quite happy.
I had a school in the North Country. It was running very well, and there was an epidemic, and 3 of the boys died.
Yeah.
Never recovered from the blow, and much of my capital had been irretrievably swallowed up. Oh, well, it's an ill wind. My tastes for botany and zoology have unlimited scope here, and my sister's as devoted to nature as I am. Then, of course, we've the most interesting neighbors. Poor Sir Charles was an admirable companion. We shall miss him more than I can tell you. Do you think I should intrude if I called this afternoon and made the acquaintance of Sir Henry?
Oh, I'm sure he'd be delighted.
Then perhaps you'd mention that I propose to do so.
Certainly.
And now, won't you come upstairs and inspect my collection of Lepidoptera? I think it's the most complete one in the southwest of England.
Some other time, if I may.
Lunch will be ready in a few minutes, Dr. Watson.
No, really, thank you. I promised Sir Henry, and he'll be waiting for me.
Oh, well. Must be a pleasure deferred, then. Au revoir, Dr. Watson.
I set off along the grass-grown path by which we'd come. But there must have been a short cut for those who knew it. Before I'd reached the road, I was astounded to see Miss Stapleton sitting on a rock by the side of the track.
Oh, Dr. Watson, I've run all the way to cut you off. I hadn't even time to put on my hat. I mustn't stop or my brother will wonder where I am.
Yes, but why have you come?
I wanted to say how sorry I was about mistaking you for Sir Henry. Please forget what I said.
I'm afraid I can't do that. I'm Sir Henry's friend, and I'm concerned for his welfare. Why were you so eager for him to return to London?
A woman's whim, Dr. Watson. I can't always give reasons for what I say or do.
No. I remember your voice and the look in your eyes. Please be frank with me, Miss Stapleton.
You make too much of it. My brother and I knew Sir Charles intimately. His favorite walk was over the moor to our house. His death was a terrible shock to us, and, well, I felt that his heir should be warned of the dangers that he will run. That was all.
But what dangers?
You know the story of the Hound.
Oh, I don't believe in such nonsense.
But I do. If you have any influence with Sir Henry, take him away. The world is wide. Why should he wish to live at the place of danger?
Again, what danger? Madam, can't you please be more definite?
No, I don't know anything definite.
Well, then, if you meant no more than that, why were you so anxious that your brother shouldn't overhear? What could he object to?
My brother's very anxious to have the hall inhabited. He thinks it's for the good of the poor folk on the moor. He'd be very angry if he knew I'd said anything that might make Sir Henry go away.
Oh, I see.
Well, I've done my duty now, and I'll say no more. I must go back before my brother misses me. Goodbye.
I walked on to Baskerville Hall, my soul full of vague fears. I said nothing to Sir Henry of Miss Stapleton's warnings and merely mentioned her brother's intended visit, which duly took place later that afternoon. That night, when we had retired, I lay uneasily, turning over in my mind the strange events of the day. I slept at last. I'm never a very sound sleeper. And at 2 o'clock, I woke with a start. There was a creaking in the passage outside. Sir Henry must have heard it also, for he came into my room through our adjoining door.
Did you hear that, Watson?
I heard something, Sir Henry. I thought it was perhaps just the timbers creaking in the wind.
No. Someone went down the passage. I saw a candle and a shadow.
Half a minute. Let's go and see.
Are you ready?
Just a moment. Yes.
He went this way and round that corner. Come on.
Curse these floorboards.
There you are. Just careful. There's a light in one of those rooms. They're all empty. I went round them this morning.
Yeah.
Have you got your revolver?
Yes.
Come on, then.
We crept up as noiselessly as we could and peeped round the door. Barrymore was crouching at the window with the candle held against the glass. He was staring out intently into the blackness of the moor. On the second morning after my arrival at Baskerville Hall with Sir Henry, I sat down and wrote to Holmes. I forbore to describe to him the vastness and the grim beauty of the moor, knowing how little such matters would interest his severely practical mind. I had never forgotten his complete indifference as to whether the earth revolved round the sun or the sun round the earth. Instead, I recounted the various strange events, the woman crying in the night, the urgent warnings uttered by the sister, Mr. Stapleton, the naturalist, and the nocturnal wanderings of the butler, Barrymore. I had just finished writing when our friend Dr. Mortimer arrived and took us, at Sir Henry's request, to the yew alley to show us exactly how everything had occurred on the fatal night of Sir Charles's death.
Here we are, Sir Henry. It's a dismal enough place, as you see. There's no way through the hedge at all, except by this little wooden gate.
And that's where my uncle stood, waiting for someone.
Yes. His cigar ash fell there, just where my stick is pointing.
Mm-hmm.
And then his footprints went on down that way.
Away from the house?
Yes. Yes. He must have been so terrified of whatever he saw that he simply didn't know which way he was running.
What did he see, I wonder?
A sheepdog, perhaps.
No, Sir Henry. You forget I saw the footprints. They were larger than any sheepdogs. Or any other breeds, for that matter.
Mm-hmm. It's an eerie business. The whole thing's so dim and vague.
Behind it, there's a dark shadow of a crime.
Come on. We better be getting back to the house. Mr. Stapleton and his sister are joining us for luncheon.
From the first moment he saw her, it was clear that Sir Henry was much attracted by Miss Stapleton. He paid her great attention during luncheon, and more than once I caught on her brother's face a look of the strongest disapprobation. The talk came round to the escaped convict who was still being hunted on the moor.
Oh, I think the fellow must have got away. Don't you, Mr. Stapleton?
Yes, I'm inclined to agree. It's inconceivable he should have held out all this time.
Oh, surely he could easily be hiding in one of those old stone huts.
My dear Beryl, what do you imagine he's living on, unless he's catching the moor sheep?
Barrymore. More wine, Miss Stapleton.
No, thank you.
What about you, Dr. Mortimer?
Well, do you know, I think I will. Just by way of celebration.
Barrymore?
Yes.
But what are we celebrating?
Well, a week or so ago, I was excavating a barrow at Long Down, and I found a skull. I sent it to the experts, and I heard this morning that they're extremely pleased with it.
This seems a great part of the world for enthusiasts. You and your skulls, Dr. Mortimer, and Mr. Stapleton and his butterflies.
Lepidoptera, please, not butterflies.
The only trouble about my skull is that I've fallen foul of my neighbor, Mr. Frankland. He's going to prosecute me because I opened the grave without consulting the next of kin.
How on earth could you have done that?
Dr. Watson, you don't know our Mr. Frankland. He's never happy unless he has a lawsuit on his hands.
I understand he has 7 in progress at the moment. Our only hope is that they swallow up what's left of his fortune and so draw his sting.
He has at least a diversion at the moment. His telescope.
Oh, he's an astronomer, is he?
An amateur one. But at present he's using the telescope to look for the escaped convict.
Oh, I didn't know that, John.
I understand he's on his roof most of the day.
Oh. Perhaps he'll forget all about my skull, then.
He sounds rather a tiresome fellow, this Frankland. Has he ever brought a case against you, Miss Stapleton?
The conversation was light enough, but Stapleton's hostility became increasingly clear. I began to see that Sir Henry's obvious attachment might lead us all into complications. And sure enough, it did. Next morning, Sir Henry and I had finished breakfast and were discussing the behavior of the butler, Barrymore.
Well, he certainly didn't go wandering about the house last night. Or if he did, I didn't hear him.
No, nor did I.
I wonder what he was up to the night before. Some love intrigue, perhaps. He's a striking-looking fellow.
Did you ever tackle him about that telegram?
Yes, indeed. He swears he was up in the box room at the time, and that his wife brought it up to him. He was so hurt when he thought I doubted his veracity that I had to give him some old clothes to pacify him.
Well, we'll just have to keep an eye on him.
If either of us hears him prowling about, we call each other and find out what he's really doing.
Good, agreed.
Well, it's a nice, brisk autumn day for a good walk.
Where do you suggest we go?
We? Are you coming too, Watson?
Well, it depends whether you're going on the moor.
Yes, I am.
Well, Sir Henry, you know what my instructions are.
Now, look here, Watson.
I'm sorry to intrude, but you know how earnestly Holmes insisted that I wasn't to leave you, especially if you went on the moor.
My dear fellow, Holmes, with all his wisdom, didn't foresee one thing. You understand? I'm sure you are the last man in the world who'd wish to be a spoil sport.
Oh, yes, of course, but you're placing me in...
Watson, please let us not discuss the matter. I am going out alone.
Before I could make up my mind what to say or do, he picked up his cane and was gone. But when I came to think the matter over, I reproached myself bitterly and set off in the direction of Merripit House at the top of my speed. When I came to the moor path, I mounted a hill and saw him just below me, walking with Miss Stapleton. It was clear they had met by appointment. To follow them seemed to be an outrage, but it was my clear duty. I was just drawing close when Stapleton appeared from round the corner with his butterfly net.
What are you doing with my sister, sir? How dare you offer her your attention? Can't you see that it's distasteful to her?
Mr. Stapleton, I'm not accustomed
Do you think because you're a baronet you can do what you like?
John, you're offensive, sir.
I assure you, if I weren't her brother, I'd know better how to answer you.
I'm not ashamed of my feelings towards your sister.
I forbid you to touch the tips of her fingers. Beryl, come away from this man. I'm taking you home.
Please,
do you hear me? Come with me at once. Don't you know better than to let that man pester you with his foul attentions? You're not to leave the house without my permission. You're not to leave the house without my permission. You're not to leave the house without my permission. You're not to leave the house without my permission.
What it all meant I couldn't imagine, but I was deeply ashamed to have overheard such an intimate scene without my friend's knowledge. So I ran down the hill and met him at the bottom. His face was flushed with anger, and his brows were wrinkled like one who is at his wit's end what to do.
Hello, Watson. Where have you dropped from?
Oh, sir.
You don't mean to say you came after me?
Well, I had to, Sir Henry. I gave my word to Holmes.
And you overheard our little quarrel,
Yes,
eh?
I'm afraid I did.
Tell me, did he ever strike you as crazy, this brother of hers?
No, I can't say he did.
Well, you can take it from me that either he or I ought to be in a straitjacket. What has he against me? I only wanted a few words with her alone, and this man came running at me like a madman. Just tell me what it all means, Watson.
I don't know. Unless Stapleton is worried about this peculiar shadow that appears to hang over your family.
I suppose that's it.
Our conjectures were soon set at rest by a visit from Stapleton that very afternoon. He had a long interview with Sir Henry in his study, about which I heard at dinner time.
Well, the breach is healed. We're dining at Merripit House next Friday as a sign of it.
He apologized?
Handsomely.
Did he give any explanation of his conduct?
He says his sister is everything in his life.
Mm-hmm.
They've always been together, and the thought of losing her was really terrible to him and gave him such a shock that for the moment he didn't know what he was doing. I believe him.
Well, what's going to happen? Does he accept the situation?
He's trying to, but he feels it's going to take him a little time. So he asked me if I had promised to let the matter rest for 3 months.
That night, just before 3 a.m, we heard the creak of a step in the passage. Barrymore was on the prowl again. We opened the door and set out in pursuit. The boards creaked and snapped beneath our stockinged feet. But the butler was entirely preoccupied in what he was doing. He entered the same room as before, and peeping round the door, we saw him once again, crouching at the window, candle in hand, his white, intent face pressed against the pane. We had arranged no plan of campaign, but Sir Henry, in his direct way, walked straight into the room.
Barrymore.
Sir Henry.
What are you doing here?
Nothing, sir. It was the window. I go round at night to see that they're fastened.
On the second floor?
Yes, sir. All the windows.
Look here, Barrymore. We have made up our minds to have the truth out of you, so it will save you trouble to tell it sooner rather than later. Come now, no lies. What were you doing at that window?
I was doing no harm, sir. I was holding a candle to the window.
Why?
Oh, don't ask me, Sir Henry. Don't ask me. I give you my word, sir. It's not my secret, and I can't tell it. If it only concerned myself, I wouldn't try to keep it from you.
Wait a minute. I've an idea. He was holding that candle as a signal. Let's see if there's any answer.
No, sir, please.
Stand back, Barrymore. Well?
Can't see anything, but... Yes, look. Out there on the moor. A pinpoint of light.
It's nothing, sir. Nothing, I assure you.
Move your light across the window, Watson.
Good idea, Sir Henry.
Now. Do you see? The light out there's moving, too. Now, you rascal, you deny that that's a signal? Come, speak up. Who's your confederate out on the moor? What's going on?
It's my business, not yours. I won't tell you.
Then you leave my employment right away.
Very good, sir. If I must, I must.
And you go in disgrace. Why, thunder, aren't you ashamed of yourself? Your family has lived with mine under this roof for over 100 years. And here I find you deep in some dark plot against me.
No, sir. Not against you.
Mrs. Barrymore, where have you come from?
Oh, let me see,
It's no good, Eliza. We have to go. That's an end of it. You can pack our things.
Oh, John, it's my doing, Sir Henry. He's done nothing except for my sake. I asked him to do it.
Speak out, then. What does it mean?
My brother is starving out there on the moor.
Your brother?
Yes, sir. We can't let him perish at our very gates. Our light's a signal that we have food for him, and his light shows us where to take it.
Your brother is...
The escaped convict, sir. Seldom the criminal.
That's the truth, sir. I said it wasn't my secret, so I couldn't tell you, but now that you've heard it, you'll see it was no plot against you.
Well,
this is
most
incredible.
Yes, sir. My name was Selden, and he was my younger brother. We humored him too much as a lad. And... He's broken his mother's heart and dragged our name into the dirt, but he's still my brother.
And that's why he broke prison, sir. He knew we were here.
When he dragged himself to the door, starving with the warders at his heels, what could we do? We took him in. And then you returned, sir, and my brother thought he'd be safest hiding on the moor till the hue and cry was over.
And every day we hoped he'd gone, sir, but as long as he was there, we couldn't desert him.
Is this true, Barrymore?
Oh, yes, Sir Henry. Every word of it.
Well, I can't blame you for standing by your own wife. Forget what I said. Go to your room, you two, and we'll talk about it in the morning.
Very good, sir.
Good night, sir.
Come along, Eliza.
The light's still glowing out there.
I wonder he dares.
It may be so placed that it's only visible from here.
Very likely. How far do you think it is?
Out by the cliff door, I think.
Not more than a mile or two off.
Oh, hardly that.
Well, it can't be far if Barrymore had to carry food to it. And he's waiting, this villain, beside that candle. By thunder, Watson, I'm going out to take that man.
Betray Barrymore?
They didn't take us into their confidence. We forced the secret from them.
Well, the man's certainly a danger to the community.
He's an unmitigated scoundrel. We shall only be doing our duty. Others will pay the price if we hold our hands. Suppose he attacks one of the farms. The Stapletons, even.
All right, I'll come.
Good man. Get your revolver and put on your boots.
I've got it.
The sooner we start, the better.
Good.
That fellow may put out his light and be off.
In 5 minutes, we were outside the door. The night air was heavy with the smell of damp and decay. Now and again, the moon peeped out for an instant, but clouds were driving over the face of the sky, and just as we came out on the moor, a thin rain began to fall.
His light's still burning.
Are you armed?
I have a hunting crop.
We must close in rapidly. He's said to be a desperate fellow. We must take him by surprise and have him at our mercy before he can resist.
I say, Watson, what would Holmes say to this? How about that hour of darkness in which the power of evil is exalted? Good heavens. What's that, Watson?
I don't know. I've heard it before.
Watson, it was the cry of a hound. What do they call it?
Who?
The folk in the countryside.
Oh, they're ignorant people. Why should you mind what they say?
What do they say?
They say it's the Hound of the Baskervilles.
It seemed to come from miles away, over there.
It's difficult to tell.
It rose and fell with the wind. Isn't that the direction of Grimpenmire?
Yes.
Well, that's where it came from. Come, Watson. Didn't you think it was the cry of a hound? I'm not a child. Don't fear to speak the truth.
Well, Stapleton was with me when I heard it last, and he said it might be the calling of a strange bird.
No, it was a hound. My God. Can there really be truth in those stories?
No, no.
It was one thing to laugh about it in London. It's another to stand out here on the moor and hear that cry. And my uncle. There was the footprint of a hound beside him. It all fits, Watson.
I don't know what to think.
I don't think I'm a coward. But that sound seemed to freeze my blood. Feel my hand.
You'll be all right tomorrow.
I don't think I shall get that cry out of my head. What shall we do now?
Turn back?
No, by thunder. We've come out to get our man, and we'll do it. If all the fiends of the pit are loose on the moor.
Oh, very well. We stumbled slowly along in the darkness, with the black, craggy hills around us, and the yellow speck of light burning steadily in front. Sometimes it seemed to be far away on the horizon, and sometimes it might have been within a few yards of us. And at last we saw it, stuck in a crevice of the rocks, to shelter it from the wind and to prevent it being seen except from Baskerville Hall. A boulder of granite concealed our approach.
What shall we do now?
Wait here. He must be near his light. Let's see if we can...
There he is. Something must have roused his suspicions. Look, he's peering round as if he heard something.
Well, perhaps Barrymore had some private signal that we didn't give.
Come on, let's take him. Hi, you! Look out, he's hurling rocks at us.
Hey, stop that!
He's off. There he goes. Aren't you going to fire?
No, not as an unarmed man. I only brought this to defend myself.
Come on, then, after him.
No, it's no good. We'll never catch him. Oh, the fellow's as agile as a mountain goat.
Well, we've done our best. Let's sit down on these rocks and get our breath. What a sight the fellow was.
He's been out here for days.
He might have been one of those old savages.
Look! Up there on the tor. There's a man standing there.
Where?
Look, on that sharp peak there. Wait a minute till the moon comes out again. There. Do you see?
Oh, where?
Oh. He's gone.
There's no one there now?
Yes, but there was. I swear it. A great tall figure standing very still and looking down.
Must have been our convict friend.
No, he couldn't possibly have got all that way.
A warder, then. The moor's been thick with them since this fellow escaped.
Well, let's go and find out.
No, Doctor. Enough's enough. We've solved one mystery. Don't let's plunge ourselves into another.
Oh, if only Holmes were here.
Go into Grimpen and wire him in the morning. You can send word to the prison at the same time.
It's galling not to take the fellow ourselves.
We've done all we could. Let's take Holmes' advice and get off this moor till daylight.
The next morning was foggy with a drizzle of rain. Sir Henry was in a black reaction after the excitements of the night. After breakfast, Barrymore asked leave to speak with him, and they were closeted in his study for some little time. Sitting in the billiard room, I more than once heard voices raised, and after a time the baronet opened his door and called me in.
Watson, Barrymore considers he has a grievance. He thinks it was unfair of us to hunt down his brother-in-law when he told us the secret.
And I may have spoken too warmly, sir, and I'm sure I beg your pardon, but I'm very much surprised. That poor fellow has enough to fight against without my putting more on his track.
If you told us of your own free will, it might have been different. But we forced it from you.
I didn't think you'd have taken advantage of it, Sir Henry. Indeed, I didn't.
The man's a public danger. He'd stick at nothing. You only need a glimpse of his face to see that. There's no safety for anyone till he's under lock and key.
He'll break into no house, sir. I give you my word he'll never trouble anyone in this country again.
How can you say that?
In a very few days he'll be on his way to South America. Only he can lie quiet till the ship's ready for him. I beg you not to let the police know he's still on the moor.
What do you say, Watson?
Well, if he was safely out of the country, it would relieve the taxpayer of a burden.
Supposing he holds somebody up before he goes.
He wouldn't do anything so mad, sir. We've provided him with all he can want. He won't do anything to show where he's hiding.
That's true, I suppose. Well, Barrymore.
Oh, God bless you, sir, and thank you from my heart. It would have killed my poor wife if he'd been taken again.
I guess we're aiding and abetting a felony, eh, Watson?
I'm afraid so.
All the same, I don't feel I can give the man up. And there's an end to it. You can go, Barrymore.
Thank you, sir. Oh, Sir Henry.
Yes? What is it?
You've been so kind to us, sir, that I should like to do the best I can in return. I know something. Perhaps I should have said it before, but I've never breathed a word.
What do you mean, you know something?
It's about poor Sir Charles's death, sir.
What? Do you mean you know how he died?
Oh, no, sir. I don't know that.
What then?
I know why he was at the gate.
Why?
To meet a woman.
A woman?
Yes, sir.
What was her name?
I can't give you that, sir, but I can give you the initials. They were L.L.
How do you know that?
Well, sir, your uncle had a letter that morning. He usually had a great many. He was well known for his kind heart, and many people in trouble turned to him. But that morning it so happened that there was only this one, so I took more notice of it. It was from Coombe Tracy, and it was addressed in a woman's hand.
Well?
I thought no more of the matter, sir, but the other day my wife was cleaning out Sir Charles's study. No, it hasn't been touched since his death. And she found the ashes of a burned letter in the back of the grate. Most of it was charred to pieces, but there was just one slip you could still read.
What did it say?
It said, please, as you are a gentleman, burn this letter and be at the gate by 10 o'clock. And the initials were L.L.
Have you still got it?
No, sir. It crumbled a bit when we moved it.
Tell me, Barrymore, had Sir Charles received any other letters in the same handwriting?
I couldn't say, sir. I never took particular notice. It was just this one happening to come all alone.
And you've no idea who L.L. is?
No, sir.
I simply can't understand how you came to conceal this important information.
Well, sir, we were both very fond of poor Sir Charles, and we felt that raking this up couldn't help him. It's well to go carefully when there's a lady in the case.
All that day and the next, the rain poured down. I spent my time writing a long report to Holmes, hoping that my latest discoveries might persuade him to join us. And in the evening, I put on my waterproof and walked on the moor. I found the black tor on which I'd seen the solitary watcher, and from its summit, I looked out across the melancholy downs. I had just begun my walk back when a dog cart overtook me.
Hello there.
Oh.
Whoa. Oh, good evening, Doctor.
Oh, hello, Dr. Mortimer.
Can I give you a lift home?
Well, that's very kind. Up we come.
Take my hand.
Thank you so much. Quite a step up. Oh, dear, what an abominable day it's been.
Yes, I'm very upset.
Oh?
My spaniel has disappeared, you know.
Oh, dear.
It wandered off onto the moor and never came back.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, what news of Sherlock Holmes?
Oh, very little. He acknowledges my reports most punctiliously, but he doesn't say much. This blackmailing case must be keeping him busy. Oh, Mortimer, you know, is there a woman living round here with the initials L.L.?
L.L.? Not that I know of. Oh, wait a minute, though. Of course there is. Laura Lyons of Coombe Tracy.
Who's she?
Old Franklin's daughter.
What, old Franklin the Crank?
Yes, she married an artist called Lyons who came sketching on the moor. He walked out on her, and now her father won't have anything to do with her, poor girl.
How does she live?
Well, several of us have helped her, Stapleton, Sir Charles, so have I. She's managed to start a little typewriting business. Why do you ask?
Oh, just curiosity. Tell me, what sort of skull has old Franklin?
Ah, now you're asking. The maxillary curve is quite extraordinarily well pronounced. For a man of his age.
For the rest of the journey, Mortimer was deep in his pet subject of craniology. And L.L. was forgotten. I hadn't lived with Holmes all these years for nothing. Mortimer stayed to dinner, and afterwards he and Sir Henry had a game of écarté. I had coffee in the library. Thank you, Barrymore. What news of that precious relation of yours?
I hope he's gone, sir. But the food still disappears. Perhaps the other man is taking it.
Oh, so you know about the other man on the moor?
Oh, yes, Sir. Selden told me.
Does he know who he is?
No, sir. He's not a convict, he says. He's living in one of those stone huts, and a friend brings him up food from one of the villages. Dr. Watson, I tell you straight, I don't like it.
Now, listen to me, Beryl. I've no interest at all in this, except to help your master. What don't you like?
Well, it's all these goings-on, sir. Wasn't Sir Charles's death enough? Look at these noises on the moor at night. Not a man would cross it after sundown if he was paid for it. Look at this stranger out there, watching, waiting. What's he waiting for? What's it all mean, sir? There's foul play somewhere, that I'll swear. I'll be very glad to be quit of it.
When the butler had gone, I walked to the window and looked at the driving clouds and the wind-swept trees. It was a wild night. I thought of that stone hut on the moor. What passion of hatred could lead a man to such a place at such a time? The moor, with its mysteries and its strange inhabitants, remained as inscrutable as ever. Somewhere out there, in the blackness, lay the key to the strange chain of events that encircled us. Events that were soon to move so swiftly to their terrible climax. Dr. Mortimer had stayed late, playing cards with Sir Henry Baskerville. So it wasn't until I met him at breakfast the next morning that I was able to tell Sir Henry my discoveries of the day before.
So Barrymore has seen this other man on the moor.
Well, he hasn't seen him, but he's heard about him from his convict brother-in-law. This other man is living in one of those old stone huts. Heaven knows why.
Or how?
Oh, he's getting food from one of the villages. Some friend brings it up for him. Oh, Sir Henry, would you mind passing me a little more toast?
Oh, certainly.
Thank you. But I learned something else as well yesterday.
What?
You remember the mysterious initials LL that the Barrymores say they found in that charred letter?
The woman who made the assignation with Sir Charles the night he died.
Yes, well, Dr. Mortimer tells me there's a lady called Laura Lyons at Coombe Tracy.
Laura Lyons?
Yes, she's the daughter of old Franklin, the eccentric with the telescope. Married some artist fellow who's said to have cleared out and left her. She keeps going by running a little typewriting business. I thought I'd go over and see her this morning.
I don't think we've met, Mr.
Dr. Watson, madam. It was about the late Sir Charles Baskerville that I've come here to see you.
What can I tell you about him?
You knew him, didn't you?
I owe a great deal to his kindness.
Did you correspond with him?
What is the object of this interrogation?
To avoid a public scandal. It's better I should ask questions here than have the matter pass outside our control.
What are your questions?
Did you correspond with Sir Charles?
I wrote once or twice to acknowledge his generosity.
Have you ever met him?
Very seldom. Only when he came into Coombe Tracy. He was one of those men who prefer to do good by stealth.
Then how did he know enough about your affairs to be able to help you?
He learned about me through my friend, Mr. Stapleton.
I see. Did you ever write to Sir Charles asking him to meet you?
Really, sir? That's an extraordinary question.
I'm sorry, madam. I must repeat it.
Then I answer certainly not.
Not on the very day of Sir Charles's death?
No.
Surely your memory deceives you. Didn't you write, please, please burn this letter and be at the gate by 10 o'clock?
Is there no such thing as a gentleman?
You do Sir Charles an injustice, madam. He did burn the letter. But sometimes a letter may be legible even when burned. You admit now that you wrote it?
Yes, I did write it. Why should I deny it? I've no reason to be ashamed of it. I wanted him to help me. I believed that if I could see him, I could gain his help.
But why at such an hour?
Because I'd only just learned he was going to London the next day and might be away for months. There were reasons why I couldn't get there earlier.
But why a rendezvous in the garden instead of at the house?
Do you think a woman could go to a bachelor's house alone at that time of night?
Yes, well, what happened when you did get there?
I never went.
Mrs. Lyles.
No, I swear it on all I hold sacred. I never went. Something intervened to prevent my going.
What?
That's a private matter. I can't tell you.
You confess that you made the appointment, but you say you didn't keep it.
That's the truth.
Why were you so pressing that Sir Charles should destroy the letter?
Dr. Watson, I've told you the matter is a very private one.
All the more reason to avoid a public investigation.
You probably know that I made a rash marriage and had reason to regret it.
Yes, I'd heard something of the kind.
My husband has made my life one incessant persecution. The law's on his side, and every day I'm faced with the possibility that he may force me to live with him.
Oh, dear me.
When I wrote this letter to Sir Charles, I'd learned that there was a possibility of regaining my freedom if certain expenses could be met. It meant everything to me. Peace of mind, happiness, self-respect, everything. I thought if Sir Charles heard the story from my own lips, he might help me.
Then why didn't you go?
Because I received help in the interval from another source.
Then why didn't you write to Sir Charles and explain?
I was going to, but I saw his death in the paper the next morning.
The woman's story hung together, and I couldn't shake it. I drove back baffled and disheartened. Once again, my efforts had led me to a blank wall. For the moment, I could only turn back to that other clue which was to be sought for among the stone huts on the moor. Was the man on the Tor the same as the man who had dogged Sir Henry in London? He might slip away from us in the crowds of Regent Street. It would puzzle him to do so on the lonely moor. Perhaps I could run him to earth where even Holmes had failed. But my thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of the eccentric Mr. Franklin, standing unmistakably grey-whiskered and red-faced outside his door.
Good day. Dr. Watson, isn't it?
Oh, yes, Mr. Franklin.
Good day to you, sir. Give your horses a rest. Come in and have a glass of wine. To congratulate
Thank you, but I
insist. Yes, sir.
Oh, well, then, Perkins, drive home and tell Sir Henry I'll walk back.
Come in, sir. Come in. Oh, it's a great day for me, sir. One of the red-letter days of my life.
Oh, why's that?
I've brought off a double event. Glass of sherry.
Oh, thank you.
I mean to teach them in these parts that law is law. I've established a right-of-way through the center of old Middleton's Park. Slap across it, sir, within 100 yards of his own front door. What do you think of that?
Well,
We'll teach these magnates they can't ride roughshod over the rights of commoners, can them?
Yeah.
And I closed the wood where the Penworthy people used to picnic.
Closed it?
Yes, these infernal people, they seem to think that they can swarm where they like with their papers and their bottles. I've no doubt they'll burn me in effigy tonight. I told the police that they should stop these disgraceful exhibitions, but they give me no protection. They'll regret their treatment of me. Oh, indeed they will.
How so?
Because I could tell them what they're dying to know. But nothing would induce me to help the rascals in any way.
Well, what could you help them about? Some poaching case?
Oh, no, my boy. Very much more important case than that. What about the convict on the moor?
You mean you know where he is?
Not exactly, but I know how they could find him. I've seen the messenger who takes him food. I see him every day through my telescope on the roof.
Oh, I expect he's taking out dinner to one of the moorland shepherds.
Indeed, sir. Do you see that black tor yonder? It's the stoniest part of the whole moor. Is that the place for a shepherd? Don't be absurd, sir.
Oh, I stand contradicted.
Be sure that I had very good grounds before I come to my opinion. I've seen that lad every day. Look! Look, Dr. Watson. There's something moving on the hill now.
Where?
Yeah, you can see it with your naked eye.
Oh, yes,
That's the lad. There he goes. No, come upstairs. You can see him through my telescope.
No, thank you. I'll take your word for it. I ought to be going.
Oh, master. Then I swear you to secrecy. Not one word shall the police have out of me. For all they care, it might be me that those rascals burned at the stake, not my effigy. Oh, don't, my dear sir. No. Oh, surely you'll help me to empty the decanter in honor of this spectator.
Well, I made my escape, and as long as his eye was on me, I kept to the road. And then I struck off across the moor and made for the stony hill over which the boy had been walking. The sun was already sinking when I reached the summit. The boy was nowhere to be seen, but down beneath me in a cleft there was a circle of the old stone huts. and in the middle there was one with sufficient roof to act as a screen against the weather. Threw away my cigarette, closed my hand on my revolver, and went in. It was empty. But there were ample signs that this was where the man lived. With tingling nerves, I sat in the dark recess of the hut and waited for the coming of its tenant. Then, at last, I heard him. I cocked my revolver as he approached.
It's a lovely evening, my dear Watson. Oh. I really think you'll be more comfortable outside than in.
Holmes. Holmes.
Come out, and please be careful with that revolver.
Oh, my dear Holmes, I was never more glad to see anyone in my life.
Or more astonished, eh?
Oh, I admit it.
The surprise wasn't all on one side, I assure you. I'd no idea you'd found me till I was almost at the door.
My footprint, I suppose.
No, Watson, I'm afraid I couldn't undertake to recognize your footprints among all the footprints of the world. If you seriously desire to deceive me, you must change your tobacconist.
My cigarette end?
Yes, you threw it down.
Oh.
At the supreme moment, no doubt, when you charged the hut.
Yes, I did.
I thought so. And knowing your admirable tenacity, I knew you'd be waiting in ambush, weapon in hand. So you actually thought I was the criminal.
Well, I wasn't sure, but I meant to find out.
Excellent, Watson. And how did you localize me? I suppose you saw me on the night of the convict hunt. I was imprudent enough to allow the moon to rise behind me.
Yes, I saw you then.
And searched all the huts till you came to this one?
No, your boy was spotted.
Ah, the old gentleman with the telescope, no doubt. I couldn't make it out when I first saw the light flashing on the lens.
I've just been overseeing his daughter at Coombe Tracy.
Mrs. Laura Lyons?
Yes.
Well done. We've obviously been working on parallel lines.
But, Holmes, how in the name of wonder did you get here? I thought you were in Baker Street working on that blackmailing case.
That's what I wanted you to think.
Oh, so you use me but don't trust me. I think I've deserved better at your hands, Holmes.
My dear fellow, you've been invaluable as always. You must forgive me. It's partly for your own sake that I did it. If I'd been with you, it would have put our opponents on their guard. I remain an unknown factor.
But why keep me in the dark?
You'd have wanted to tell me something or brought me out some comfort. It would have been an unnecessary risk. I brought Cartwright down with me.
Cartwright?
You remember the chap at the express office? Oh. He's seen after my simple wants, a loaf of bread and a clean collar. What more can a man want?
Then my reports have all been wasted.
Here they are, my dear fellow. And well thumbed, I can assure you. I made excellent arrangements. They're only delayed one day on their way. You've shown immense zeal and intelligence on the most difficult case, Watson. I really must compliment you.
Oh, thank you, Holmes.
That's better. Now, tell me about your visit to Mrs. Laura Lyons.
Well, she made an appointment with him at the gate. She admits that. She wanted money to help get her divorce. But she never went. Something happened to make her change her mind, but she won't tell me what. She also said that she first got in touch with Sir Charles through Stapleton.
Ah, that's important. It bridges the gap.
Huh?
You're aware, I suppose, that there's a close intimacy between the lady and the man Stapleton?
I didn't know that.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. They meet, they write. There's a complete understanding between them. Now, this puts a very powerful weapon into our hands. If I can only use it to detach Stapleton's wife.
His wife?
Yes, the lady who passes for his sister is his wife.
Good heavens. Holmes, are you sure?
Absolutely.
But why this elaborate deception?
Because he foresaw that she'd be more used to him as a free woman.
Then is he our enemy? Was it he who dogged us in London?
So I read the riddle.
And the warning letter, that must have come from her.
Exactly.
But, Holmes, how do you know this woman's his wife?
Because he so far forgot himself as to give you a true piece of autobiography when he first met you. I dare say he's regretted it since.
Oh, when he said he'd been a schoolmaster?
Yes, he has been. And there's no one easier to trace than a schoolmaster. There are scholastic agencies who can identify any man in the profession. I soon found that a school in the north had come to grief in atrocious circumstances, and the man who owned it had disappeared with his wife. The name was different, of course, but the descriptions agreed. And when I learned that the missing man was a keen entomologist, the identification was complete.
But if this woman's his wife, where does Mrs. Laura Lyons come in?
Ah, that's where your interview with her shed a light. I didn't know about her projected divorce. It means that if she thought Stapleton was unmarried, she no doubt counted on becoming his wife.
What happens when she's undeceived?
That's when we may find the lady of service. We must both go and see her tomorrow. Don't you think you're away from your charge rather long, Watson? It's dark already. Your place is at Baskerville Hall.
Holmes, one last question. What's the meaning of it all? What's he after?
It is murder, Watson. Refined, cold-blooded, deliberate murder. Don't ask me for particulars. My nets are closing on him even as his are on Sir Henry. He's almost at our mercy. There's only one danger. He may strike before we're ready.
When shall we be ready?
In 1 day, 2 at the most, I'll have my case complete. Until then, guard your charge as closely as a mother would an ailing child. Your mission today has justified itself, but I almost wish you hadn't left his side. Listen.
Oh, my God, what was that?
Where is it?
There, I think.
No, there.
Oh, the Hound! Come, Watson, come! Great heavens, if we're too late! Wait! Oh, he's beaten us, Watson. We're too late.
Oh, no, surely not.
Fool that I was to hold my hand. And you, Watson, see what comes of abandoning your charge. By heaven, if the worst has happened, we'll avenge him.
We ran through the gloom, blundering against boulders, forcing our way through gorse bushes, till we came to a rocky cliff which overlooked a stone-covered slope. On its jagged face was spread-eagled some dark, irregular shape. It was a prostrate man, face downwards on the ground, his head doubled under him at a horrible angle. As we struck a match, we saw the gleam of a ghastly pool of blood. And we saw something else. It turned our hearts sick within us. The body of Sir Henry Baskerville. In the tweed suit he had worn when he first came to our rooms in Baker Street.
His skull's crushed, poor devil.
Oh, brute. Damn brute. Holmes, I shall never forgive myself.
I'm more to blame than you, Watson. In order to have my case well-rounded and complete, I've thrown away the life of my client. It's the greatest blow of my career. But how could I know that he'd risk his life on the moor in the face of all my warnings?
Where's this brute of a hound that drove him to death? He may be lurking among the rocks at this very moment, and where's Stapleton? He's to answer for this.
He shall. I'll see to that.
There's a light in his cottage. Why don't we go and seize him at once?
Our case isn't ready. The fellow's wary and cunning to the last degree. It's not what we know, but what we can prove. If we make one false move, he may escape us yet.
What can we do?
There'll be plenty to do tomorrow. Tonight, we can only perform the last offices for our poor friend.
We must send for help, Holmes. We can't carry him all the way to the hall.
Oh,
heavens, Holmes! Are you mad?
Watson!
What?
Look! This man has a beard.
A beard?
It's not the baronet at all. It's...
Why, it's my neighbor, the convict.
But the suit, it's Sir Henry's, don't you remember? Oh, of course, now I see it. He gave Barrymore some of his suits. He told me so. And Barrymore must have passed them on. That's it.
Then the clothes have been the poor fellow's death. The hound we heard must have been laid on from some article of Sir Henry's.
The boot that was stolen in the hotel.
Probably.
Oh, but Holmes, is there really a Baskerville hound?
Shh, Watson. What? It's the man himself. By all that's wonderful and audacious. Careful now. Not a word to show your suspicions.
Why, Dr. Watson, that's not you, is it? You're the last man I should have expected to see on the moor at this time of night. But dear me, what's this? Somebody hurt? Not... Oh, don't tell me it's our friend Sir Henry. Oh, what a Who's this?
Selden. The man who escaped from Princetown.
Dear me, what a shocking affair. How did he die?
He appears to have broken his neck by falling over these rocks.
My friend and I were strolling on the moor when we heard a cry.
So did I. That's what brought me out. I was uneasy about Sir Henry.
Why about Sir Henry?
Because I'd suggested he should come over.
I see.
By the way, did you hear anything else besides a cry?
No. Did you?
No.
What do you mean, then?
Oh, you know the stories the peasants tell about a phantom hound. It's said to be heard at night on the moor. So I wondered if there were any evidence of such a sound tonight.
We heard nothing of the kind.
What's your theory of this poor fellow's death?
I've no doubt anxiety and exposure sent him off his head. He rushed about the moor in a crazy state and fell over here. And broke his neck.
That seems a most reasonable theory. What do you think about it, Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
You are quick at identification.
We've been expecting you in these parts since Dr. Watson came down. You're in time to see a tragedy.
Yes, indeed. I shall take an unpleasant remembrance back to London with me tomorrow.
Oh, you'll return tomorrow?
That is my intention.
I do hope your visit has cast some light on these occurrences that are puzzling us all.
One can't always have the success for which one hopes. An investigator needs facts, not legends and rumors. It has not been a satisfactory case.
I would suggest carrying this poor fellow to my house, but it would give my sister such a fright that I don't feel justified in doing it.
I quite understand.
I think if we put something over his face, you'll be safe till morning.
And so it was arranged. We resisted Stapleton's offer of hospitality and set off to Baskerville Hall, leaving the entomologist to return alone. Looking back, we saw the figure moving slowly over the moor, and behind him that one black smudge on the silvered slope that showed where the man was lying who had come so horribly to his end.
We're close grips at last. What a nerve the fellow has.
He certainly pulled himself together pretty quickly when he found he got the wrong man.
Watson, I told you in London, and I tell you again, we've never had a foeman more worthy of us.
I'm sorry he's seen you.
So was I at first, but there was no getting out of it.
Why don't we arrest him at once?
My dear Watson, you were born to be a man of action. Suppose we did arrest him. What could we prove? Nothing. That's the devilish cunning of it.
That's the charge his death.
Found dead without a mark on him. You and I know he died of sheer fright, and we know what frightened him. But how are we to get 12 stolid jurymen to believe it? Don't be impatient, Watson. I have great hopes of Mrs. Laura Lyons. And I have my own plan as well. Sufficient for tomorrow is the evil thereof.
Are you not coming up to the hall?
Yes, I see no reason to go on hiding. But one last word, Watson. Say nothing of the Hound to Sir Henry. Let him think Selden's death was as Stapleton would have us believe.
Ah, very well.
I seem to remember from your report that you're both engaged to dine with the Stapletons tomorrow.
Yes.
Then you must excuse yourself. Sir Henry must go alone.
Yes, but how?
No more now. Let's get back to the hall and hope that we're not too late for some supper.
When we arrived, I had the unpleasant task of breaking the news of Selden's death to the Barrymores. To him, it may have been an unmitigated relief, but she wept bitterly in her apron. Evil indeed is the man who has not one woman to mourn him. Sir Henry raised his eyebrows when he found that Holmes had no luggage and no explanation for its absence, but between us we soon supplied his wants. We sat down to a belated supper.
I've been moping about the house all day since Watson went off in the morning. If I hadn't sworn not to go out alone, I might have had a more lively evening. Stapleton asked me to go over.
I have no doubt that you'd have had a more lively evening. I don't suppose you appreciate that we've been mourning over you under the impression you'd broken your neck.
What's that?
That poor wretch Selden was dressed in your clothes.
Oh.
I fear your servant who gave them to him may be in trouble with the police.
Oh, I don't think so. There's no mark on them as far as I know.
That's lucky for him. In fact, it's lucky for all of you. You're all on the wrong side of the law. I'm not sure that as a conscientious detective, my first duty isn't to arrest the whole household. Watson's reports are very incriminating documents.
But how about the case? Have you made anything out of the tangle?
I think I shall be able to make it more clear to you before long. There are several points on which we still want light, but it's coming. It's coming.
Well, we've heard the Hound on the moor, so it's not all empty superstition. I know a dog when I hear one. If you can muzzle that one and put him on a chain, I'll be ready to swear you're the greatest detective of all time.
I think I can do it if you give me your help.
I'll do whatever you tell me.
Very good. I shall ask you to do it blindly, without asking the reason.
Just as you like.
If you'll do this, I think the chances are that...
What's the matter, Holmes?
I was admiring your family portrait.
Oh.
Excuse the admiration of a connoisseur. Watson won't allow that I know anything of art, but that's mere jealousy because we don't agree about it.
Oh, rather.
Those really are a fine series of portraits. That's a Nella, I'll swear. That lady in blue silk. And the stout gentleman in a wig ought to be a Reynolds. They're all family portraits, I believe.
Every one. Barrymore's been coaching me in them.
Who's the cavalier opposite to me in the black velvet and lace?
Ah, that's the cause of all the mischief. The wicked Hugo, who started the Hound of the Baskervilles. We're not likely to forget him.
Dearly. He seems a quiet, well-mannered man, but I dare say there was a lurking devil in his eyes. I pictured him as a more robust and ruffianly person.
Oh, that's him, all right. The name and date are on the back of the canvas.
Holmes said no more, but the picture of the old roisterer seemed to fascinate him, and his eyes were continually fixed on it during supper. Later, when Sir Henry had gone to his room, I was able to follow the trend of Holmes's thoughts. He led me back to the banqueting hall, his bedroom candle in his hand, and held it against the time-stained portrait on the wall with its broad-plumed hat, curling lovelocks, and the straight, severe face between them.
Anyone you know?
There's something of Sir Henry about the jaw.
Just a suggestion, perhaps. But wait a moment. If I cover the broad hat and the long ringlets with my arm. So. Now look at it. Good heavens. It's stapled. You can see it now. My eyes have been trained to examine faces and not their trimmings.
But this is marvelous. It might be his portrait.
Yes, it's an interesting example of a throwback, both physical and spiritual. Family portraits are enough to make one believe in reincarnation.
That is a Baskerville.
Really?
With designs on the successor.
Yes. This picture gives us our most obvious missing link. We have him, Watson. We have him. I dare swear that before tomorrow night he'll be fluttering in our net as helpless as one of his own butterflies. A pin, a cork, and a card. And we add him to the Baker Street collection.
Well, I was up betimes in the morning, but Holmes was afoot earlier still. I saw him coming up the drive as I dressed, and found him downstairs with Sir Henry.
Good morning, Watson. I was saying that Holmes looks like a general planning a battle with his chief of staff.
That's exactly the situation. Watson seems ready for orders.
And so am I.
Very good. I understand you're engaged to dine with the Stapletons tonight.
Yes, I hope you will come, too. They're very hospitable people.
I'm afraid Watson and I must go to London.
What? To London? Today?
I think we shall be more useful there at the moment.
I'd hoped you were going to see me through this business.
My dear fellow, you must trust me implicitly and do exactly what I tell you. Tell your friends that we should have come with you, but that urgent business has called us to town. Will you give them that message?
If you insist. But why shouldn't I come to London with you? Why should I stay here, alone?
Because it's your post of duty. You gave me your word you would do as you were told. And I tell you to stay.
All right, then. I'll stay.
One more direction. I want you to drive to Merripit House. But send your trap back and let them know you intend to walk home.
Walk home? Alone? Across the moor?
Yes.
But that's the very thing you told me not to do.
This time you must. I have every confidence in your nerve and courage, or I wouldn't suggest it. It's essential that you do it.
Then I'll do it.
But whatever you do, stick to the path that leads from Merripit House to the Grimpen Road. Don't leave that path for an instant. As you value your life.
bade goodbye to our rueful friend. And a couple of hours later, we were at Coombe Tracy Station and had dispatched the trap on its return journey. Cartwright, the London messenger boy whom Holmes had brought down with him and who'd taken him his food while he was hiding out on the moor, was sitting on a bench on the platform and leapt up as he saw it.
Any orders, sir? Yes, Cartwright. You're to take the train to town. The moment you arrive, send a wire to Sir Henry Baskerville in my name to say that if he finds the pocketbook I dropped, he's to send it by registered post to Baker Street. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Now go to the station office and ask if there's a message for me.
Yes, sir.
I think I begin to see your plan.
Everything depends on Stapleton believing that we've gone back to London. That'll persuade him that he soothed our suspicions last night.
Ah, yes.
Our nets are all in place, Watson. Before the day's out, we'll know whether we've caught our big, lean-jawed pike or whether he's slipped through our meshes.
The station master had this wire for you, sir.
Thank you, Cartwright.
He had it ready, sir.
Wire received, coming down with unsigned warrant, arrive 5:40 Lestrade.
You've sent for Lestrade?
Yes. He's the best of the professionals, I think. We may need him. Oh, Cartwright.
Yes, sir.
Here's money for your journey.
Thank you, sir.
Send that telegram the moment you arrive. Watson, I don't think we can employ our time better than by calling on your acquaintance, Mrs. Laura Lyons. When she learns of the deception that Stapleton's practiced on her, I think the result may be of interest to us.
Mrs. Laura Lyons was working at her typewriting machine when we reached the house where she lived. Holmes opened the interview with a frankness and directness which considerably amazed her.
Mrs. Laura Lyons?
Yes?
I'm investigating the circumstances which attended the death of the late Sir Charles Baskerville. My friend here, Dr. Watson, has told me what you've communicated and what you've withheld.
What have I withheld?
You've confessed that you asked Sir Charles to be at the gate at 10 o'clock.
Yes?
We know that that was the place and hour of his death. You have withheld what the connection is between these events.
There is no connection.
Then the coincidence is indeed an extraordinary one. I wish to be perfectly frank with you, Mrs. Lyons. We regard this case as one of murder, and the evidence may implicate not only your friend Mr. Stapleton, but his wife as well.
His wife?
Yes, the fact is no longer a secret. The person who passed for his sister is really his wife.
His wife? He wasn't a married man.
I'm afraid you're mistaken.
Prove it to me. Prove it to me. And if you can...
I've come prepared to do so. Here is a photograph of the couple taken in York 4 years ago.
Let me see.
It's endorsed Mr. and Mrs. Vandeleur, but you'll have no difficulty in recognizing him, and her, too, if you know her by sight.
It's impossible.
Here are 3 descriptions by trustworthy witnesses of Mr. and Mrs. Vandeleur, who at that time kept St. Oliver's private school. Read them and see if you can doubt the identity of these people.
Mr. Holmes, this man offered me marriage if I could get a divorce from my husband. He has lied to me.
He has indeed.
Ask me what you like. I'll hold nothing back. But one thing I swear to you. When I wrote that letter, I never dreamed of any harm to old Sir Charles. He was my kindest friend.
I entirely believe you, madam.
So do I.
Thank you.
The recital of these events must be very painful to you. Perhaps it would make it easier if I tell you what occurred, and you check me if I make any material mistake.
Very well.
The sending of this letter was suggested to you by Stapleton?
He dictated it.
The reason he gave was that you would receive help from Sir Charles for the legal expenses of the divorce.
Exactly.
And then, after you'd sent the letter, he dissuaded you from keeping the appointment.
Yes. He told me it would hurt his self-respect if anyone else found the money. He said he was a poor man, but he'd spent his last penny removing the obstacles that divided us.
And then you heard nothing more until you read of Sir Charles's death in the papers?
No.
And he made you swear to say nothing about your appointment with Sir Charles?
He said that if I did, I should be suspected of murder.
He frightened you into remaining silent?
Yes.
Well, I think on the whole you've had a very lucky escape. You've had him in your power, and he knew it, and yet you're alive.
I still can't believe it.
I assure you, Mrs. Lyons, for several months you've been walking very near the edge of a precipice. Now, we must wish you good morning. You'll probably be hearing from us again very shortly.
We went back to the station to await the arrival of the express that was bringing Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard from town.
Well, Watson, our case becomes rounded off. Difficulty after difficulty thins away in front of us.
It must be one of the most extraordinary cases of modern time.
One is reminded of the incidents in Grodno in Little Russia in the year 66. And, of course, there are the Anderson murders in North Carolina. But this case does possess some features which are entirely its own.
But even now we have no proof against him.
No, but our nets are closing. One final effort and we should have him. Ah, this looks like our train. There he is. Good day, Lestrade.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, good day to you. Good day, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Lestrade?
Got anything good, gentlemen?
The biggest thing for years. We have 2 hours before we need think of starting. I think we might employ it in getting some dinner.
Suits me.
And then, Lestrade, we'll take the London fog out of your throat by giving you a breath of the pure night air of Dartmoor.
I've never been on Dartmoor.
Well, I don't suppose you'll forget your first visit. Come along.
It was dark by the time we'd finished dinner, and as we drove towards the moor, my nerves thrilled with anticipation. The critical moment was in front of us, yet Holmes had said nothing. I'd suffered before from his reluctance to share his plans with anyone until the instant of their fulfillment. It was a part of his masterful nature, which loved to dominate and surprise. Thanks to the presence of the driver of the wagonette, we were forced to talk of trivialities. It was a relief to me when at last we passed Franklin's house and knew we were drawing near to the scene of action.
You can stop here, driver.
Right over. Whoa.
We'll proceed on foot from this point.
Very good.
I'll settle with the driver and send him on.
My word, Doctor, the air's got a bite in it.
Oh, we're on the open moor.
There's a dampness in it, too, though.
Yes, just down there is the great Grimpen Mire.
Where the fog is.
That's right. You can just see it now that the moon's up. You know, that's one of the most dangerous places on Dartmoor.
Are you armed, Lestrade?
As long as I have my trousers, I have a hip pocket. And as long as I have my hip pocket, I have something in it.
Good. My friend and I are ready for emergencies, too.
You're mighty close about this affair, Mr. Holmes. What's the game?
A waiting game.
Not a word. It's not a very cheerful place, is it? Just dark and empty. Except for that light over there.
That's Merry Pit House, where we're going. I'll lead the way along the moor path. I must ask you to walk on tiptoe and not to raise your voices.
We moved cautiously along the track towards the house. But when we were nearly there, Holmes halted us.
This'll do. These rocks on the right will make an admirable screen.
We're to wait here?
Yes. This will be our little ambush. Get into this hollow, Lestrade. Watson, you've been inside the house.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us the position of the rooms?
Yes, I think so.
What are the latticed windows at this end?
The kitchen.
And the one beyond it with the brighter light? That's the dining room, is it?
Yes.
The blinds are up. You know the lie of the land best. Creep forward quietly and see what they're doing.
All right. I tiptoed down the path and crept up under the shadow of a low wall till I could look straight through the uncurtained window. Stapleton and Sir Henry Baskerville were alone. I waited till I felt the fog creeping up from the mire. And then I went back and made my report.
You say the lady's not there. Gee, there's no light in any other room except the kitchen.
Not here, I don't. Go away, Holmes. Did you hear that noise from outside?
Yes. What was it?
Well, Stapleton got up at one point and
went to an outhouse over in the corner of the orchard. He unlocked it and went in. There was a curious scuffling noise.
How long was he there?
Oh, only a minute or two. Then he went back and rejoined Sir Henry.
Mr. Holmes, it looks as if that fog's coming up from the mire.
I know, Lestrade. It's coming in our direction. Confound it. It's the one thing on earth I didn't bargain for.
It's serious, Holmes?
Very serious indeed. It could ruin all our plans. What's the time?
10 o'clock.
It can't be long now. His life depends on his coming up before the fog is over that part. His wife. I like it, Watson. What can we do? Nothing except wait. And pray God he comes out soon.
Every minute, the white woolly mist was drifting closer. Thin wisps were curling across the lighted window. As we watched, the fog wreaths came crawling round both corners of the house and rolled slowly into one dense bank, on which the upper floor and the roof of the house floated like a strange ship on a shining sea. Holmes stuck his hand passively on the rock in front of us and stamped his feet in his impatience.
If he isn't out in a quarter of an hour, the path will be covered. We shan't be able to see our hands in front of us.
Shall we move further back onto higher ground?
No. We daren't take the risk of his being overtaken before we can help him. At all costs, we must remain where we are. Why doesn't he come? Ah, there's the front door, and he's coming now. Quiet.
No, it's quiet. I'm sure I can. Good night.
Here he comes. Shall we call to him? No. Have your pistols ready.
He stopped. As if he heard something.
No, he's coming on. There he is.
Holmes, we don't let him know we're here.
I said no. This is the moment, Watson. The supreme moment. Not a sound.
I glanced at Holmes' face. It was pale and exultant. His eyes shone brightly in the moonlight. And then suddenly they became fixed in a rigid stare. Out of the shadows came an enormous coal black hound, such as mortal eyes have never seen. It was on fire. Its eyes, its mouth, its hackles were alive with flame. I tell you, no disordered brain could conceive anything more appalling and heinous than this breathless shape that broke out of the wall of fog. It passed us like a ghost. We watched it paralyzed, and then it was on him.
Well done, Watson. The thing's mortal. If we can wound it, we can kill it. Come on, both of you. We're with you, Sir Henry. All right, Watson. No need to fire again. Look to Sir Henry.
Oh, he's fainted. He'll recover, though. We were just in time.
Here's a flask of brandy.
Thank you, Lestrade. Come, Sir Henry. Come on, drink some of this. You're all right. Oh, sorry. Two more.
Oh, my God. What was it? In heaven's name, what was it? Whatever it was, it's dead. We've laid the family ghost once and for all.
Look at the size of the brute.
Oh, those dreadful flames. Even now, the mouth is on fire. And the eyes. Look at the eyes.
Ah, don't worry. It's phosphorus. Oh, look, I've got it on my fingers now.
Phosphorus? Yes, and a very cunning preparation of it. There's no smell to interfere with the animal's power of scent. Sir Henry, we owe you a deep apology. I was prepared for a hound, but not for such a creature as this. What's more, the fog gave us little time to receive it.
You saved my life.
Having first endangered it.
Give me another mouthful of that brandy.
Certainly.
Stay ready for anything. That's better. Now, if you'll help me up.
Of course.
Thank you.
you propose to do now?
For the moment, to leave you here. You're not fit for further adventures tonight. If you wait here, one or other of us will take you back to the hall.
Where are you going?
To finish our work. Every moment's of importance. We have our case. Now we only want our man. It's 1,000 to 1 against finding him. He'll have heard our shots and know the game's up. But we must search the house and make sure.
The front door of the house was open. So we rushed in and hurried from room to room to the amazement of the doddering old manservant who met us in the passage. There was no sign of the man we were chasing. But on the upper floor, one of the bedroom doors was locked.
Open this door. Listen. Do you hear that? There's someone there. Open this door. Stand aside, both of you, and be ready to rush in. I'm going to kick this lock in.
But as the door flew open, we stopped, staring in amazement. In the center of the room, a figure was tied to an upright beam, so swathed and muffled in sheets that for a moment we couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. In a minute, we'd torn off the gag, unswathed the bonds, and Mrs. Stapleton sank on the floor in front of us.
Lestrade, your brandy bottle. Quick.
Thank you. Put her in the chair. Oh, she's fainted from exhaustion.
And ill usage. Look at the whiplash on her neck.
Oh, the brute.
Has he escaped?
He can't escape us, madam.
No. I mean, Sir Henry. Is he safe?
Yes.
And the Hound?
It is dead.
Oh, thank God. Oh. That villain. See how he has treated me. Look at these bruises on my arm.
Oh, my poor lady.
That is nothing. It is my mind and soul that he has tortured and defiled. I could endure it all. The cruelty, the loneliness, the deception, everything, as long as I believed that I had his love. But now I know I have been nothing more than his dupe and his tool.
You bear him no goodwill, madam.
Goodwill? I hate it.
Then help us. Tell us where we can find him.
There is only one place he can have fled to.
Yes?
The old tin mine.
Where?
On an island in the heart of the mire. That is where he kept the Hound, and that is where he'll be.
Look at the fog. No one could find his way into the Grimpen Mire tonight.
He may find his way in, but never out. How can he see the guiding wands tonight? I planted them together, he and I, to mark the pathway through the mire. Oh, if only I could have plucked them out today. Then you would have had him at your mercy.
Well, it's no use our going after him till the fog lifts. Lestrade, will you stay on here?
Certainly, Mr. Holmes.
Watson, we must go back to Sir Henry and take him to Baskervilles Hall. Mrs. Stapleton,
yes.
If the weather has cleared, we will call for you tomorrow morning.
Sir Henry took the blow bravely when he learned how Mrs. Stapleton had deceived him. But the shock of the night's adventures had shattered his nerves. And before morning he lay delirious in a high fever under the care of Dr. Mortimer. The two of them were destined to travel round the world before his health was fully restored. The next morning, the fog had cleared, and Mrs. Stapleton guided Holmes, Lestrade, and myself to the edge of the bog. We left her standing on the firm, peaty soil, and began to follow the small wands that showed the zigzagging path through the foul quagmire. Its grip clutched at our heels as we walked, and as if some malignant hand were tugging us down.
We're nearly there.
Thank heavens for that, eh, Lestrade?
Give me good firm London pavement every time.
Hello?
What's the matter?
There's something in the mud. Just to the right there.
Oh, leave it, Holmes. You'll get caught.
Look out, sir.
Give me a hand.
Quickly. Come on, together now.
That's better.
Look at this.
An old boot. Why risk your life for that, sir?
Look at the maker's name, Watson.
Mire Toronto.
Exactly. Wasn't that worth a mud bath? It's Sir Henry's missing boot, the one that was stolen from his London hotel.
Stapleton must have used it to set the hound on his track and then thrown it away in his flight when he knew the game was up.
He got as far as here, then.
Yes. Come on. Let's see what else we can learn.
But more than that, we were never destined to know. When we reached the firmer ground, we looked eagerly about us, but no sign of Stapleton met our eyes. If the earth told a true story, then he never reached that island of refuge. Somewhere in the foul slime of Grimpenmire, this cold and cruel-hearted man is forever buried. But there were many traces of his previous habitation beside the driving wheel and half-filled shaft, which showed the position of the abandoned mine.
Here you are. Here's where he kept the animal chained up. There are some of the bones it gnawed.
Look at this, Mr. Holmes.
What have you found, Lestrade?
I should say it's the remains of a little dog.
A dog? By Jove, a curly-haired spaniel.
Oh.
I'm afraid poor Mortimer will never see his pet again.
No, I'm afraid not.
Well, I don't know that this place contains any secret we haven't fathomed. He could hide his hound, but he couldn't hush its voice. Hence came those cries that were so unpleasant to hear even in the daylight.
I suppose it was too risky to keep it at Merripit House.
Yes, he only dared do that on the supreme day. There's the tin with the luminous paint. No wonder that poor devil of a convict ran and screamed.
What a devilishly cunning trick.
It was indeed. Apart from driving the victims to their death, what peasant would venture to inquire too closely if he got a sight of it on the moor, as some of them did? I said it in London, Watson, and I say it again. Never yet have we helped to hunt down a more dangerous man than he who lies out yonder in the great Grimpenmire.
When we returned to London, other cases claimed Holmes's attention. But towards the end of November, Sir Henry Baskerville and Dr. Mortimer were in London on the first stage of their long voyage. They called on us one raw and foggy afternoon, and the four of us sat and talked round a cheerful fire in our sitting room in Baker Street.
You know, Mr. Holmes, there are one or two things about the case that still puzzle me.
I'll do my best to clarify them, but I can't guarantee that I carry all the facts in my mind.
Holmes has been very busy.
Yes, there has been the case of the card scandal at the Nonpareil Club, in which I exposed the atrocious behavior of Colonel Upwood. And I've also defended the unfortunate Madame Montpensier from the charge of murdering her stepdaughter, Mademoiselle Carrère, by finding the latter alive and happily married in New York.
I suppose it's reasonable enough, Mr. Holmes, that when you have so many cases, you should remember only the most recent.
I must admit that Mademoiselle Carrère has blurred my recollection of Baskerville Hall. Tomorrow, some other little problem may be submitted to my notice, which will in turn dispossess the fair French lady. However, I've had the advantage of 2 interviews with Mrs. Stapleton since I saw you last, so I shall be glad to attempt to clear up anything I can.
Mr. Holmes, was Stapleton really a relative of mine?
Oh, yes, beyond all question. He was the son of Roger Baskerville, old Sir Charles's younger brother, who fled under a cloud to South America.
We always thought he died unmarried.
No, he did marry, and had one child, this fellow.
And Mrs. Stapleton?
She was a Costa Rican beauty by name Beryl Garcia. You may remember how we all commented on her dark coloring, so oddly at variance with Stapleton's own.
Mm-hmm.
He stole some money, changed his name to Vandeleur, and brought her over with him.
What on earth made him become a schoolmaster?
On the journey home, he struck up an acquaintance with a consumptive tutor and made use of the man's ability. Then the tutor died, and the school sank from disrepute to infamy. So he changed his name again and brought his wife and his butterfly net down to Devon.
Was his knowledge of Lepidoptera all a pretense as well? He seemed such an expert.
No. That was the one true thing about him. The British Museum recognized him as an authority. He even had a moth named after him, the Vandeleur.
Did he come down to Devon with his plans all worked out, do you think?
I gather not. But he meant mischief. That's clear enough from his parading his wife as his sister.
Yeah.
But the plan can only have formed when he heard the legend of the Hound from Sir Charles himself. Then it was just a question of finding a savage enough hound and a tin of luminous paint.
Where on earth did he find that fearsome animal?
In London. He bought it from Ross and Mangles, the dealers in Fulham Road. It seems they are regular purveyors of freak animals to circuses and other traveling entertainments. They tell me this dog was the largest that even they had seen.
Yes.
He took it down by the North Devon line and walked it over the moor so as to get it home without exciting notice. But then one thing upset his plans. He couldn't decoy Sir Charles from the house. His wife refused to help him even in the face of threats and blows. So, as we know, he laid his plot with Mrs. Laura Lyons.
But did neither of these ladies suspect anything?
Probably both did. But they were under his influence, and his main accomplice was a dumb animal who could never give him away.
I take it that when he killed my uncle, he didn't know of my existence.
No, I don't think he did. Until Dr. Mortimer told him.
Yes, I remember how excited he was when I mentioned that I was going to meet you in London.
That brought him to London himself with his wife. He dared not leave her behind.
Then she sent me that note of warning.
Yes, I knew all along that it had been sent by a woman.
How could you know that?
Do you remember how closely I examined that piece of notepaper for watermarks?
Yes.
In doing so, I was conscious of the scent known as white jessamine. It's very necessary for a criminal expert to be able to distinguish between the 75 perfumes. Stapleton, meanwhile, was busy getting one of your old boots and returning the one you hadn't worn because it was useless to him.
Holmes, who looked after the Hound when its master was in London?
Probably the old manservant. His connection with the Stapletons stretches back several years, and I've seen him using that path across the mire. He may not have known the purpose for which the beast was intended. We can't tell. He's disappeared.
Mr. Holmes, was Mrs. Stapleton in love with her husband?
She certainly feared him. She may have loved him. The two are by no means incompatible.
True.
But on the day of the crisis, she turned on him. He tied her up, probably hoping to win her back to obedience later. In that, I think he might have miscalculated.
But if his plan had come off, how could he have claimed the estate without arousing suspicion?
Ah, that's a formidable difficulty. He did discuss the problem occasionally with Mrs. Stapleton. He had various possible courses. He might have claimed from South America without coming over here at all, or he might have assumed an elaborate disguise during the short time he had to be in London.
I suppose he might have even put somebody else in.
Yes, some accomplice over whom he had a hold. From what we know of him, we can be sure he'd have found a way around it somehow.
Yes.
Well, now, my good friends, the Baskerville ghost is laid. And I think we might turn our thoughts into more pleasant channels.
Good idea.
I have a box for Les Huguenots. Have you heard the Duresques?
No.
We can stop at Marcini's for a little dinner on the way.
Neville! Oh!
Name's that?
My husband. At the window, upstairs. My husband. Up there. Upstairs. Oh, let me pass, please. Oh, what am I to do? I bring police.
Distraught at the mysterious disappearance of her husband, Mrs. Neville Sinclair turned to my friend Sherlock Holmes for help. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and I was privileged to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I will tell you about the man with the twisted lip. If I may consult my notes a moment. Isaac Whitney, brother of the late Elias Whitney, D.D., principal of the Theological College of St. George's, was much addicted to opium. Having read De Quincey at college, he had drenched his tobacco with laudanum in an attempt to produce the same effect. As so many more have done, he found that the practice is easier to attain than to get rid of. One night, it was in June 1889, about the hour when a man gives his first yawn, there came a ring at my bell. Now, who can that be?
Why, it's Kate Whitney.
Oh, Dr. Watson, you will excuse my calling so late on you and Mary. I do so want a little help. You see, It's about Isa. He has not been home for 2 days. Dr. Watson, this isn't the first time I've come to you about my husband's his trouble. Lately, from time to time, I know he's been going to a place in the east end of the city, Upper Swandam Lane. The Bar of Gold, it's called.
Then he must be rescued.
Yes, but how can I go to such a place and get him away? Tell me how, Doctor, and I'll go at once.
You shall stay here. I shall go.
Oh, but, Doctor, Mrs. Watson, I didn't
Not
mean...
another word, my dear lady. If your husband is at the Bar of Gold, you shall have him with you within the hour. Here you are, Whitney.
Eh? What?
Do you know me?
Who? Watson. What are you...
I'm come to fetch you out of this place.
What? Well, what time is it?
It is nearly 11 o'clock on Friday, June the 19th.
Friday? Good heavens, I thought it was Wednesday. It is Wednesday. What do you want to frighten the chap for?
I tell you it's Friday, and your poor wife has been waiting these 2 days for you. You should be ashamed of yourself.
So I am. But you've got mixed, Watson, for I've been here only a few hours. 3 pipes, 4 pipes, I forget how many. But I'll go home with you. I wouldn't frighten Kate, poor little Kate. I don't understand.
I have a cab waiting outside. Now, can you get up?
I think so.
Good. Now then.
Well, Watson, I must owe them something. Be a good chap. Find out how much. I'll just sit here till you come back.
Here, look where you're treading. Let me pass, if you please.
Watson, speak as low as you can. I have excellent ears.
Holmes, what on earth are you doing in this den and in such a disguise?
If you can get rid of your sottish friend, I should be glad of a little talk with you.
I have a cab outside.
Then send him home in it. I should also send a note by the cabman to your wife to say that you've thrown in your lot with me. If you'll wait outside, I shall be with you in 5 minutes.
I suppose, my dear Watson, that you imagine I have added opium smoking to cocaine injections and all the other little weaknesses on which you favored me with your medical views.
Well, I was certainly surprised to find you there.
No more so than I to find you.
I came to find a friend.
And I to find an enemy. Or shall I say my natural prey? Briefly, Watson, I'm in the midst of a remarkable inquiry. I had hoped to find a clue in the incoherent ramblings of those sots, as I've done before now. Had I been recognized, my life wouldn't have been worth an hour's purchase. We should be rich men if we had £1,000 for every poor devil who'd been done to death in that den. It's the vilest murder trap on the whole riverside. And I fear Naval Sinclair presented it never to leave it more. Ah, but our trap is here. You'll come with me, Watson?
Well, I can be of use.
A trusty comrade is always of use. And a chronicler still more so. Fortunately, my room at the Cedars has 2 beds.
The Cedars?
Mr. Sinclair's house in Kent. I'm staying there while I conduct the inquiry. Now, jump up, Watson. All right, John. We shan't need you. I'll take that.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Look out for me tomorrow, about 11.
Very good, sir.
Off we go, then. I shall just have time to tell you the facts before we get there. It seems absurdly simple, but somehow I can get nothing to go on. Maybe you may see as far.
Proceed, then.
Mr. Naval Sinclair is now 37 years of age, a man of temperate habits, a good husband, an affectionate father of 2 children, a man who's popular with all who know him. He has no occupation, but an interest in several companies. He goes into town, as a rule, every morning and returns by the 5:14 from Cannon Street every night. Last Monday, he went into town as usual and promised to bring home a box of bricks for his little boy. After he'd gone, his wife chanced to receive a telegram saying that a parcel of considerable value she'd been awaiting had arrived at the offices of the Aberdeen Shipping Company. So she went into town, had her lunch, and went to collect it.
That's near where we were tonight, isn't it?
Fresno Street, branching out of Upper Swandam Lane.
You're well up in your London, I see, Watson. Mrs. Sinclair got her parcel and found herself exactly at 4:35 walking through Swandam Lane on her way back to the station. Have you followed me so far?
It's very clear.
Now, if you remember, Monday was an exceedingly hot day. Mrs. Sinclair walked slowly, glancing about in the hope of seeing a cab. And suddenly, she was struck cold to hear a cry and to see her husband looking down at her from a second-floor window. She describes him as being extremely agitated. He then vanished from the window suddenly, as though he'd been pulled back from behind.
Naval! Oh! I want to come in, please. My husband, at the window upstairs. Oh, my husband, up there, upstairs. Oh, let me pass, please, please. I don't understand. Oh, what am I to do? I bring policemen. Understand? It was just round this next corner, Inspector.
Well, ma'am, you were lucky I picked Swandam Lane to show these new constables their duty, or you might have had a fair step looking for an officer. Now, you're sure it was your husband you saw?
I saw his face distinctly. It was agitated. He seemed to be beckoning. Then he vanished suddenly.
Vanished?
As though he'd been pulled back from behind. Then I ran to the door and tried to get inside. Only this foreign man...
A foreigner, eh? What kind?
An Indian, I think. He couldn't speak any English, so I couldn't... Look, Inspector. There's the place.
Oh, it is it? The good old bar of gold. An Indian who can't speak any English, did you say? Very convenient for him.
Do you know something about him?
We know all about that good-for-nothing Lascar, ma'am. He can speak English all right when he wants to. Come on, you perisher, open up.
Oh.
Yes, you can owe. Out of the way, Lau. I'm looking for this lady's husband.
He is not here, Inspector. No one is being here just now.
I don't know why.
You have no permission to come in like this. It's a matter, I am calling one magistrate.
Stow it, will you? We're going to take a look upstairs. Now, Evans, Parker, look lively and keep your eyes skinned.
Right, sir.
You stay by me, ma'am. If he's here, we'll find him. We've gone through every inch of the place, and there's not a sign. Only the Lascar and this fellow here.
Mr. Bones, are you? I'm a respectable lodger. That's what I am. Right now, I'm bursting into a man's room. I am calling magistrate.
One more word out of you. No, ma'am, I'm going to send one of these officers with you to get a cab while we ask a few questions. I'll join you directly. Parker!
Oh, wait, Inspector. Look, on the table.
Oh, what is it, ma'am?
This box. See? The building blocks for our little boy.
Pray continue your narrative, Holmes.
Well, as a result of this, the rooms were carefully examined. Everything pointed to an abominable crime. Traces of blood were to be seen on the bedroom windowsill and on the floor. Thrust away behind a curtain in the front room were all Mr. Neville Sinclair's clothes, except his coat. There were no signs of violence on these things, and there was no other trace of Sinclair. Out of the window he must have gone.
This Lascar fellow, what about him?
A man of the vilest antecedents. But as Mrs. Sinclair had met him at the foot of the stairs within a few seconds of seeing her husband at the window, he could hardly have been more than an accessory of the crime. His defense was absolute ignorance.
The other one?
A cripple. His name is Hugh Boone, a professional beggar. Oh, you've probably seen him. A little distance down Threadneedle Street. You could hardly pass without noticing him. Orange hair, a pale face with a bulldog chin, a pair of very penetrating dark eyes, and a horrible scar that has turned up the outer edge of his upper lip.
Of course I've seen him. I distinctly remember wondering at the reign of charity he attracts. He seems to reap a harvest.
Oh, he has his wit to thank as well as his appearance.
So this is the lodger of the opium den.
And the last man to see the gentleman of whom we're in quest.
cripple. What could he have done single-handed against a man in the prime of life?
He's a cripple in that he walks with a limp. But surely, Watson, your medical experience would tell you that weakness in one limb is often compensated for by exceptional strength in the others.
Well, then what happened next?
Mrs. Sinclair was escorted home. Boone was seized and searched, but there was nothing to incriminate him. It's true there were some bloodstains on his right shirt sleeve, but he pointed to a cut on his ring finger which had been bleeding recently and said he'd been near the windowsill and must have made the stains there. As to Mrs. Sinclair's story, he declared she must have been either dreaming or mad.
Was he arrested?
Yes. It might have been done sooner, for the few minutes' delay at first when the room was being searched may have given him the chance to communicate with Alaska.
And the river, has anything been found?
When the tide ebbs, a mud bank under the windows exposed. But it wasn't Naval Sinclair they found there.
What then?
His coat.
Only the coat? But
yes, and what do you think they found in the pockets?
I can't imagine.
421 pennies and 270 halfpennies.
It's no wonder the tide hadn't swept it away. The body...
There's a fierce eddy in the channel between the wharf and the house. It seemed likely enough that the weighted coat had remained when the stripped body was sucked away into the river. Imagine what Boone might have done. He thrusts Sinclair out of the window. He hears the scuffle downstairs and knows he must get rid of the telltale clothes. He's in the act of throwing out the coat when he realizes that it will not sink. There's not a moment to lose. He rushes to the hoard where he keeps the fruits of his begging. He stuffs all the coins he can lay his hands on into the pockets of the coat and throws it out. Before he can do the same with the other things, there's a rush of steps below, and he only has time to close the window before the police appear.
Yes, certainly sounds feasible.
It does. But I confess I cannot recall any case within my experience which looked so simple at the first glance, and yet presents such difficulties. Ah, but see, Watson, we're on the outskirts of Lee. And there, you see that light among the trees?
Yes.
Let's proceed.
Well, I see. No good news, then?
No.
No bad?
No.
Well, thank God for that.
This is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, madam?
How do you do?
He has been of most vital use to me in several of my cases. A lucky chance has made it possible for me to associate him with this investigation.
I am delighted to see you, Dr. Watson. I'm sure you'll forgive anything which may be wanting in our arrangements when you consider the blow which has come so suddenly.
My dear madam, I'm an old campaigner, and if I were not, I can see very well that no apology is needed.
Now, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I should very much like to ask you one or two plain questions, to which I beg a plain answer.
Certainly, madam.
Do not trouble about my feelings. I'm not hysterical or given to fainting. I simply wish to hear your opinion, your real opinion.
Upon what point?
In your heart of hearts, do you think that Naval is alive? Frankly now.
Frankly, then, madam, I do not.
You think he is dead?
I do.
Murdered?
I don't say that. Perhaps.
And on what day did he meet his death?
On Monday.
Well, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, perhaps you will be good enough to explain how I have received this letter from him today.
What?
Yes, today.
May I see it?
Certainly.
Coarse writing. Surely this is not your husband's man.
No, but that in the enclosure is.
I perceive that whoever addressed the envelope had to go and inquire as to the address.
How can you tell that?
The name, you see, is in perfectly black ink. It has dried itself. The rest is of the greyish color, which shows the blotting paper has been used. This man has written the name, and there's been a pause before he wrote the address. It can only mean he was not familiar with it. Of course, it's only a trifle, but there's nothing so important as trifles. Let us now see the letter. Aha, there's been an enclosure here.
Yes, there was a ring. His signet ring.
I see. And are you sure this is your husband's hand?
Yes, when he wrote hurriedly.
Dearest, do not be frightened. All will come well. There is a huge error which it may take some little time to rectify. Wait in patience, Naval. Written in pencil upon a flyleaf of a book, octavo size. No watermark. Posted today in Gravesend by a man with a dirty thumb. Aha. The flap has been gummed, if I'm not very much in error, by a person who's been chewing tobacco. Well, Mrs. Sinclair, the clouds lighten, though I should not venture to say that the danger is over.
But he must be alive.
Unless this is a clever forgery to put us on the wrong scent. The ring, after all, proves nothing. It may have been taken from him.
No. It is his very own writing.
Very well. It may, however, have been written on Monday and only posted today.
That's possible.
If so, much may have happened between.
I can't imagine. It's unthinkable.
On Monday, he made no remarks before leaving you?
None.
You were surprised to see him in Swandam Lane?
Of course.
Was the window open?
Yes.
Then he might have called you.
He might.
But he only gave an inarticulate cry.
A call for help, I thought. He waved his hands.
But it might have been surprise, astonishment at seeing you.
It is possible.
And you thought he was pulled back?
Well, he disappeared so suddenly.
He might have leapt back. You didn't see anyone else there?
No, but that horrible man confessed to having been there, and the Lascar was at the foot of the stairs.
So far as you noticed, your husband had his ordinary clothes on.
But without his collar and tie. I distinctly saw his bare throat.
Had he ever shown any signs of taking opium?
Never.
Thank you, Mrs. Sinclair. Those are the principal points about which I wish to be absolutely clear. We shall now have a little of this delightful supper and then retire. We may have a very busy day tomorrow. Watson, are you awake?
Yes.
Game for morning drive?
Drive? Oh, yes, certainly.
Then dress. I want to test a little theory of mine. I think you're now in the presence of one of the most absolute fools in Europe who deserves to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. But I think I have the key of the affair now.
Where is this key?
It was in the bathroom. Oh, yes, I'm not joking. I've just been there and I've taken it out. I have it in this Gladstone bag. Now, come on, Watson, and we shall see whether it will not fit the lock.
Good morning, Mr. Holmes, sir.
Who's on duty, Constable?
Inspector Bradstreet, sir.
Ah, Bradstreet, how are you?
Well, Mr. Holmes, thank you. What brings you to Bow Street so early?
I wish to have a word with you, Bradstreet.
Oh, certainly. Step into my room, gentlemen. Thank you.
Now, I've called about that beggarman Boone, the Sinclair case.
Yes, he's been remanded for further inquiries.
Is he here?
In the cells.
Is he quiet?
Oh, he gives no trouble. He's a dirty scoundrel, huh?
Dirty?
Yes, all we can do to make him wash his hands. His face is as black as a tinker's. Still, once his case is settled, he'll have a regular prison bath, and if you saw him, I think you'd agree he needs it.
I should like to see him very much.
Come this way, then. Oh, you leave your bag.
No, I think I'll take it.
Very good. Come along, then. The third on the right, it is. He's asleep. You can see him very well. Yeah, he's a beauty, isn't he?
He certainly needs a wash. I had an idea he might, so I took the liberty of bringing the tools with me. Now then, if you'll have the goodness to open the door very quietly and let me get at his water jug with this sponge before he wakes up, we'll soon make him cut a much more respectable figure. Let me introduce you to Mr. Naval Sinclair of Lee in the county of Kent.
What? Well, you're right, Mr. Hound. It is the missing man. I recognize him from his photograph.
Well, it's all up then.
Well, after 27 years in the force, what do you say to this, sir?
Say? Why, yes. If I am Neville Sinclair, with what am I charged?
With making away with Mr. Neville. No, hang it.
I think it's obvious that no crime has been committed. Therefore, I'm illegally detained.
No crime, Mr. Sinclair, but a very great error. You would have done better to have trusted your wife.
God help me. It was the children. I can't bear to have them ashamed of their father.
Now, listen to me. If you leave this to a court of law, you can hardly escape the publicity. On the other hand, if you can convince the police that there is no possible case against you, I see no reason why the details should find their way into the papers. Eh, Bradstreet?
Well, sir, I suppose...
Then, gentlemen, you shall be the first ever to hear my story. After leaving school, I travelled a good deal. Then I took to the stage, and then I became a reporter on an evening newspaper in London. One day, my editor wanted a series of articles on begging in the metropolis. I volunteered to supply them. It was only by trying begging as an amateur that I could get the facts I needed. I made myself as pitiable as I could, a scar, a twisted lip, and then with a head of red hair, I took my station in the busiest part of the city. I applied my trade for 7 hours. When I returned home in the evening, I found I'd received no less than 26 shillings and 4pence. I wrote my articles and thought a little more about it. Then, some time later, I backed a bill for a friend and had a writ served on me for £25. I was about wit's end and where to get the money until a sudden idea came to me. I begged a fortnight's grace from my creditor, got a holiday from my work, and disguised, spent the time begging in the city. In 10 days, I was able to pay my debt. Well, you can imagine how hard it was to settle down to arduous work again at £2 a week. It was a long fight between pride and money, but I threw up reporting and became a professional beggar. I began to save considerable sums of money. I grew more ambitious. I took a house in the country and eventually married without anyone suspecting me. Only one man knew my secret, the Lascar who keeps that den in Swandham Lane, so that every day I could go there to transform myself. Well, last Monday I finished for the day. I was dressing in my room, and chancing to look out of the window, I saw my wife. I suppose I cried out with surprise and leapt back, but she'd seen me. I heard her voice downstairs. Well, not knowing what else to do, I threw on my beggar's disguise, but then I realized that the search of the room would reveal my clothes and betray me. So I threw open the window, quickly filled my coat pockets with coppers, and hurled it into the Thames. The other clothes would have followed, but there was a rush of constables up the stairs, and rather to my relief, instead of being identified as Neville St. Clair, I was arrested as his suspected murderer.
And in the excitement, you had chanced to reopen a cut on your finger made at your home that morning, hence the blood.
Oh, yes.
But how came the letter to your wife?
Well, before my arrest, the police left me unobserved for a few moments. I'd just long enough to scrawl a hurried note and give it to the Lascar with my ring.
That note only reached her yesterday.
Oh, good heavens. What a week she must have spent.
We've been watching that Lascar. He must have handed the letter to one of his sailor customers.
And he forgot to post it until he was in Gravesend.
That was it.
I don't know that there's anything more for me to say.
Except to swear that it will all cease here and now. There must be no more beggar-man Boone.
I swear it by the most solemn oaths a man can take.
Well, in that case, I think it's probable that no further steps may be taken.
Ah, very well. Well, Mr. Holmes, I'm sure we're very much indebted to you once more for clearing this matter up. You know, though, I wish I knew how you'll reach your results.
I reached this one by sitting upon 5 pillows and consuming an ounce of shag. And now, my dear Watson, I think that if we drive to Baker Street, we shall just be in time for breakfast.
The Man with the Twisted Lip was one of the Sherlock Holmes stories from the inspired pen of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. My real name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Michael Hardwick wrote our script for this BBC production from London. And may I say I look forward to the pleasure of your company again, very soon, to join us in more of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Next week's adventure is one of the crucial ones in the series, The Final Problem.
It is absolutely essential to me that I should have £50,000 at once.
If I were able, I should be happy to advance it without further parley from my own private purse.
You have doubtless heard of the Beryl Coronet.
One of the most precious public possessions of the Empire.
Precisely. And here it is.
The Beryl Coronet.
There are 39 enormous beryls, and the price of the gold chasing is incalculable. I am prepared to leave it with you as my security.
Even to my friend Sherlock Holmes, £50,000 was high stakes to play for. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and I was privileged
to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I will tell you about the case of the Beryl Coronet. My friend Holmes was only called in when the affair was already alarmingly developed, as you will see.
Funds to restore a credit balance to your account. I remain your obedient servant, etc., etc., etc. There now, Miss Parker, is that all?
Yes, Mr. Holder.
Very well. Please attend to those letters at once. That'll be all.
Thank you,
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Roberts, what is it?
A gentleman wishes to see you, sir.
By appointment?
Well, no, sir.
Well, then I'm afraid that
This is his card, sir.
Now, really, Roberts, you know very well that I... This is his card?
Why, yes, sir.
Well, then show him in at once. Immediately, Roberts. Well, make haste, man.
At once, sir. If you would kindly step this way, your Mr. Holder's...
Yes, very good, Roberts, thank you. Your Grace, may I be allowed to say how deeply honored we are to...
Not at all, Mr. Holder. I must apologize for the abruptness of this call without an appointment.
Pray say no more, sir. Will your Grace be seated?
Thank you. With your permission, sir, I will state my business. It is absolutely essential to me that I should have £50,000 at once.
For how long, may I ask, your Grace, do you want this sum?
Next Monday, I have a large sum due to me. I shall then repay what you advance, together with any interest. But it is essential to me that the money should be paid at once.
If I were able, I should be happy to advance it without further parley from my own private purse. On the other hand, if I am to do it in the name of the firm, then in justice to my partner, I must respectfully insist that, even in your case, every business-like precaution should be taken.
I should much prefer to have it so. Mr. Holder, you have doubtless heard of the Beryl Coronet.
One of the most precious public possessions of the Empire.
Precisely. And here it is.
The Beryl Coronet.
There are 39 enormous Beryls, and the price of the gold chasing is incalculable. The lowest estimate would put the worth of the coronet at double the sum I have asked. I am prepared to leave it with you as my security.
Well, really, Your Grace, I don't...
You doubt its value?
Oh, not at all. I only doubt
the
that...
propriety of my leaving it? You may set your mind at rest about that. I should not dream of doing so, were it not absolutely certain that I should be able to reclaim it in 4 days. Now, sir, is the security sufficient?
Ample.
You understand that I am giving you a strong proof of the confidence which I have formed upon all that I have heard of you. I rely upon you not only to be discreet and to refrain from all gossip, but above all, to preserve the coronet with every possible precaution. I need not say that a great public scandal would be caused if any harm were to befall it.
Your Grace may rest completely assured. And now permit me to call my cashier and arrange for £50,000 in notes to be paid at once. That will be all for tonight, Lucy. You may go to bed now.
Thank you, sir. Good night, sir.
But what I can't understand, Father, is why you should have brought the coronet home with you. Surely the bank would have been the safest place.
Bankers' safes have been forced before now.
Do let us see the coronet, Uncle Alex.
No, Mary, not even for you, my dear.
Oh, Uncle, please.
Well, perhaps just a peep on Monday, when I take it with me for the last time.
I hope to goodness the house won't be burgled before then, that's all. Where on earth have you put it?
In my dressing room. In the bureau under lock and key.
Oh, no. Don't you remember? When I was a youngster, I used to open that bureau with the key of the box-room cupboard.
Then I hope you can keep a secret for a day or two. Oh, me, I'm quite tired tonight. I think I shall be off to my bed.
I, too. Good night, Uncle dear. Good night, Arthur. You turning in?
Yes, soon. Good night, Mary.
Good night.
Father?
Yes, Arthur.
Could I have a word?
Well, what is it?
Look here, Dad. Can you let me have £200?
200?
Well, you've been very generous in money matters.
Far too generous.
Well, can you once more?
No, I can't.
But I must have it. or I'll never be able to show my face inside the club again.
And a very good thing, too.
Yes, I know what you feel, but you wouldn't have me leave it as a honored man.
I've warned you I don't know how many times not to squander your money on cards and the turf.
You know I've tried.
You run into dangerous company with men like Burnwell and those. Their habits are expensive, but their purses are long. They can stand it, but you can't.
You've never liked Sir George, but he's been a true friend to me. Well, we differ there. As for the rest, I'll break with them, I promise I will.
But Burnwell will draw you back. No, Arthur, this is the third demand this month, remember.
But it'll mean disgrace. I must have that money, Father.
Then you must find it as best you can. Not another farthing from me. And now, good night. Why, Mary. Taking the night air, child?
No, Uncle. I just thought I'd see to the windows myself tonight. Extra precautions, you know.
How thoughtful, my dear. You saved me a task.
Tell me, Uncle, did you give Lucy leave to go out tonight?
Oh, certainly not.
Well, she came in just now by the back door. Perhaps she's only been to the side gate to see someone. Still, I think it should be stopped. It's hardly safe.
Quite right. You must speak to her in the morning. Now, are you sure everything is fastened?
Quite sure, Uncle.
Then good night, my dear. Good night. Who's there? Who is it? Arthur, what are you doing with that coronet?
Father,
So you've come to this.
No.
Give it me here. Oh, no. It's broken.
Listen, Father.
Tell me this instant where this missing corner is, and the 3 barrels from it.
There can't be any missing.
There are, and you know it, because you've stolen them.
Stolen?
Yes, you thief. What? Must I call you a liar as well? When I caught you now, you were trying to wrench off another piece.
This is the last straw. You've called me names enough. I shall leave your house in the morning and make my own way in the world after this.
You shall leave it in the hands of the police.
Oh, very well. If you choose to call the police, let them find what they can. You shall learn nothing from me.
Oh, Arthur, Well, you may as well face the matter. It's not only my honor, but that of someone far more important than I that is at stake. Yet I suppose it might still be averted. Arthur, tell me at once where those Beryls are. Tell me, and well, all shall be forgiven and forgotten.
You keep your forgiveness for those who ask for it. You shall learn nothing from me. Nothing.
And so I called an inspector and gave him into custody, Mr. Holmes. A search was made at once of his person and his room, and of every portion of the house where he could have concealed the gems. No trace could be found of them. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, what am I to do?
Do you receive much company?
Well, none, save my partner with his family, and an occasional friend of Arthur's that I could well do without. Sir George Burnwell, for instance.
Ah. Do you go out much in society?
Arthur does. My niece Mary and I stay at home. We neither of us care about it.
That is unusual in a young girl.
Oh, she's of a very quiet nature.
This matter has been a great shock to her also.
Terrible. She heard the noise of my shouting at Arthur and rushed into the room. She must have read the whole story in his face, and on seeing the coronet, she screamed. I do believe she's more affected than I am.
You have neither of you any doubt as to your son's guilt?
How can we have? When I saw him with my own eyes with the coronet in his hands.
Oh, was the remainder of the coronet at all injured?
Well, yes, it was twisted.
What did the police say of the disappearance of those gems?
They're still sounding the planking and probing the furniture in the hope of finding them.
Have they thought of looking outside the house?
Yes, they've shown extraordinary energy.
Very well, then. It is our task to find the gems.
At once, Mr. Holmes. You may go to any expense you think necessary.
I think first we'll set off for your home and devote an hour to glancing a little more closely into the details. Oh, together with my dear friend Dr. Watson here, of course. You'll come, Watson.
By all means.
Splendid. Then come along, gentlemen. The cabs go slowly through this snow, so I think we'll take the underground.
This is my dear niece, Mary.
Mary, I brought a gentleman down from London to inquire more deeply into this dreadful business.
This gentleman?
No. His friend. This is Dr. Watson. My Mary is the sunbeam in my house, Dr. Watson. She's lived with us since my brother died, and I don't mind saying she's become my right hand.
Oh, don't listen to his flattery. But where is this other gentleman?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes. He wished us to leave him alone. I think he's round in the stable lane.
The stable lane? What can he hope to find there?
Ah, here he comes. My niece, Mary, Mr. Holmes.
How do you do, Miss Holder? Might I ask you a question or two?
Why, yes, if it may help to clear this horrible affair up.
You heard nothing yourself last night?
Nothing, until my uncle began to speak loudly. I heard that and I came down.
Mm-hmm. I understand you shut up the windows and door the night before. Did you fasten all the windows?
Yes.
Were they all fastened this morning?
Yes.
Now, about your maid, Lucy Parr.
The second waiting maid. She's only been in my service a few months. She came with an excellent character, though, and she's always given me satisfaction. The only drawback is...
Yes?
Well, she's a very pretty girl, and her admirers occasionally hang about the place.
Oh, yes. I believe, Miss Holder, that you remarked to your uncle last night that she had been out to see someone.
Yes, her sweetheart, I suppose. She came into the drawing room while my uncle was telling us about the coronet. He stopped speaking till she'd gone, of course. But she might not have closed the door after her.
You infer that she may have overheard something and that later she went out and told her sweetheart about it?
And that the two may have planned the robbery.
What is the good of all these vague theories? I've told you I saw Arthur with the coronet in his hand.
Wait a little, Mr. Holder. We must come back to that. Miss Holder, about this girl. You saw her return by the kitchen door, I presume?
Yes. When I went to see if the door was fastened for the night, I met her slipping in. I saw the man, too, in the gloom.
Do you know him?
Oh, yes. He's the greengrocer who brings our vegetables round. His name is Francis Prosper.
He stood to the left of the door. That is to say, farther up the path than is necessary to reach the door.
Why, yes, he did.
And he's a man with a wooden leg.
Why, Mr. Holmes, you are like a magician. How do you know that?
I should be very glad now to look upstairs. I shall probably wish to go over the outside of the house again.
Very well.
Perhaps I'd better take a look at the lower windows before I go up. Where's my lens? Ah, yes.
Gentlemen, is my dressing room, and there is the bureau.
Mm-hmm. Which key was used to open it?
The one my son had mentioned. The key of the box room cupboard.
You got it with you?
Yes, here it is.
Oh, thank you. Now then. It's a noiseless lock. It's no wonder that it didn't wake you. And this case, I presume, contains the coronet.
The Beryl coronet itself, sir.
Exquisite.
I see. Now, Mr. Holder, here is the corner which corresponds to that which has been so unfortunately lost. Might I beg that you will break it off?
Well, I shouldn't dream of trying.
Oh? Then I will.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, I beg you, please. Holmes.
I felt it give a little, but though I'm exceptionally strong in the fingers, it would take me all my time to break it. An ordinary man couldn't do it. Now, what do you think would happen if I did break it, Mr. Holder?
Well, really, I can't.
There would be a noise like a pistol shot. You tell me that all this happened within a few yards of your bed and that you heard nothing of it.
Oh, I don't know what to think. It's all dark to me.
Perhaps it may grow lighter as we go on. What do you think, Miss Holder?
I confess, Mr. Holmes, that I still share my uncle's perplexity.
I think you told me at my chambers, Mr. Holder, that your son had no shoes or slippers on when you saw him.
He had nothing on save only his trousers and shirt.
Thank you. I can serve you best now by returning to my rooms.
To Baker Street? But the gems, Mr. Holmes, where are they?
I cannot tell.
Then I shall never see them again, I know.
And my son?
My opinion is in no way altered.
Then for heaven's sake, tell me what was this dark business which was acted in my house last night?
If you can call on me at my Baker Street rooms tomorrow morning between 9 and 10, I shall be happy to do what I can to make it clearer. I understand that you give me carte blanche to act for you, provided only that I get back the gems and that you place no limit on the sum I may draw.
I would give my fortune to have them back.
Very good. I shall look into the matter between this and then. It's just possible that I may have to come over here again this evening. Goodbye.
That's my soul, Holmes. Back and breakfasted.
You'll excuse my beginning without you, Watson, but you remember that our client has rather an early appointment here this morning.
Yes, well, perhaps while you finish your coffee, you'll favor me with some explanation of your extraordinary activities last evening after we returned from Holders. How are you getting on, anyway?
So.
Really, Holmes, I despair. You dress yourself up as a common loafer, refuse to tell me where you're going or to take me with you. You come back a few hours later with an old pair of shoes in your hand, drink a cup of tea, change to your ordinary clothes, and off you go again. And all you say is, don't wait up for me, my dear Watson, I might be late. I do wait for you till after midnight before I give it over. Then down I come next morning, and here you are, with a cup of coffee in one hand and the paper in the other, as fresh and trim as can be.
And ready for our client?
Oh, wait. It's after 9 already. I shouldn't be surprised if this were he.
Oh, come in, sir.
Good morning.
I don't know what I've done to be so severely tried.
Do sit down.
Thank you. My niece, Mary, has deserted me.
Deserted you?
Her bed this morning had not been slept in. I had said to her last night, in sorrow, not in anger, that if she had married my boy, as had always been my wish and his, all might have been well with him. Perhaps that was thoughtless of me. A note lay for me upon the hall table.
Is that it in your hand?
Yes, this is it.
Oh, pray read it.
My dearest uncle, I feel that I have brought this trouble upon you, and that if I had acted differently, this terrible misfortune might have never occurred. Do not worry about my future, for that is provided for, and above all, do not search for me, for it will be fruitless labor and an ill service to me. What could she mean, Mr. Holmes? Do you think it points to suicide?
Nothing of the kind. Let us return to the scene of your son's crime for a moment. You remarked that the coronet, which he held in his hands, was somewhat injured, twisted. Did it not occur to you to think that he might have been trying to straighten it? You suppose that your son came down from his bed, went at great risk to your dressing room, opened your bureau, took out the coronet, broke off by main force a small portion of it, went off to some other place and concealed 3 gems out of the 39 with such skill that no one could find them, and then returned to the dressing room to expose himself to the greatest danger of being discovered. I ask you now, is such a theory tenable?
But what other is there?
It has been my task to find that out. Mr. Holder, you owe a very humble apology to your son.
Then it was not Arthur who took the Beryls?
No.
Well, for heaven's sake, tell me what you know of this extraordinary mystery.
I will do so, step by step. But rest assured about your son. I had an interview with him this morning. He would not tell me the story, so I told it to him. He had to confess that I was right, and he added the few details I did not know. Let me say to you first what it is hardest for me to say and for you to hear. There has been an understanding between your niece Mary and Sir George Burnwell. They have fled together.
Mary? Impossible.
It is unfortunately more than possible, it is certain. George Burnwell is one of the most dangerous men in England. A ruined gambler, a desperate villain, a man without heart or conscience. Your niece knows nothing of such men. When he breathed his vows to her, as he had to 100 before her, she thought that she alone had touched his heart. The devil only knows what he said, but at last she became his tool.
I will not believe it.
Your niece was in the habit of seeing Burnwell nearly every evening. The other night, when you thought she had gone to her room, she talked to him through the window which leads into the stable lane. She told him of the coronet. She had scarcely time to hear his instructions when she saw you coming. She closed the window and told you about the maid's escapade with her wooden-legged sweetheart, which was all perfectly true.
This is all incredible to me. Dr. Watson, what do you say?
Pray let Holmes continue, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Watson. Arthur slept badly after his interview with you. In the night he heard sounds, looked out of his door, and was astonished to see his cousin emerge stealthily from your dressing room carrying the coronet. She went straight downstairs and to the window. He was horrified to see her pass the coronet out to someone waiting there, and then hurry back to her room.
Is it possible?
Only then did he realize what was afoot. He rushed down on his bare feet, opened the window, sprang out into the snow, and ran down the lane. He caught up with the dark figure ahead. It was Burnwell. They struggled. They tugged at the coronet between them. Suddenly, something snapped. Your son, finding the coronet in his hands, rushed back to the house. He ascended to your room and had just observed that the coronet had been twisted and was trying to straighten it when you appeared.
But he would explain nothing.
You roused his anger by calling him names at a moment when he felt he deserved your warmest thanks. Also, he loved Mary more perhaps than you realize. He could not explain the true state of affairs without betraying her. On the spur of the moment, he decided to preserve her secret.
And that was why she shrieked when she saw the coronet. What a blind fool I've been. But, Holmes, how could you know these things before my son's confession?
When I arrived at your house, I knew that no snow had fallen since the night before, and also that there'd been a strong frost to preserve impressions. In the stable lane, I found a very long and complex story written in the snow in front of me. There was a double line of tracks of a booted man. I saw to my delight that a second double line belonged to a man with naked feet, obviously your son. The first had walked both ways, but the other had run swiftly. His tread was marked in places over the depressions of the boot, so it was obvious that he'd passed after the other. I followed them back and found that they led to the hall window. With all that you had told me, I was beginning to form an opinion as to what had occurred.
Remarkable. Yet how could you know who the man was and who it was who had brought him the coronet?
Ah. It's an old maxim of mine that when you have excluded the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Now I knew that it was not you who had brought the coronet down, so there only remained your niece and the maids. Yes, but if it were the maids, why should your son keep silent afterwards? There was excellent reason, though, for him to keep his cousin's secret, because of the disgrace it could have brought to your name. When I remembered that you had seen her at that window and that she had cried out on seeing the coronet later, my conjecture became a certainty.
Then her confederate?
A lover, evidently. For who else could outweigh the love and gratitude she must feel to you? I knew that your circle of friends was very limited, but among them was Sir George Burnwell. I knew of his reputation with women, and even though he knew that Arthur had discovered him, he could still feel safe. The lad could not say a word against him without compromising his own family.
So what did you do next?
I went in the guise of a loafer to Burnwell's house. I managed to pick an acquaintance with his valet. And at the expense of 6 shillings, I made all sure by buying a pair of his master's cast-off shoes. With these, I returned to your house and saw that they exactly fitted the size of the tracks.
Yes, I saw an ill-dressed vagabond loitering in the lane yesterday evening.
It was I. Then I came home and changed my clothes. It was a delicate part which I had to play then. A prosecution had to be avoided to avert scandal, and I knew that so astute a villain as Burnwell would see that our hands were tied in the matter. I went and saw him. At first he denied everything, but then I gave him every particular. And he became more reasonable. I told him that we would give him a price for the stones he held, £1,000 apiece. Oh, by the way, Mr. Holder, you would not think that an excessive sum?
I would pay 10.
That would be unnecessary. 3,000 will cover the matter. Oh, yes, and there's a little matter of £1,000 reward, I believe you mentioned. Better make it £4,000. Have you your checkbook? Watson, a pen, if you please. There, Mr. Holder, is your missing piece of the Beryl coronet.
I'm saved. I'm saved after all. Mr. Holmes, your skill has exceeded all that I have ever heard of it. You saved England from a great public scandal this day. As for myself, I don't know how...
Please, say no more. My dear Watson, Watson, if you please, Mr. Holder's waiting for his train.
The Case of the Beryl Coronet was one of the Sherlock Holmes stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. My real name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Michael Hardwick wrote the script for this BBC production from London. And, of course, I look forward to the pleasure of your company again, soon, for more of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
From London, we present The Blanched Soldier, a play for radio by Michael Hardwick, based on the short story by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The Blanched Soldier.
For a long time, my friend Watson has worried me to write down an experience of my own. I have often had occasion to point out to him how superficial are his own accounts, and to accuse him of pandering to popular taste, instead of confining himself rigidly to facts and figures. Try it yourself, Holmes, he's retorted. And, yes, I'm compelled to admit, I do begin to realize that the matter must be presented in an interesting way. I find from my notebook that it was just at that time, January 1903, soon after the conclusion of the Boer War, that I had a visit from a certain Mr. James M. Dodd. It is my habit to sit with my back to the window and to place my visitors in the opposite chair where the light falls full upon them. Mr. James M. Dodd seemed somewhat at a loss how to begin the interview, so I gave him some of my conclusions. From South Africa, sir, I perceive.
Oh, why, yes, sir.
Imperial Yeomanry, I fancy.
Exactly.
The Middlesex, no doubt.
Mr. Holmes, you are a wizard.
When a gentleman of virile appearance enters my room with such a tan upon his face as an English son could never give, and with his handkerchief in his sleeve instead of in his pocket, it is not difficult to place him. You wear a short beard, which shows that you are not a regular. You have the cut of a riding man. As to Middlesex, well, your card has already shown me that you are a stockbroker from Throgmorton Street. What other regiment could you have joined?
You see everything.
I see no more than you, but I have trained myself to notice what I see. However, Mr. Dodd, it was not to discuss the science of observation that you called upon me this morning. What has been happening at Tuxbury Old Park?
Mr. Holmes, How?
My dear sir, there is no mystery. Your letter came with that heading. As you fixed this appointment in very pressing terms, it was clear that something sudden and important had occurred during your visit there.
Yes, indeed. But a good deal has happened since that letter was written. If Colonel Emsworth hadn't kicked me out, I'd...
Kicked you out? Perhaps, Mr. Dodd, you'll explain what you're talking about.
Well, I'd got into the way of supposing that you knew everything without being told. But I will give you the facts, and I hope you'll be able to tell me what they mean.
Then pray proceed.
Colonel Emsworth was the Crimean VC, you know.
Oh, yes, yes.
Well, when I joined up in 1901, young Godfrey, his only son, joined the same squadron. Well, we formed the kind of friendship you can only make when you both live the same life and share the same joys and sorrows. We took the rough and the smooth together through a year of fighting. Then, outside Pretoria, He was wounded in the shoulder. I got one letter from the hospital at Cape Town and one from Southampton. Since then, not a word. Not one word, Mr. Holmes, for 6 months or more. And he was my closest pal.
And what then?
When the war was over and we all got back, I wrote to his father and asked where Godfrey was. No answer. I waited a bit and wrote again. This time I had a reply, short and gruff. Godfrey had gone on a voyage round the world, and it wasn't likely that he'd be back for a year. Well, Mr. Holmes, I wasn't satisfied. The whole thing seemed so damned unnatural. It wasn't like him to drop a pal in such a manner.
What did you do?
Well, my own affairs took quite a time to straighten out, so I haven't been able to do anything about it till this week. My first move was to go down to his home, Tuxbury Old Park. I had to walk 5 miles from the station, and it was nearly dark when I got there. But at any rate, when I told the old butler my business, he went away and then came back and showed me straight into Colonel Emsworth's study.
Well, sir, I should be interested to know the reasons for this visit.
I explained to you in my letter, sir. I knew Godfrey in Africa.
Yes, I know that. Of course, we've only your word for it.
Oh, I have his letters to me in my pocket.
Kindly let me see them.
We were the closest of friends, sir. Is it not natural that I should wonder at his sudden silence and wish to know what has become of him?
I have some recollection, sir, that I had already explained that in replying to your letters. He's gone upon a voyage round the world. His health was in a poor way after his African experiences, and I was of the opinion that complete rest and change were needed. Kindly pass that explanation on to any other friends who may be interested in the matter.
Certainly. But perhaps you would have the goodness to let me have the name of the steamer and the shipping line. I have no doubt I shall be able to get a letter through to him.
Many people, Mr. Dodd, would take offense at your infernal pertinacity. They would consider this insistence to have reached the point of damned impudence.
And you must put it down to my real love for your son.
Mr. Dodd, I have already made every allowance upon that score. I must ask you, however, to drop these inquiries.
But why, sir?
Every family has its own inner knowledge and its own motives. They can't always be made clear to outsiders, however well-intentioned. I would ask you to let the present and the future alone. And now, sir, you have come a long way, and you are welcome to stay the night here. My butler, Ralph, will see to your needs. We dine at 8 o'clock.
Come in. You beg pardon, sir. I just brought you some more coals. Bitter cold it is, sir.
Oh, thank you, Ralph.
There, sir. Now, sir, will there be anything more tonight?
No, Ralph, that's all, thanks. Oh, before you go, there's just one thing.
Sir?
You've been in service here for a long time, I suppose.
Oh, yes, sir. Me and the missus both.
And you've known Master Godfrey for many years.
Lord bless you, sir, my missus nursed him. You could say, in a manner of speaking, I'm his foster father.
Really? Well, I can tell you, you've both been very proud to see him in South Africa.
He bore himself well, sir, I understand.
No braver man in the regiment. He pulled me out once from under the Boer's rifles. Or maybe I shouldn't be here now.
Yes, sir, yes, that's Master Godfrey. Courage, sir? Why, there's not a tree in this park he hasn't climbed. Nothing would stop him. He was a fine boy, all right. And he was a fine man, sir.
Was? You say he was? Look here. What is all this mystery about? What has become of Godfrey Emsworth?
I don't know what you mean, sir. Ask the master about Master Godfrey. It's not for me to interfere. Let go of me, please, sir.
Now, listen to me, Ralph. You're going to answer one question before you leave this room if I have to hold you all night. Is Godfrey Emsworth dead?
I wish he was, sir. I wish to God he was.
Well, after that, there seemed to be only one interpretation, Mr. Holmes. My poor friend had evidently become involved in something criminal, or at the least something disreputable, that had touched the family honor. His stern old father had sent me away for fear of some scandal coming to light. Well, that was what I thought just then.
Your problem presents some very unusual features, Mr. Dodd. Pray continue.
Well, after the butler had gone, I must have stood there pondering all this for some time. Then something made me look up. And there was Godfrey Emsworth.
In the room?
No, he was outside the window. It was a ground floor room. I'd left the curtains open. And there he was, looking at me through the glass. He was deadly pale. I've never seen a man so white. I reckon ghosts may look like that. But his eyes met mine, and they were the eyes of a living man.
Did he give any sign?
When he saw me looking at him, he sprang back into the darkness. Mr. Holmes, there was something shocking about that man. It wasn't just that ghastly face, it was something slinking and furtive, something guilty. It left a feeling of horror in my mind.
I assume, however, that when a man has been soldiering a year or two with Brother Boer as his playmate, he keeps his nerve and acts quickly.
Exactly. Godfrey had hardly vanished before I was out of that window. I ran down the garden path in the way I thought he might have gone. It seemed to me that something was moving ahead of me. I called his name, but it was no use. When I got to the end of the path, there were several others branching in different directions to some outhouses. But as I stood there hesitating, I distinctly heard the sound of a closing door. It wasn't behind me in the house. It was somewhere ahead in the darkness. I knew then, Mr. Holmes, that what I'd seen was no vision.
Well then, Mr. Dodd, what else did you do?
There's nothing more I could do. I spent an uneasy night trying to find some theory to cover the facts. The next day I found the Colonel rather more conciliatory. His wife remarked that there were some places of interest in the neighborhood, and I saw an opening to ask whether I might stay there one more night. Somewhat grudgingly, he agreed.
Which gave you a clear day in which to make your observations.
Yes. I felt I must explore the garden and see what I could find. There were several small outhouses, but at the end of the garden there was a detached building of some size. It was heavily curtained. I wondered if this could have been the place the sound of that shutting door had come from. I approached in a careless fashion, strolling aimlessly, and as I did so, a small, bearded man in a black coat and a bowler hat came out of the door. He locked it after him. Then he looked at me with some surprise.
Good day, sir.
Good day.
Are you a visitor here?
Yes, I am. My name is Dodd, James M. Dodd.
I see.
I'm an old army chum of Mr. Godfrey Emsworth's. I came hoping to see him.
What a pity that he should be away on his travels. He would have been pleased to see you, no doubt, Mr. Dodd.
His travels?
Exactly. Well, good day to you, sir. No doubt you will resume your visit at some more propitious time. Good day, sir.
He passed on. But when I turned, I observed that he was standing watching me, half concealed by some laurels at the far end of the garden. So I strolled back to the house and waited for night. As soon as everyone had retired and everything was dark and quiet, I slipped out of my window and made my way as silently as possible to the mysterious lodge. The curtains were still drawn, but now there were shutters up as well. Even so, there was some light coming through at one place. I found I could see inside the room. I saw the little man I'd seen that morning. He was smoking a pipe and reading a paper. I tried to see more of the room, but just then...
So you've become a spy, have you?
Emsworth.
Kindly follow me back to the house, sir. There is a train to London at 8:30 in the morning.
Sir, if I may only...
The matter will not bear discussion. You've made a most damnable intrusion into the privacy of our family. You were here as a guest, and you've become a spy. I've nothing more to say, sir, save that I have no wish ever to see you again.
Very well, Colonel Emsworth. Only I've seen your son, and I'm convinced that for some reason of your own, you are concealing him from the world. I've no idea what your motives are in cutting him off in this fashion, but I'm sure he's no longer a free agent. And I warn you, Colonel, that until I'm assured of the safety of the well-being of my friend, I shall never desist in my efforts to get to the bottom of this mystery. However, he didn't attack me, Mr. Holmes. But there was nothing for it but to take the appointed train, after writing first to ask you to see me.
Mr. Dodd, the servants... Now, how many were there in the house?
Well, to the best of my belief, there were only the old butler and his wife. The family seemed to live in the simplest fashion.
There was no servant, then, in the detached house?
None. Unless the little man with the beard acted as such. He seemed to be quite a superior person.
You mentioned seeing him sitting by the fire reading a paper. What paper was it?
Well, can that matter?
It could be most essential.
I really took no notice.
Possibly you observed whether it was a broadleaf paper or of that smaller type which one associates with weeklies.
Since you mention it, it wasn't very large.
Very well. Now, had you any indication that food was conveyed from the one house to the other?
Well, I did see old Ralph carrying a basket down the garden walk and going in the direction of this house.
Did you make any local inquiries?
Yes, I did. I spoke to the station master and the innkeeper. I simply asked if they knew anything of my old comrade, Godfrey Emsworth. Both of them assured me that he'd gone for a voyage round the world.
You said nothing of your suspicions?
Nothing.
Yet you say that you had seen your friend's face quite clearly at the window. So clearly that you're sure of his identity?
I have no doubt about it whatever. The lamplight shone full upon him.
It couldn't have been someone resembling him.
No. It was he.
But you say he was changed.
Only in color. His face was... How shall I describe it? It was of a fish-belly whiteness. It was bleached.
In patches?
Well, it was his brow that I saw so clear. It was pressed against the window.
Very well, Mr. Dodd. The matter should certainly be inquired into. I will go back with you to Tuxbury Old Park.
Today?
Oh, as it happens, I'm clearing up another matter at the moment. Let us say the beginning of next week.
I shall be ready whenever you are, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, I shall also ask an old friend of mine to accompany us. It is possible that his presence may be entirely unnecessary. On the other hand, it may be essential. The narratives of my friend Watson have shown, no doubt, that I do not waste words or disclose my thoughts while a case is under consideration. In fact, my case was practically complete. When we arrived at the strange old rambling house, I asked the elderly friend who'd accompanied us to remain in the carriage unless we should summon him. I had not introduced him to Dodd, who seemed surprised, but asked no questions. The old butler, Ralph, opened the door to us. He wore the conventional costume of black coat and pepper and salt trousers, with only one curious variant. He had on brown leather gloves. He shuffled them off at the sight of us, laying them down on the hall table. I have, as Watson may sometimes have remarked, an abnormally acute set of senses, and a faint but incisive smell was apparent. I contrived to drop my hat to the floor, and in picking it up, brought my nose within a foot of the gloves. A curious, tarry odor was oozing from them. My case was complete at last.
Beg pardon, sir. Mr. Dodd and Mr. Sherlock Holmes to see you, sir.
Well, who the devil told you to do... What is the meaning of this? You, sir. Have I not told you, you infernal busybody, never to dare show your damned face here again? If you choose to enter here without my leave, I shall be within my rights if I use violence. As to you, Mr. Holmes, I extend the same warning to you. I am familiar with your ignoble profession. Ralph, telephone at once to the county police. Ask the inspector to send up 2 constables.
Yes, sir.
Tell him that there are burglars in the house.
One moment. You must be aware, Mr. Dodd, that Colonel Emsworth is within his rights. On the other hand, he should recognize that your action is prompted entirely by solicitude for his son. I venture to hope that if I were allowed to have 5 minutes' conversation with Colonel Emsworth, I could certainly alter his view of the matter.
What the devil are you waiting for, Ralph? Ring the police, I say.
Going, sir.
Nothing of the sort. Any police interference would bring about the very catastrophe you're dreading.
Stand away from that door, sir.
Colonel Emsworth, on this page of my notebook, I am writing just one word. Here you are, sir. Pray read it, and you will know what has brought us here.
What? How did you know this?
It is my business to know things. That is my trade.
Then you forced my hand. If you wish to see Godfrey, you shall. But this is your doing, not mine.
Mr. Holmes, what does this mean?
You shall soon see, Mr. Dodd.
Ralph.
Sir?
Go down to the garden house and tell Mr. Godfrey and Mr. Kent that in 5 minutes we shall be with them.
Very good, sir. Very good.
But this is very sudden, Colonel Emsworth. This will disarrange all our plans.
I can't help it, Kent. Our hands have been forced. Can Mr. Godfrey see us now?
Yes, he's waiting inside. Follow me, gentlemen.
Godfrey, old man.
Don't touch me, Jimmy. Don't come near. Yes, you may well stare. I don't quite look smart enough for B Squadron now, do I?
What happened? Those white patches on your skin.
That's why I don't court visitors. But you seem to have me at a disadvantage.
Why, I came down to see if all was well with you. That night you looked into my window.
Old Ralph told me you were there. I couldn't resist taking a peep.
After you ran away, I couldn't let the matter rest. I asked Mr. Sherlock Holmes here to help.
Oh, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, eh? Well, Mr. Holmes, you may as well hear my story, too.
If you please, Mr. Emsworth.
It won't take long to tell. You remember, Jimmy, that morning fight outside Pretoria on the Eastern Railway line? You heard I was hit.
Yes, I heard about it, but I never got particulars.
3 of us got separated from the rest. Baldy Simpson, Hanson, and I. The other 2 were killed. I got a bullet through my shoulder. I stuck on my horse, though, and he galloped several miles with me before I must have rolled off in a faint. When I came to, it was night. It was deadly cold. You remember that kind of numb cold that used to come in the evening?
I do. Deadly.
There was a building nearby. I knew my only hope was to reach it. I have a dim memory of staggering there. Then there was a large room with many beds in it. I just fell onto one of them and passed out.
Lucky for you.
Was it? When I woke in the morning, it was as though I'd passed from a world of sanity into a nightmare. Standing in front of me was a dwarf-like man with a huge bulbous head. He was jabbering in Dutch and waving his hands. They were like horrible brown sponges. Good Lord. There were others behind him watching me. And as I looked at them, I realized that not one of them was a normal human being. Every one was twisted or swollen or disfigured in some way. And they were laughing at me. God, I can hear them now. Well, then that little beast laid his horrible deformed hands on me and began pulling me off the bed. My wound was bleeding, but he went on. He was as strong as a bull. I don't know what he was going to do, but an elderly man suddenly came in and shouted an order in Dutch, and the little monster moved away.
This is fantastic.
It's only too true. Well, the elderly man spoke to me in English. I'm a doctor, he said. That shoulder of yours wants fixing out quickly, but, man alive, do you know where you are? A hospital? I said. Yes, he said. The leper hospital. You're lying in a leper's bed.
My God. Now you have the truth, Mr. Dodd.
Thanks to the British advance, I was in the General Hospital at Pretoria within a week. Apart from my shoulder, I seem to be all right. It wasn't until they got me home and I came here that these terrible signs began to appear on my face. I knew then that I hadn't escaped.
What was I to do, Mr. Dodd? We had 2 servants we could trust completely. There was this house where he could live. Mr. Kent here, he's a surgeon, was prepared to stay and care for him in secret.
Yes, but why? Surely a hospital...
Don't you see? It would have meant segregation for the rest of his life. To live forever amongst strangers without any hope of release. Even in these quiet parts, if one word had got out, he would have been dragged away to that.
Even you had to be kept in the dark, Jimmy. But what I don't understand, Father, is why you've relented now.
It was Mr. Sherlock Holmes who forced my hand with this scrap of paper. He wrote 1 word on it, leprosy. After that, I realized that if he knew so much, it was safer that he should know it all.
So it was. And who knows but good may come of it.
How?
I understand that only you, Mr. Kent, have attended the patient. May I ask, sir, if you are an authority on such tropical or semi-tropical complaints?
I have the ordinary knowledge of the educated medical man.
I have no doubt, sir, that you are fully competent. But I'm sure you will agree that in such a case, a second opinion is valuable.
It would have meant pressure being put on us to segregate him.
I foresaw this situation, and I brought with us a friend whose discretion may be absolutely trusted. I was able once to do him a professional service, and he is ready to advise as a friend rather than as a specialist. His name is Sir James Saunders.
Sir James?
He is at present in the carriage outside the door.
Then I should be proud, Mr. Holmes.
Good. I will ask him to step this way. And meanwhile, Colonel Emsworth, we may perhaps assemble in your study. My invariable process starts upon the supposition that when you have eliminated all that which is impossible, then whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth.
As this case was first presented to me, there were 3 possible explanations of the seclusion or incarceration of this gentleman in an outhouse of his father's mansion. There was the possibility that he was in hiding for a crime, or that he was mad and they wished to avoid an asylum, or that he had some disease which caused his segregation. I could think of no other adequate explanations. The criminal solution would not bear inspection. No unsolved crime had been reported from this district. If it were some crime not yet discovered, then clearly it would be to the family's interest to send the delinquent abroad rather than keep him concealed at home. Insanity was more plausible.
What's that?
The presence of the second person in the outhouse suggested a keeper. The fact that he locked the door when he came out strengthened the supposition. On the other hand, this constraint could not be severe, or the young man could not have got loose to have a look at his friend. You will remember, Mr. Dodd, that I felt round for points.
Such as asking me about the paper Mr. Kent had been reading. You were being optimistic there, Mr. Holmes.
Had it been a medical paper, it would have helped me. It is not illegal to keep a lunatic upon private premises so long as there is a qualified person in attendance and the authorities have been notified. Then why all this desperate desire for secrecy?
So you had no theory to fit the facts again?
There remained the third possibility. Rare and unlikely as it was, everything seemed to fit into it. Leprosy is not uncommon in South Africa. Bleaching of the skin is a common result of the disease. By some extraordinary chance, this youth might have contracted it. His people would be placed in a very dreadful position, since they would desire to save him from segregation. Great secrecy would be needed, but he could be allowed some freedom after dark. A devoted medical man, if sufficiently paid, would easily be found to take care of it.
You thought this case was the strongest of the 3, in fact.
So strong that I determined to act as if it were actually proved. When I arrived here, I noticed that the gloves worn by Ralph, who carried the meals, were strongly impregnated with disinfectant. My last doubts were removed. A single word showed you, sir, that your secret was discovered.
Yes, I see it now. But tell me, sir, why did you write it down instead of saying it?
That was to prove to you that my discretion was to be trusted.
I thought as much.
Here is Sir James.
Well, sir, let us know the worst.
It is often my lot to bring ill tidings and seldom good. This occasion is the more welcome, Colonel Emsworth. It is not leprosy.
Not?
What is it then, Sir James? A well-marked case of pseudo-leprosy, ichthyosis. It's a scale-like affection of the skin, unsightly, obstinate, but possibly curable, and certainly non-infective.
Then heaven be thanked. But surely if he got it from contact with those leper fellows...
No, not from them. A coincidence. Remarkable, but a coincidence.
Coincidence, my dear Sir James? Are we assured that the apprehension from which this young man has suffered since his terrible experience may not have produced a physical effect simulating that which it fears? May there not be subtle forces at work of which we know very, very little?
That was The Blanched Soldier by Michael Hardwick, based on the short story by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by Carlton Hobbs, and production for the BBC was by Frederick Bradnam.
Who would ever associate crime with those dear old homesteads?
They always fill me with a certain horror. It's my belief, Watson, that the lowest and vilest alleys in London do not present a more dreadful record of sin than does the smiling and beautiful countryside.
No man knew the hidden face of crime better than my friend Sherlock Holmes. My name is Dr. Watson, and it was my privilege to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I will tell you about the case of the copper beeches. It began, as so often, with a letter. It made Holmes want to laugh at first, but soon he was to take it seriously. And you will see why in just a moment.
Well, it looks as though I've touched bottom at last. This note I had this morning marks my 0 point, I fancy. Here, read it.
Thank you. Dear Mr. Holmes, I'm very anxious to consult you as to whether I should or should not accept a situation which has been offered to me as governess. I shall call at 10:30 tomorrow if I do not inconvenience you. Yours faithfully, Violet Hunter. And you know the young lady?
Not I.
Well, the note was written yesterday, and it's 10:30 now.
Yes, and I have no doubt that is her ring.
Yes, well, let us hope so. But our doubts will very soon be resolved, for here, unless I'm much mistaken, is the person in question.
Oh.
You will excuse my troubling you, I hope, Mr. Holmes.
I shall be happy to do anything I can to serve you, Miss Hunter. Pray take a seat.
Thank you.
Oh, this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do, Dr. Watson? Well, Mr. Holmes, I think I should explain that I have had a very strange experience. And as I have no parents or relatives of any sort from whom I could ask advice, I thought that perhaps you would be kind enough to tell me what I should do.
A strange experience?
I have been a governess for 5 years, but my employer recently took an appointment abroad, and I found myself without a situation. I advertised and I answered advertisements, but I had no success. Then the little money I'd saved began to run short. I was at my wit's end what to do. There is a well-known agency for governesses in the West End called Westways, and I used to call there about once a week. The manager, Miss Stoker, sits in her own little office, and the ladies who are seeking employment wait in an anteroom. They're shown in one by one, and Miss Stoker consults her ledgers and sees whether she has anything to suit them. Well, when I called last week, I was shown into the office as usual, but I found that Miss Stoker was not alone.
This one will do. I could not ask for anything better, Miss Stoker. Capital, capital.
Sit down, Miss Hunter, please. This is Mr. Rucastle.
Thank you.
You are looking for a situation, miss?
Yes, sir.
As governess?
Yes, sir.
And what salary, do you ask?
In my last place, with Colonel Spence Munro, I had £4 a month.
Oh, come. Sweating, rank sweating. How could anyone offer so pitiful a sum to a lady with such attractions and accomplishments?
Oh, my accomplishments, sir, may be less than you imagine. A little French, a little German, music and drawing.
Now, this is all quite beside the question. The point is, have you the bearing and deportment of a lady? There it is, in a nutshell. If you have not, you are not fitted for the rearing of a child who may someday play a considerable part in the history of the country. But if you have, well, then how could any gentleman ask you to condescend to accept anything under 3 figures? Your salary with me, madam, would commence at £100 a year.
Oh.
It is also my custom to advance to my young ladies half their salary beforehand, so that they may meet any little expenses of their journey and their wardrobe.
May I ask where you live, sir?
Hampshire. Charming rural place. The Copper Beeches, 5 miles on the far side of Winchester. It's the dearest old country house.
And my duties, sir?
1 child, 1 dear little romper, just 6 years old.
My sole duties, then, are to take charge of a single child?
No. Not the soul, my dear young lady. Your duty would be, as I'm sure your good sense would suggest, to obey any little commands, provided always that they were such as a lady might with propriety obey, and which I or my wife might give.
Your wife? I should be happy to make myself useful, of course.
Quite so. We are faddy people, you know. Faddy, but kind-hearted. In dress now, for example, if you were asked to wear any dress which we might give you, you would not object to our little whim, huh?
Why, no, sir.
Or to sit here, or sit there? That would not be offensive to you?
No.
Or to cut your long hair quite short before you came to us?
My hair? Oh, no, sir. Oh, not my hair. Oh, I'm afraid that is quite impossible.
Well, I'm afraid it's quite essential. It is a little fancy of my wife's. And ladies' fancies, you know, madam, ladies' fancies must be consulted. And so you wouldn't cut your hair?
No, sir. I really could not.
Very well. In that case, Miss Stoper, I had best inspect a few more of your young ladies.
Very well, Mr. Rucastle. Miss Hunter, do you desire your name to be kept upon our books?
Oh, if you please.
Well, really, it seems rather useless since you refuse the most excellent offers in this fashion. You can hardly expect us to exert ourselves to find another opening for you. Good day, Miss Hunter. Next. Come along now.
Well, Mr. Holmes, when I got back to my lodgings and found little enough in the cupboard and 2 or 3 bills on the table, I began to ask myself whether I had not done a foolish thing. After all, if these people had strange fads, they were at least ready to pay for their eccentricity. Very few governesses in England are getting 100 a year. Besides, what use was my hair to me? By the day after next, I had almost overcome my pride so far as to go back to the agency, when I received this letter from the gentleman himself.
Miss Stoper has kindly given me your address, and I write from the Copper Beeches to ask you whether you have reconsidered your decision. And my wife has been much attracted by my description of you, and is very anxious that you should come. We are willing to give £120 a year, so as to recompense for any little inconvenience which our fads may cause you. They are not very exacting after all, and your duties with the child are very light. As regards your hair, it is no doubt a pity, but I am afraid that I must remain firm upon this point. Now do try and come, and I shall meet you with the dog cart at Winchester.
That is the letter I have just received, Mr. Holmes, and my mind is made up that I will accept. But I thought that before taking the final step, I should like to submit the whole matter to your consideration.
I confess it is not the situation which I should like to see a sister of mine apply for, eh, Watson?
What can it all mean, Holmes?
I have no data. I cannot tell. Perhaps Miss Hunter has formed some opinion.
Well, Mr. Rucastle seemed a kind man. Is it not possible that his wife is a lunatic, and that for fear she should be taken to an asylum, he humors her to prevent an outbreak?
As matters stand, that is the most probable solution. But in any case, it doesn't seem to be a very nice household for a young lady.
Oh, but the money, Mr. Holmes, the money.
The pay is too good. That's what makes me uneasy. There must be some strong reason for offering you £120 when they could have that pig for 40.
Oh, I feel that, too. So I thought if I told you the circumstances, you would understand afterwards if I wanted your help. I should feel so much stronger if I felt that you were at the back of me.
Oh, you may carry that feeling away with you. I assure you that your little problem promises to be the most interesting that has come my way for some months. Now, if you should find yourself in doubt or in danger...
Danger?
What danger do you foresee, Holmes?
It would cease to be a danger if we could define it.
Well, now that I have spoken to you, I shall write to Mr. Rucastle. Sacrifice my poor hair tonight and start for Winchester tomorrow.
And don't forget, at any time, day or night, a telegram would bring me down here. Watson, listen to this.
What?
Please be at Black Swan Hotel, Winchester, midday tomorrow. Do come at my wit's end, Hunter. So it's taken her just a fortnight to find she needs my help again.
I'll look up the trains at once.
Will you come with me?
I should wish to.
Capital. Then I suggest we turn in at once. We shall need to be at our best in the morning.
How much further to go? Good. Good heavens. Who would ever associate crime with those dear old homesteads?
They always fill me with a certain horror. It's my belief, Watson, founded upon experience, I may add, that the lowest and vilest alleys in London do not present a more dreadful record of sin than does the smiling and beautiful countryside.
Horrifying.
Yes, but the reason is very obvious. The pressure of public opinion can do in the town what the law cannot accomplish. There is no alley so vile that the scream of a tortured child doesn't beget some sympathy and indignation among the neighbors, and one word of complaint can set the whole machinery of justice going.
Yes, quite true.
But look at these lonely houses, each in its own field. They're filled for the most part with poor, ignorant folk who know little of the law. Think of the deeds of hellish cruelty, the hidden wickedness which may go on year in, year out in such places, and none the wiser. Had this lady who appeals to us for help gone to live in Winchester, I should never have had a fear for her. No, it's the 5 miles of country between that makes the difference.
Still, if she can come into Winchester to meet us, she has her freedom.
Why so?
Damned be the matter. Do you suggest no explanation?
I have devised 7 separate explanations. Each of them would cover the facts as far as we know them. But which of them is correct can only be determined by the fresh information that we shall no doubt find waiting for us at the Black Swan. Ah, there's the tower of the cathedral.
I got his leave to come into town this morning, though he little knew for what purpose.
Pray let us have everything in its due order, Miss Hunter.
Well, in the first place, I must say that I have met on the whole no actual ill treatment from Mr. and Mrs. Rucastle. But I'm not easy in my mind about them. I can't understand them.
What can you not understand?
The reason for their conduct. But you shall have it just as it occurred. When I came down, Mr. Rucastle met me here and drove me in his dog cart to Copper Beeches.
Yes?
I was introduced that evening to his wife and child. I gather that Mr. and Mrs. Rucastle had been married about 7 years. He was a widower, and his only child by his first wife was a daughter, who is now in Philadelphia. As she couldn't have been less than 20, I can quite imagine that her position must have been uncomfortable with her father's young, new wife.
Yes, indeed.
As for Mrs. Rucastle, I now know that there was no truth in our conjecture in your rooms at Baker Street. She is not mad. I found her to be a mere nonentity, as colorless in mind as she is in features. Her husband is kind to her, but she seems to have some secret sorrow.
Oh?
The one unpleasant thing about the house, which struck me at once, was the appearance and manner of the 2 servants, a man and his wife. Toller, as he's called, is a rough, uncouth man with a perpetual smell of drink. His wife is tall and strong and very sour.
And that's the entire household?
Yes. Oh, except for Carlo.
Carlo?
Mr. Rucastle introduced me to him on my first evening there.
Don't be frightened. He's well tied up. It's only Carlo, my mastiff. I call him mine, but really old Toller is the only one who can do anything with him. We feed him once a day, and not too much then, so he's always keen as mustard. Toller lets him loose every night, and heaven help the trespasser he lays his fangs into. Oh, and for goodness sake, Miss Hunter, don't you ever on any pretext set your foot over the threshold at night. It is as much as your life is worth if you do.
Very direct warning, and no idle one, I fancy. But pray, Miss Hunter, continue your narrative.
For 2 days after my arrival, my life was very quiet. On the 3rd, Mrs. Rucastle came down just after breakfast and whispered in her husband's ear.
Ah, yes, to be sure. Miss Hunter, my wife reminds me to say how much we are obliged to you for falling in with our whims so far as to cut your hair.
And the effect is charming, my dear.
Oh, it is nice of you to say so.
I assure you it has not detracted the tiniest iota from your appearance. And now we shall see how a change of dress will become you. If you will kindly go up to your room, you will find one laid out ready on your bed. It belongs to my dear daughter Alice, who's now in Philadelphia. It should fit you very well.
Charming. Simply charming.
Might have been made to measure, eh, dear?
A perfect fit.
I was surprised to see how well it suited me.
Perfect. And now, Miss Hunter, be good enough to take the chair over there, the one with its back to the center window. Ah, splendid. Now then, my dear, let us stay and talk with Miss Hunter for a little while, shall we?
And they stayed there talking for about an hour, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Rucastle told some extremely funny stories. So funny that I laughed till I was tired. The odd thing was, though, that Mrs. Rucastle never so much as smiled at them. Then her husband suddenly remarked that I might change my dress and go about my daily duty. Well, 2 days later, the same thing happened. When he had had me laughing helplessly at his stories for a while, my employer handed me a novel, moved my chair slightly to one side, and asked me to read to him. I read for about 10 minutes, and then suddenly, in the middle of a sentence, he ordered me to stop and go and change my dress. Well, I hope, Mr. Holmes, you don't find my story too protracted.
I'm glad of the full details, whether they seem to you to be relevant or not.
Well, I shall try not to miss anything of importance. You can imagine how curious I became as to the meaning of this extraordinary performance. For one thing, I noticed that they were always very careful to turn my face away from the window. I became consumed with a desire to see what was going on behind my back. Then a happy thought seized me. My hand mirror had been broken, and I concealed a small piece of the glass in my handkerchief.
Good.
On the next occasion, in the midst of the laughter, I put my handkerchief up to my eyes and was able, with a little management, to see all that there was behind me.
And what was that?
There was a man standing outside in the Southampton Road. He was small, and he had a beard. There were several others, but this one appeared to be looking earnestly in my direction. However, when I lowered my handkerchief, I found Mrs. Rucastle's eyes also fixed on me. She said nothing, but I'm convinced that she knew I had a mirror in my hand. She rose at once.
Jethro, my dear, there's an impertinent fellow out on the road who's staring up at Miss Hunter.
Really? A friend of Miss Hunter's, no doubt.
I know no one in these parts, sir.
Oh, dear me. How very impertinent, then. Kindly turn round and wave him away. Like this.
Oh, surely it would be better to take no notice.
No, we should have him loitering here always.
Exactly. Kindly turn round, Miss Hunter, and motion him to go away.
Very well.
Is that all you have to tell us, Miss Hunter?
Almost all, Mr. Holmes. I had noticed that one wing of the Copper Beeches appeared to be quite uninhabited.
Oh?
When I saw Toller come from there yesterday and forget to take the key out of the partition door, I slipped in quickly enough. I found a little passage with 3 doors in a line. 2 of them were open. The center one was closed and sealed with an iron bar and padlock. My nerves failed me suddenly. I turned and ran straight into the arms of Mr. Rucastle.
So it was you, then?
Oh, I'm so frightened.
And what has frightened you, my dear young lady?
It's so dreadfully still in there. It's so lonely and eerie.
Only that?
Why? What do you mean?
Why do you imagine I locked the door to this wing?
Why, I'm sure I don't know, sir.
It's to keep out people who have no business here. Do you see now?
Oh, well, I'm sure if I had known, I would...
Well, then, you know now. And if you ever put your foot over that threshold again, I'll throw you to the mastiff. Remember that, miss.
After that, I suppose I could have fled the house. But I must confess my curiosity remained as strong as my fears. By the time I had sent you a wire, Mr. Holmes, I felt much easier. I had no difficulty getting leave to come here this morning, but I must get back by 3. Mr. and Mrs. Rucastle are going on a visit early this evening, and I have to look after the child.
That is well. What about Toller and his wife?
I heard his wife telling Mrs. Rucastle that he's drunk himself into incapability. She can do nothing with him.
Capital. Now, is there a cellar with a good strong lock?
Yes, the wine cellar.
Do you think you could perform one more feat?
I will try.
Dr. Watson and I will be at the Copper Beeches by 7 o'clock. The Rucastles will be out by then?
Yes.
Yes, and Toller should still be incapable. Now, there only remains Mrs. Toller. If you could send her into the cellar on some errand and then turn the key on her, you would facilitate matters immensely.
I will do it.
Excellent. Watson?
Yes, Holmes?
I trust you have your revolver.
Of course I have.
There's only one feasible explanation for this business, and it's clear that we're dealing with a very cunning man. Very well then, Miss Hunter. We shall meet you at the Copper Beeches at 7 o'clock. Have you managed it?
Yes. That's Mrs. Toller thumping to be let out. Toller is snoring on the kitchen rug. Here are his keys.
Well done. Now, lead the way, and we shall soon see the end of this black business.
This is the locked room.
Now, one of these keys must fit the lock.
No sound from inside.
I trust we're not too late. This is the one.
There's no one here.
Rucastle has guessed Miss Hunter's intentions and carried his victim off.
Yes, but how?
Through that skylight. We shall soon find out how he managed it. Yes. Yes, I can just see the end of a ladder against the eaves.
But why should he need
I tell you, he's a clever and dangerous man.
Holmes, someone's coming.
Watson, have your pistol ready.
So, I've caught you, have I?
Villain, where's your daughter?
It is for me to ask you that, you thieves. Spies and thieves.
Thieves?
But you're in my power. I'll serve you.
He's gone for the dog.
I have my revolver.
We'd better get downstairs and close the door.
Great heaven, it's got him.
Quickly, Watson. Go in and finish that brute.
I tell you what.
Shoot it, Watson.
Well, Rucastle will live at any rate.
Then let us hear what Mrs. Toller has to tell us. It's clear to me that she knows more about this matter than anyone else.
I've done so before now, if I'd have got out of that cellar. Oh, miss, it's a pity that I didn't know what you was planning. I'd have told you were wasting your time.
But how could I know?
Pray, Mrs. Toller, let us hear it. There are several points on which I must confess I'm still in the dark.
Well, she was never happy at home, wasn't Miss Alice, after he married again.
You refer to Rucastle's daughter?
Yes, sir. She wasn't happy. But things never got real bad for her till she took up with Mr. Fowler.
Mr. Fowler?
A seafaring gentleman. She met at a friend's house.
And Rucastle objected to the association.
Well, it wasn't just that, sir. You see, Miss Alice had a lot of money of her own by her mother's will. And there seemed to be a chance of her husband coming forward. Mr. Rucastle wanted her to sign a paper giving him control of the money, whether she married or not. When she wouldn't, he kept at her so much that she talked about running away.
Then I think I can deduce all that remains. Rucastle, I presume, took to this system of imprisonment.
Yes, sir.
Do you mean that Alice never went to Philadelphia? That Mr. Rucastle kept her locked up in that room?
Yes, and had the ingenious idea of bringing you down from London to impersonate her, to give the watching Mr. Fowler the impression that she no longer wished to encourage her. The laughter on these occasions was to convey the appearance that she remained in good spirits and was under no compulsion of restraint.
But then, where is Alice now?
I presume Mr. Fowler, being as persevering as a good seaman should be, succeeded by certain arguments in convincing that lady that her interests were the same as his.
Mr. Fowler was a very kind-spoken, free-handed gentleman.
Precisely. And in this way, he managed that your good man should have no want of drink, and that a ladder should be ready at the moment when your master had gone out. He suspected something and came back. Like us, he was too late for his daughter. Oh,
But Watson and Miss Hunter, here comes a lady. I presume it to be Mrs. Rucastle. Our locus standi now is rather a questionable one. I think we'd better make our way back to Winchester and say goodbye to the Copper Beeches forever.
The Case of the Copper Beeches was one of the stories of Sherlock Holmes by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. My name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. The script for this BBC production from London was by Michael Hardwick. I look forward to the pleasure of your company again, soon, for more of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Hello. 221B Baker Street, please, cabby.
The BBC presents The Noble Bachelor by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, adapted for radio by Michael Hardwick, with Carlton Hobbs as Sherlock Holmes and Norman Shelley as Dr. Watson.
It was a few weeks before my marriage, in 1887, during the days when I was still sharing rooms with Sherlock Holmes in Baker Street. I had remained indoors all day, for the weather had taken a sudden turn to rain, with high autumnal winds. The Jezeel bullet, which I had brought back in one of my limbs as a relic of my Afghan campaign, throbbed with dull persistency. With my body in one easy chair and my legs upon another, I had surrounded myself with a cloud of newspapers. And when at last I'd saturated myself with the news of the day, I tossed them all aside and lay listless, speculating lazily upon the huge crest and monogram on the envelope upon the table, which awaited my friend's return. Well, Holmes, here's a very fashionable epistle.
Oh, this looks like one of those social summonses which call upon a man either to be bored or to lie.
Oh, come, it may prove to be something of interest after all. Not social, then?
Distinctly professional.
And from a noble client.
One of the highest in England.
My dear fellow, I congratulate you.
I assure you, Watson, without affectation, that the status of my client is a matter of less moment to me than the interest of his case.
Yes, of course, of course.
It's just possible, however, that also may not be wanting in this new investigation. You've been reading the papers diligently of late, have you not?
Looks like it. I've had nothing else to do.
Well, it's fortunate. You will perhaps be able to post me up. I read nothing except criminal news in the agony column. The latter is always instructive. But if you followed recent events so closely, you must have read about Lord St. Simon and his wedding.
Oh, yes, with the deepest interest.
Now, the letter which I hold in my hand is from Lord St. Simon. This is what he says. My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Lord Backwater tells me that I may place implicit reliance upon your judgment and discretion. I have determined, therefore, to call upon you and to consult you in reference to the very painful event which has occurred in connection with my wedding. Mr. Lestrade of Scotland Yard is acting already in the matter, but he assures me that he sees no objection to your cooperation, and that he even thinks that it might be of some assistance. I will call at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and should you have any other engagement at that time, I hope you will postpone it, as this is a matter of paramount importance. Yours faithfully, etc. It's dated from Grosvenor Mansions, and written with a quill pen. Ah, the noble lord has had the misfortune to get a smear of ink upon the outer side of his right little finger.
He says 4 o'clock. It's past 3 now.
Then I have just time, with your assistance, to get clear upon the subject. Turn over those papers and arrange the extracts in their order of time.
Have the goodness to pass me, Miss Scissors?
Oh, yes. Here you are. And I will take a glance as to who our client is.
Here's one, yes. Yes, that'll do very well.
Yes, here he is. Robert Walsingham de Vere St. Simon, second son of the Duke of Balmoral, born 1846. That makes him 41 years of age. Mature for marriage. Was Under-Secretary for the Colonies in a late administration. They inherit Plantagenet blood by direct descent and Tudor on the distaff side. Well, there's nothing very instructive in all this. I must turn to you, Watson, for something more solid.
Well, I've had very little difficulty in finding what you want. The facts are quite recent. There was a paragraph in one of the society papers. Here it is. There will soon be a call for protection in the marriage market, for the present free trade principle appears to tell heavily against our home product. One by one, the management of the noble houses of Great Britain is passing into the hands of our fair cousins from across the Atlantic. Lord St. Simon, who has shown himself for over 20 years proof against the little god's arrows, has now definitely announced his approaching marriage with Miss Hattie Doran, the fascinating daughter of a Californian millionaire. Miss Doran is an only child, and it is currently reported that her dowry will run to considerably over 6 figures.
Indeed.
As it is an open secret that the Duke of Balmoral has been compelled to sell his pictures within the last few years, and as Lord St. Simon has no property, save the small estate of Birchmore, it is obvious that the Californian heiress is not the only gainer by the alliance.
Anything more?
Oh, yes, plenty. Yes, there's a note here to say that the marriage would be an absolutely quiet one at St. George's, Hanover Square, and that the party would return to the furnished house at Lancaster Gate, which has been taken by Mr. Aloysius Doran. 2 days later, Westminster Gazette, that's Wednesday last, October the 17th, there's a curt announcement that the wedding had taken place. Well, those are all the notices that appeared before the disappearance of the bride.
Before the what?
The vanishing of the lady.
When did she vanish, then?
At the wedding breakfast.
Indeed. Well, this is more interesting than it promised to be. Quite dramatic, in fact.
Yes, it struck me as being a little out of the common.
And they often vanish before the ceremony and occasionally during the honeymoon. But I cannot call to mind anything quite so prompt as this. But there's a ring at the bell. And as the clock makes it a few minutes after 4, I have no doubt that this will prove to be our noble client. No, don't dream of going, Watson. I very much prefer having a witness, if only as a check to my own memory. I wouldn't have missed this case for words.
Lord Robert St. Simon.
Good day, Lord St. Simon.
Good day, sir.
Oh, pray take the basket chair. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. I draw up a little for fire, and we shall talk this matter over.
A most painful matter to me, as you can most readily imagine, Mr. Holmes. I have been cut to the quick. I understand you have already managed several delicate cases of this sort, sir, though I presume that they were hardly from the same class of society.
No, I am descending.
I beg your pardon?
My last client of the sort was a king.
Oh, really? I had no idea. And which king?
The king of Scandinavia.
What, had he lost his wife?
You can understand that I extend to the affairs of my other clients the same secrecy which I promised to you in yours.
Of course. Very right, very right. I'm sure I beg your pardon. As to my own case, I am ready to give you any information which may assist you in forming an opinion.
Thank you. Well, I've already learned something of it from the public prints. Nothing more. I think I may arrive at my facts most directly by questioning you.
Pray do so.
Now, when did you first meet Miss Hattie Doran?
In San Francisco, a year ago.
Did you become engaged then?
No.
But you were on a friendly footing.
I was amused by her society, and she could see that I was amused.
Her father is very rich?
He is said to be the richest man on the Pacific slope.
And how did he make his money?
In mining. He had nothing a few years ago. Then he struck gold, invested it, and came up by leaps and bounds. My wife was 20 before her father became a rich man. During that time, she ran free in a mining camp, so that her education has come from nature rather than from the schoolmaster. She is what we call in England, I believe, a tomboy.
Quite.
She is impetuous, volcanic, I was about to say. But on the other hand, I would not have given her the name which I have the honor to bear, had I not thought her to be, at bottom, a noble woman.
The young lady came to London then, and you renewed your acquaintance?
Yes. Her father brought her over for this last season. I met her several times. We became engaged. I have now married her.
She brought, I understand, a considerable dowry.
No more than is usual in my family.
And this, of course, remains to you since the marriage is a fait accompli.
I really have made no inquiries on the subject.
Oh, very naturally not. On the morning of the wedding, was she in good spirits?
Never better. She was as bright as possible, until after the ceremony.
And did you observe any change in her then?
Well, to tell the truth, I saw then the first signs that her temper was a little sharp. The incident was too trivial to relate. It had no possible bearing on the case.
Pray let us have it for all that.
Oh, it's childish. She dropped her bouquet as we went towards the vestry. She was passing the front pew at the time, and it fell over into the pew. There was a moment's delay, but the gentleman in the pew handed it up to her again. It didn't appear to be the worse for the fall. Yet, when I spoke to her about it, she answered me abruptly. In the carriage, on our way home, she seemed absurdly agitated over so trifling a cause.
Indeed. You say there was a gentleman in the pew. Some of the general public were present then.
Oh, yes, it's impossible to exclude them when the church is open.
This gentleman was one of your wife's friends?
No, I called him a gentleman by courtesy. He was quite a common-looking person. I hardly noticed his appearance. Really, I think we're wandering rather far from the point.
At any rate, Lady St. Simon returned from the wedding in a less cheerful frame of mind than she had gone to it. What did she do on re-entering her father's house?
I saw her in close conversation with her maid, Alice.
A confidential servant?
A little too much so. She's an American. She came from California with her. It seemed to me that her mistress allowed her to take great liberties. But still, of course, in America, they look upon these things in a different way.
You did not overhear what they said.
Lady St. Simon said something about jumping a claim. She was accustomed to using slang of that kind. I had no idea what it meant.
American slang is very expressive sometimes. And what did your wife do next?
She went into the breakfast room.
On your arm?
No, alone. She was very independent in little matters like that. Then, after we had sat down for 10 minutes or so, she rose hurriedly, muttered some words of apology, and left the room. She never came back. Her maid says she went to her room, covered her bride's dress with a long ulster, put on a bonnet, and went out. One of the footmen remembered seeing a lady leave, but he refused to credit that it could have been his mistress. He naturally believed she was inside.
Quite so.
Afterwards, my wife is said to have been seen walking into Hyde Park with the woman who had caused the disturbance earlier on.
The disturbance?
Yes. After we had returned from the church, this woman apparently tried to follow us into the house. She had to be ejected by the butler and the footman.
Yes, but why should she want to force her way?
Well, Mr. Holmes, she claimed that she and I...
Oh.
Well, to tell the truth, her name is Flora Miller. She used to be a danseuse at the Allegro. I have not treated her ungenerously, and she's no just cause for complaint against me, but you know what women are, Mr. Holmes. She wrote me dreadful letters when she heard I was to be married. In fact, the reason I had the marriage celebrated so quietly was because I feared there might be a scandal at the church.
Did your wife hear this disturbance?
No, thank goodness she didn't.
And yet she was seen walking with this very woman afterwards.
Yes, and Mr. Lestrade of Scotland Yard looks upon it as very serious. It is thought that Flora decoyed my wife out and laid some terrible trap for her. I understand that she's now in custody.
Well, it's a possible supposition.
You think so, too? No. I don't think Flora would hurt a fly.
I didn't say a probable one. Still, jealousy is a strange transformer of character. Pray then, Lord St. Simon, what is your own theory as to what took place?
Oh, really? I came to seek a theory, not to propound one. Since you ask me, It has occurred to me that the excitement, the consciousness that she had made so immense a social stride may have caused some little nervous disturbance to my wife.
In short, that she had become suddenly deranged?
Well, when I consider that she has turned her back, I will not say upon me, but upon so much that many have aspired to without reason, I can hardly explain it in any other fashion.
Well, that is certainly a conceivable hypothesis. And now, Lord St. Simon, I think I have nearly all my data. Oh, may I ask whether you and your wife were seated at the breakfast table so that you could see out of the window?
We could see the other side of the road and the park.
Quite so. Then I do not think I need to detain you any longer. I will communicate with you.
Should you be fortunate enough to solve this problem...
Oh, I have solved it.
What was that?
I say I have solved it.
Where, then, is my wife?
That is a detail which I shall speedily supply.
I am afraid it will take wiser heads than yours and mine. Good day to you, gentlemen.
Good day, sir. It's very good of Lord St. Simon to honour my head by putting it on a level with his own. Well, I think I shall have a whiskey and soda and a cigar after all that cross-questioning.
Good.
I had formed my conclusions as to the case before our cloud was nearly done.
My dear Holmes.
I have notes of several similar cases, though, as I remarked before, none of them were quite as prompt. My whole examination has turned my conjecture into a certainty. Circumstantial evidence is occasionally very convincing.
Yes, I've heard all you've heard.
Without, however, the knowledge of pre-existing cases which serves me so well.
Mm-hmm.
There was a parallel instance in Aberdeen some years back, and there was something on very much the same lines at Munich, the year after the Franco-Prussian War. It's one of these cases. Oh, but hello, here is Lestrade. You'll find an extra tumbler on the sideboard, and there are cigars in the box, Lestrade.
Well, thank you. Evening, Dr. Watson. Evening, Inspector.
Well, what's up, then? You look dissatisfied.
I feel dissatisfied. It's this infernal St. Simon marriage case. I can't make head nor tail of the business.
Really? You surprised me. Oh, do sit down.
Whoever heard of such a mixed affair? Every clue seems to slip through my fingers. I've been at work on it all day.
And very wet it seems to have made you.
Well, I've been dragging the Serpentine.
In heaven's name, what for?
Looking for the body of Lady St. Simon.
Have you dragged the basin of the Trafalgar Square fountain?
Why? What do you mean?
Because you've just as good a chance of finding this lady there as in the Serpentine.
I suppose you know all about it.
Well, I've only just heard the facts, but my mind is made up.
Oh, indeed. Then you think that the Serpentine plays no part in the matter?
I think it very unlikely.
Then perhaps you'll kindly explain how it is we found these near it. I have them here in my bag. Here, there's a little nut for you to crack, Master Holmes.
Oh, indeed. See, Watson? A wedding dress, white satin shoes, and a bride's wreath and veil.
And a wedding ring.
You dragged these from the Serpentine?
No. They were found near the bank by a parkkeeper. They were identified as her clothes. It seemed to me that if the clothes were there, the body wouldn't be far off.
By the same brilliant reasoning, every man's body is to be found in the neighborhood of his wardrobe. And pray, what did you hope to arrive at through this?
Some evidence implicating Flora Miller in the disappearance.
I'm afraid you'll find it difficult.
Are you indeed now? And I'm afraid, Mr. Holmes, that you're not very practical with your deductions and your inference. This dress does implicate Miss Flora Miller.
And how?
In the dress is a pocket. In the pocket is a card case. In the card case is a note. Now listen to this. You will see me when all is ready. Come at once. F.H.M. Now, my theory all along has been that Lady St. Simon was decoyed away by Flora Miller, no doubt with Confederates. Her initials were on this note. It was no doubt slipped into the bride's hand at the door, and it lured her into their reach.
Very good, Lestrade. You know, you really are very fine indeed. Do let me see it. This is indeed important.
Oh, you find it so?
Extremely. I congratulate you warmly.
Well, then, you're looking on the wrong side.
On the contrary, this is the right side.
The right side? You're mad. The note is written in pencil on the back.
Quite. And over here is what appears to be a fragment of a hotel bill. It interests me deeply.
Oh, there's nothing in that. I looked at it before. I see nothing in there.
Very likely not. It's most important all the same. As to the note, it's important also, or at least the initials are.
So I congratulate you again.
Oh, I wasted time enough. I believe in hard work, not sitting by the fire spinning theories. We shall see who gets to the bottom of this first. Oh, good day, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, just one hint to you, Lestrade. I will tell you the true solution of this matter. Lady St. Simon is a myth. There is not, and there has never been any such person.
You're mad. Mad.
Yeah, but there is something in what the fellow says about outdoor work, I think, Watson. I must leave you to your papers for a little while. Well, Watson. They've laid the supper in my absence, I see.
Yes, I didn't know what it was all about. A confectioner's man came and set it all out. Cold woodcock, pheasant, petit de foie gras pie. Some rather exciting-looking bottles. Said they'd been paid for and ordered to this address.
Capital.
He's laid for 5. You seem to expect company.
Yes, I fancy we may have some company dropping in. I'm surprised Lord St. Simon has not already arrived. I fancy I hear his step on the stairs now. Oh, so my message reached you then, Lord St. Simon.
Yes, and I must confess, the contents startled me beyond measure. Have you good authority for what you say?
The best possible.
What will the Duke say? What's he to think when he hears that one of the family has been subjected to such humiliation?
It's the purest accident.
You look on these things in a very different way.
I can hardly see how the lady could have acted otherwise. Her abrupt method of doing it was undoubtedly to be regretted. But having no mother, she had no one to advise her at such a crisis.
It was a slight, sir. A public slight.
You must make allowance for this poor girl, placed in so unprecedented a position.
I will make no allowance. I am very angry indeed. I have been shamefully used.
There's the bell. If I cannot persuade you to take a lenient view, Lord St. Simon, I have brought an advocate here who may be more successful. Come in, please, do. Lord St. Simon, allow me to introduce you to Mr. and Mrs. Francis A. Moulton. The lady I think you have already met.
Good Lord.
Howdy.
You're angry, Robert. Oh, well, I guess you've every cause to be.
Pray make no apology to me.
Oh, yeah, I know I treated you real bad. I should have spoken to you before I went, but, well, I was kind of rattled. From the time I saw Frank here again, I just didn't know what I was doing or saying. I only wonder I didn't fall down and do a faint right there before the altar.
Mrs. Moulton, perhaps you would like my friend and me to leave the room while you explain this matter.
If I may give an opinion, we've had just a little too much secrecy over this matter already.
Oh, very good.
For my part, I'd like all Europe and America to hear the rights of it.
Then I'll tell our story right away. Frank and I met in 81 in McQuire's camp, near the Rockies where Pa was working a claim. We were engaged, Frank and I, but one day Pa struck a rich pocket and made a pile, while poor Frank here had a claim that came to nothing. The richer Pa grew, the poorer Frank got. So at last Pa wouldn't hear of our engagement lasting any longer, and he took me away to Frisco. Frank wouldn't throw in his hand, though.
You bet.
Frank followed me, and he saw me without Pa knowing. He said he'd go back and he'd make his pile, too, and he wouldn't come to claim me till he had as much as Pa. So I promised I'd wait for him till the end of time and not to marry anyone else as long as he lived.
So I said, why shouldn't we be married straight away then? Then I'll feel sure of you. But I won't claim to be your husband till I come back. Well, we talked it over, see, and we just went to a clergyman and did it right there.
Good Lord.
Well, the next I heard of Frank, he was in Montana, and then in New Mexico. And then there was a newspaper story about how a miners' camp had been attacked by Apache Indians, and there was Frank's name among the killed. I was sick for months. There was never another word of Frank after that.
Well, you see,
Hold on, dear. Well, I felt all the time that no man on this earth could ever take Frank's place in my heart. But I meant to make Robert just as good a wife as it was in me to be. Oh, you imagine what I felt first as I came to the altar rails. There was Frank, standing, looking at me out of the first pew. Well, I thought it was his ghost at first. I looked again, and there he was still, with a kind of a question in his eyes. Oh, well, I didn't know if to stop the service and make a scene in the church. What the clergyman was saying was just like a bee buzzing in my ears.
I scribbled her a note?
Yeah, and on the way out again, I saw the piece of paper in his hand, and I knew it was for me. So I passed the pew, and I dropped my bouquet over, and he slipped the note into my hand when he gave it back.
You never doubted for a moment that your first duty now was to him.
Well, of course. Well, I told my maid to say nothing, get a few things packed. I'd made up my mind to run away and explain afterwards. Well, I hadn't been at the table 10 minutes when I saw Frank out in the road, and I slipped out and I followed him into the park. Oh, some woman came up talking something about Lord St. Simon, but I managed to get away from her. I caught up with Frank, and we took a cab to his place in Gordon Square, and that was my true wedding. After all those years.
You see, I'd been a prisoner with those Apaches all the time. When I got back to Frisco, I saw in a paper about this other wedding. I just got to England in time.
Frank was all for being open and telling what had happened.
Yeah,
but I was so ashamed, thinking of all those lords and ladies waiting at that table for me to come back. So Frank took my wedding things and he dropped them anywhere in the park. He thought they wouldn't be found. We were off to Paris, France tomorrow, only this gentleman, Mr. Holmes, came around.
Yes.
Well, Robert, you've heard it all. I'm very sorry if I've given you any pain. I hope you don't think very meanly of me.
Excuse me, but it isn't my custom to discuss my most intimate personal affairs in this public manner.
Oh, then you won't forgive me. You won't shake hands before I go.
Go. Certainly, if it'll give you any pleasure.
I had hoped that you would have joined us in a friendly supper.
I think that there you ask a little too much. I may be forced to acquiesce in these recent developments. I can hardly be expected to make merry over them. I think that, with your permission, I will now wish you all a very good night.
Then I trust that you, at least, will honor us with your company, Mr. and Mrs. Moulton. It is always a joy to meet an American, Mr. Moulton.
Well, that's nice of you, Mr. Holmes.
Well, Watson, the case has been an interesting one.
Yes.
It shows how simple the explanation may be of an affair which seems almost inexplicable at first sight.
You had no doubt, then?
From the first, two facts were obvious to me. One was that the lady was quite willing to undergo the marriage ceremony. The other was that she had repented of it within a few minutes of returning home. But she could not have spoken to anyone when she was out, for she'd been in the company of the bridegroom. Had she seen someone then? If she had, it must have been someone from America. Then who could this American be? He might be a lover, he might be a husband. For instance, Simon told us of a man in the pew and the change in her manner and that transparent device of dropping her bouquet. Well, it all became absolutely clear. Especially in view of that allusion of hers to claim jumping, which in miners' talk means taking possession of that which another person has a prior claim to. It was clear to me that she'd gone off for the man, and the chances were in favor of his being a husband.
And how in the world did you find them?
Friend Lestrade held information in his hands and didn't know the value of it. The initials on the note were of the highest importance, of course, but it was more valuable still to know that within a week the man had settled his bill at one of the most select London hotels.
But how did you deduce the select?
By the select prices. 8 shillings for a bed and 8p for a glass of sherry pointed to one of the most expensive hotels. Well, there are not many in London which charge at that rate.
Thank goodness.
In the second one I visited in Northumberland Avenue, I learned by an inspection of the book that Francis H. Moulton, an American gentleman, had left only the day before. On looking over the entries against him, I came upon the very items I'd seen in the duplicate bill. His letters were to be forwarded to 226 Gordon Square, so thither I travelled. The loving couple were fortunately at home, and I ventured to give them some paternal advice. I invited them to meet Lord St. Simon here, and to make their position a little clearer.
Yes, but with no very good results. His conduct was certainly not very gracious.
Oh, my dear Watson, perhaps you would not be very gracious either, if after all the trouble of wooing and wedding, you found yourself deprived in an instant of wife and fortune.
Yes, I suppose so.
Now, I think we may judge Lord St. Simon very mercifully, and thank our stars that we're never likely to find ourselves in the same position. Now, draw up your chair. Oh, and hand me my tobacco.
In The Noble Bachelor by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the part of Sherlock Holmes was played by Carlton Hobbs, Dr. Watson by Norman Shelley, Lord St. Simon by William Edel, and Lestrade by Frederick Treves. The story was adapted for radio by Michael Hardwick and produced in London by Frederick Bradnam.
Cabby!
Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, cabby.
From London, we present Shoshombe Old Place by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, adapted for radio by Michael Hardwick, with Carlton Hobbs as Sherlock Holmes and Norman Shelley as Dr. Watson.
You know something of racing, don't you, Watson?
I ought to. I pay for it with about half my wound pension.
Then I'll make you my handy guide to the turf. Does the name Sir Robert Norberton recall anything?
I should say so. He lives at Shoshombe Old Place. My summer quarters were down there at one time. But you know, Norberton nearly came within your province once.
Oh? How was that?
It was when he horsewhipped Sam Brewer, the Curzon Street moneylender on Newmarket Heath. Nearly killed him.
He sounds interesting. Does he often indulge in that way?
He has the name of being a dangerous man. One of those fellows who overshot that true generation. He should have been a Regency buck. A great eye for the ladies, boxer, athlete, and about the most daredevil rider in the country. Came second in the Grand National a few years back.
Oh.
They say that what he's lost on the turf has got him so far down Queer Street that he may never find his way back again.
Capital, Watson. An admirable thumbnail sketch. Now, can you give me some idea of Shoshombe Old Place?
Well, only that it's in the middle of Shoshombe Park in Berkshire. The Shoshombe Stud and training quarters are there.
And the head trainer is John Mason.
Huh?
You needn't look so surprised, my dear Watson. He was due here some minutes ago. But do let us have some more about Shoshombe. I seem to have struck a rich vein.
Well, they're the Shoshombe Spaniels. You hear of them at every dog show. They're the special pride of the lady of Shoshombe Old Place.
Sir Robert Norberton's wife?
No. He's never married. Huh? Just as well, I should think, considering his prospect. He lives with his widowed sister, Lady Beatrice Folder. Matter of fact, the place belonged to our late husband. Norberton has no claim on it at all. When she dies, it reverts to her husband's brother.
So she only has a life interest in it?
That's right. She draws the rents, and Norberton spends them. Still, I've heard that she's devoted to him. But what's amiss at Shoshombe, Holmes?
Ah, that's just what I want to know. And here, I expect, is the man who can tell us.
John Mason, sir.
Ah, Mr. Mason. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Howdy do, sir.
How do you do?
You had my note, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, but it explained nothing.
It was too delicate a thing to put the details on paper. And too complicated.
Well, here we are, at your disposal. Oh, do sit down.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Well, first of all, Mr. Holmes, I think my employer, Sir Robert Norberton, has gone mad.
This is Baker Street, Mr. Mason, not Harley Street. But why do you say that?
Well, sir, when a man does one odd thing or two odd things, there may be a meaning to it. But when everything he does is odd, then you begin to wonder. I reckon the Shoshombe Prince and the Derby have turned his brain between them.
Shoshombe Prince is a colt Sir Robert has entered.
Oh, he's the best in England, and I should know if anyone does. But I'll be plain with you gentlemen now, because I know this won't go beyond the room. Sir Robert has got to win this Derby. He's up to his neck. It's his last chance. Everything he can raise or borrow is on that horse. And at fine odds, too.
Yes, but how's that, Mr. Mason, with a horse as good as that?
Well, the public don't know how good he is, Dr. Watson. Sir Robert's too clever for the touts. He has the prince's half bell right for spins. You can't tell them apart. But there are 2 lengths and a furlong between them when it comes to a gallop. No, sir. His whole life is on the prince. If he fails him, he's done.
It seems rather a desperate gamble. But where does the madness come in?
Well, first of all, you've only got to look at him. His eyes are wild. He's down at the stables at all hours. And there's the way he behaves to Lady Beatrice.
Oh? In what way?
Well, they've always been the best of friends. She loves the horses as much as he does. Why, Shoshombe Prince, when he heard her coming, he trot out to the carriage for his lump of sugar every time. But that's all over now.
Why?
Well, she seems to have lost all interest. For a week now, she's just driven past the stables without so much as a good morning.
You think there's been a quarrel?
Oh, a bitter quarrel, if you ask me, sir. Why else would he give away her pet spaniel?
Her spaniel?
Oh, she loved it as if it were a child. But he gave it away a few days ago to old Barnes, what keeps the Green Dragon down at Crendel.
Strange indeed.
Of course, what with her weak heart and dropsy, she couldn't get about with Sir Robert, but he used to spend a couple of hours with her in her room every evening. So that's all over, too. He never goes near her. She takes it to heart, sir. It's all changed, Mr. Holmes. Everything's changed. And something going on. Mark my words.
There's something more, then?
Oh, that there is, sir. Night after night, the master sneaks off down to the crypt at the old church.
Church?
Oh, it's an old ruined chapel in the park.
Oh, I see.
A dark, damp place it is, too. Bad enough by day. There's not many in our parts would think of going there by night.
Haunted, no doubt.
You may smile, Mr. Holmes. It's had a bad name amongst us for generations. Anyway, there he goes every night, wet or fine.
You interest me more and more, Mr. Mason. But how do you know all this?
Well, it was my head lad Stevens noticed him sneaking off first of all and told me. It's none of our business, perhaps you'll say. But we went after him. We waited behind a bush and saw him go inside the crypt. This is jumpy work, all right, Fred. It'll be a bad job for us if he spots us.
He's no respecter of persons when he gets started. Still, I mean to see this out.
Oh, you shan't see much from here.
Think we can go inside and take a look?
Oh, not in your life. He'd hear us for sure.
Oh, there's not much we can do then, except follow him home again.
Well, you never know. He might be carrying something to give us some idea.
Yeah. Hey, watch out. He's coming out now.
Yeah, we'll keep down then. He'll come past these bushes.
Yeah, you're right. Well, his hands were empty, so where does that get us?
I don't know. We could take a look inside now he's gone.
Inside? Oh, I don't know, John.
Come on, man, come on. The master can go in there. I reckon we can.
Well,
We'll not rest easy till we get to the bottom of this. Wait out here for me if you like.
No, I'll come. Well, there's no one here.
No one or nothing.
Oh, then that's it. We can be getting back.
Hey, what's that over there?
Huh? Where?
Here. Oh, that's funny.
It's bones. Bones and a skull.
Oh, it is, too. You been down here before, Fred?
Once or twice. In daylight, though.
I was here some time back when Master sent Higgins to see those gypsies weren't camping out in the place. And these weren't here then.
Are you sure?
Certain.
John, maybe it's... You don't reckon...
No, they're old bones, these. Might be hundreds of years old. Where do they come from? Why should anyone drag them out and leave them lying around like this?
Yeah.
This beats me, Fred. It beats me. And beat both of us it did, Mr. Holmes.
You left the bones where they were?
Aye, lying in a corner with a bit of old board over them. And now, Mr. Holmes, take a look at this.
Huh? A piece of the bones?
No, sir, not them. This was a day or two later. There's a heating furnace under Lady Beatrice's room. It had been off for some time, but Sir Robert started complaining about the cold, so it started up again. And the other morning, when one of the boys was raking out the cinders, he found this bone. You can see it's been burnt.
What do you make of this, Watson?
Well, it's human, all right. The upper condyle of a human femur.
Exactly. Mr. Mason, could anyone who wanted to visit the furnace?
Aye, sir. There's a door from outside, and there's another to a stair from a passage where Lady Beatrice's room is.
Was Sir Robert at home on the night before the boy found this bone?
No, sir, he wasn't. He gone off to London.
Then whoever was burning bones, it was not he.
That's true, sir.
Well, these are deep waters indeed. Deep and rather dirty. Have you anything more to tell me?
No, sir. I think, sir, that's about all of it.
A few questions, then. When did Sir Robert give away his sister's dog?
Just a week ago today, sir. It was howling outside the old well house, and Sir Robert was in one of his tantrums that day. He caught it up. I thought he would have killed it. But he gave it to one of the jockeys and said to take it to old Barnes, the Green Dragon. He said he never wanted to see it again.
Thank you. Now, who keeps Lady Beatrice Folder company most of the time?
Well, there's her maid, Carrie. She's been with her about 5 years.
And is no doubt devoted to her mistress.
Well, she's devoted enough, but I'd rather not say who to.
Uh-huh.
Well, I can't tell tales of that sort, sir.
I quite understand. From Dr. Watson's description of Sir Robert, I can realize that no woman is safe from him. Don't you think the quarrel between brother and sister may lie there?
Well, the scandal's been pretty clear for a long time.
Yes, but she may not have seen it before. However, this scarcely accounts for charred bones and these mysterious visits to the crypt. Is there good fishing in that part of Berkshire?
Fishing, sir?
Fishing, Mr. Mason.
Well, there are trout in the mill stream and pike in the All Lake.
That's good enough. Watson and I are famous fishermen. Are we not, Watson? Precisely. In fact, you may address us in future at the Green Dragon, I think you said it was called, Mr. Mason. We should reach it tonight. I need hardly say that we'd better not be seen with you down there. But a note will reach us if you want us. Yes, thank you, Mr. Barnes. My friend and I are very comfortable indeed. Very comfortable. But tell me, what do you think about the Hall Lake and the chance of a pike tomorrow?
The Hall? Oh, no. No, that wouldn't do at all, sir.
Why, how's that?
Well, you might chance to find yourselves in the lake before you were done.
I don't quite follow you.
Well, it's Sir Robert Norberton, sir. He's terrible jealous at Touts. Touts? Oh, I beg pardon, sir, but if you two strangers were as near his training quarters as that, he'd be after you sure as fate. He ain't taking no chances, Sir Robert ain't.
I think I did hear that he has a horse entered for the derby.
Ah, and a good colt it is and all. He's carrying all their money, and Sir Robert's too. Oh, but by the way, gentlemen, begging your pardon, that is, I suppose you ain't on the turf yourselves?
Oh, no, indeed. Just two weary Londoners who badly need some good Berkshire air.
Well, you're in the right place for that. There's a good deal of it lying about. But mind what I said about it. Strikes first and speaks after.
Oh, we certainly shall, Mr. Barnes.
Well, thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Barnes, I wanted to ask you, what breed is that beautiful spaniel I saw in the passage just now?
Why, sir, that's the real Shoshombe breed. There ain't a better in England than that.
Really? I'm quite a dog fancier myself. If it's a fair question, what price would a dog like that cost?
Oh, more than I could pay, sir. It was Sir Robert himself who gave me this one. That's why you saw he was tied up. He'd be off back to all in a jiffy if I give him his head. Well, now, you'll excuse me, gentlemen.
Well, Watson, we're getting some cards in our hands, and we may see our way in a day or two.
Will Norberton be back from London soon?
Possibly. I think we might do well to enter the sacred domain tomorrow night, in fact. It'll reduce the risk of bodily assault with him still away, and there are 1 or 2 points I should like reassurance on.
Have you any theory, Holmes?
Only this. Something happened a week or two ago which has cut deep into the life of the Shoshombe household. Now, what was it? We can only guess at it from its effects. And they seem to be of a curiously mixed character. But that should surely help us. It's only the colourless, uneventful case which is hopeless.
True enough, Esbern.
Let us consider our data. The brother no longer visits the beloved invalid sister. He gives away her favourite dog. Her dog, Watson. Does that suggest nothing to you?
Nothing but the brother's spite?
Well, it might be so. Or, well, there is an alternative. But to continue our review of the situation from the time that the quarrel began, the lady keeps her room, alters her habits, is not seen save when she drives out with her maid, and refuses to stop at the stables even to greet her favorite horse. That covers the case, does it not?
Save for the business in the crypt.
Ah, yes, the crypt. Let us suppose, it's merely a scandalous supposition, a hypothesis put forward for argument's sake, but let us suppose that Sir Robert Norberton has done away with his sister.
My dear Holmes, it's out of the question.
Very possibly, Watson, very possibly. He's a man of honourable stock, but you do occasionally find a carrion crow among the eagles. Let us argue upon this supposition for a moment.
Very well.
He's utterly in debt and may at any moment be sold up and his racing stable seized by his creditors. Now, he's a daring and desperate man. He derives his income from his sister. His sister's maid is his willing tool. So far, we seem to be on fairly safe ground, do we not?
Granted.
But he could not fly the country until he had realized his fortune, and that fortune could only be realized by bringing off his win with the Shoshombe prince. Therefore, if he had disposed of his sister, he would still have to stand his ground. He would have to get rid of her body in some way. With the maid as his confidant, that would not be impossible. The body might be conveyed to the crypt, which is so seldom visited, and it might later be secretly destroyed at night in the furnace, leaving behind it such evidence as we have seen. What say you to that, Watson?
Well, it's all possible if you grant the original supposition, but that's monstrous.
I think there's a small experiment which we might try tomorrow. It may throw some light on the matter. In the meantime, if we intend to keep up our characters, I suggest we call for a glass of wine and hold some high converse upon eels and dace and that sort of thing.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Barnes.
Well, I should have thought you'd have been away here fishing long before this.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Barnes, my friend here rather foolishly forgot to pack our spoon bait for Jack. And as we gather there's none to be had hereabouts, we'll just have to forget about the fish.
If it was only an excuse to get away from London, really, we shan't miss it.
Well, perhaps you'll think of taking a walk instead. Some very nice walking in these parts there is.
As a matter of fact, that's just what we're off to do now. I was wondering to my friend whether you mightn't be persuaded to let us take that dog of yours along with us.
Well, I don't see why not at all, gentlemen. If you can be bothered with him, I reckon he'll be glad of the exercise. I don't seem to get 10 minutes to call me own these days.
It'll be a pleasure. I think we need the exercise as much as the dog does.
This is the place, I imagine.
Yeah, those are the gates, Holmes.
The entrance to Shoshombe Place. I learned that the old lady's carriage comes through here almost precisely every midday as she starts out for her drive.
It's nearly midday now. You hoping for a glimpse of her?
More than that. The carriage has to slow down while the gates are being opened for it.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes through and before it gathers speed again, I want you to stop the coachman with some question.
Yes, and you?
I shall stand behind this holly bush and see what I can see. And I think I shall also accidentally loose my hold of this good dog's lead. But quickly, Watson. I can see the carriage in the driveway now. Now, you know what to do.
All right, Holmes.
Right now, mate. I say, pardon me.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell me, is Sir Robert Norberton at home today?
Oh, sir, he ain't back from London yet.
Oh, I see.
Hey, back there. Hey, where? Get my whip.
Going on. Going on.
Hey, come on, lady. You up there.
Come here, boy. Come here. You're too valuable to lose. Well, Watson, that's done it.
Certainly caused enough excitement. Well, what did you see? There just seem to be two of them in now. The maid, perhaps, and the old lady, and yet...
Yes, Watson.
Well, the dog...
Exactly. He recognized his mistress's carriage, but found a stranger inside it. Dogs don't make mistakes.
But did you notice anything else? Well, I did think that voice, the one that called him to drive on, sounded remarkably like a man.
And we've added one more card to our hand, but it needs careful playing all the same. I think we'll arrange for another rendezvous this evening with our friend Mr. John Mason. And what better place than the crypt?
I can't stay very long, Mr. Holmes. Robert is expected back any minute.
Oh, very well, Mr. Mason. But before you go, could you show us the bones you spoke of?
Oh, they're in this corner.
Oh.
You be showing your lantern, Dr. Watson.
Was here, you say?
Aye, sir. Well, that's queer. They're gone.
As I expected.
I don't understand, sir.
I fancy the ashes of them might even now be found in that furnace you told us about.
Why in the world would anyone want to burn the bones of a man who's been dead maybe hundreds of years?
That's what we're here to find out. It may mean a long search, and we need not detain you. I fancy we shall get our solution before morning, though.
Very good, sir. I'll be off if you don't mind. I don't want Master to find me missing.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. You'll hear from me soon enough. Now, Watson, let us have a closer look at some of these tombs.
What do you hope to find, Holmes?
I said, what do you hope to find? What have we here?
A coffin on its end. Made of lead from the look of it.
Yes, and unless I'm very much mistaken, recently tampered with. Just let me get my lens to it. Yes, as I thought.
And someone's tried to open it?
And succeeded, I should say. I think we shall now do the same with the assistance of my trusty Jimmy.
Always prepared, Holmes.
One never knows. Now, just a pull, Watson, if you please, and we have it. Now then.
This is no ancient corpse, Holmes. This is...
Listen. Someone's coming.
And who the devil may you be? You hear me? What are you doing on my property?
I also have a question to ask you, Sir Robert Norberton.
Who are you, I say? Out with it, or by heaven...
My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes?
Possibly it is familiar to you, but in any case, my business is that of every other good citizen, to uphold the law. It seems to me that you have much to answer for, Sir Robert.
Oh, it does it?
For instance, whose body is this? And what is it doing here?
Very well, Mr. Holmes. Everything can be explained, I assure you. Everything's all right.
I'm pleased to hear it.
Appearances are against me, I'll admit. But I could act no otherwise.
I should like to think so.
Oh. Come up to the house, please, and you can judge for yourself how things stand. You have gone pretty deeply into my affairs, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, or I should not have found you where I did. So you'll know in all probability that I'm running a dark horse for the Derby, and that everything depends on my success. If I win, all is easy. If I lose, well, I dare not think of that.
I understand the position.
I am dependent upon my sister, Lady Beatrice, for everything.
But if I'm not mistaken, her interest in the estate is for her life only.
You know that too, then. Well, it is so. For my own part, I'm deeply in the hands of the moneylenders. I've always known that if my sister were to die, my creditors would be onto my estate like a flock of vultures. Everything would be seized, my stables, my horses, everything. Well, Mr. Holmes, my sister did die a week ago.
And you told no one?
No, Dr. Watson, I told no one. How could I? If one word had got out, absolute ruin would have descended upon me within a matter of hours. I know these moneylenders and their methods only too well.
I see.
If I could only stave things off until the Derby, all would be well.
If your horse wins?
Well, if he doesn't...
In any case, surely your bet's on the race and your expectations from it would hold good, even if your creditors did seize your estate.
Horse will be part of my estate. And my chief creditor happens to be the same rascally fellow, Sam Brewer, whom I once was compelled to horsewhip on Newmarket Heath. Do you suppose he would try to save me? No, Dr. Watson. If he got possession of the horse, he'd simply withdraw him from the race. My bets would be void and my ruin would be complete.
Sir Robert, what did your sister die?
Dropsy. It has plagued her for years.
Has a doctor certified to that effect?
No.
Then surely it is for a coroner to decide, not you.
I catch your meaning, Mr. Holmes.
But I assure you, any doctor would certify that her end had been in no doubt for months now.
But it occurred just too soon for you. Well, what did you do?
You answer?
Oh, yes, Carrie. Come in. Come in, Norlet.
Sir.
Mr. Holmes, this is my late sister's maid, Carrie. Mrs. Norlet, I should say.
How do you do?
And this is her husband, Norlet.
How do?
These are the two people upon earth who can substantiate what I say.
Very well.
Well, as I told you, it occurred to me that if I could only stave things off until after the derby, all would be well. But obviously, the body couldn't remain in the house, even though there was no need for anyone to enter her room but the maid. So on the first night, Norlet and I carried it out to the old well house.
I disclaim all responsibility.
As I might expect. However, the responsibility is not yours at all, as it happens.
You concealed the body in the well house?
Yes. Then there was a complication over my sister's spaniel. It used to follow her everywhere. Turned up at the well house door and stood there, yapping continuously. Wouldn't go away.
So you got rid of it to the landlord of the Green Dragon?
Yes. Even so, I felt that some more secure place was needed for her body, and Norlet and I carried it by night to the crypt. There was no indignity or irreverence, Mr. Holmes. I do not feel I've wronged the dead.
Oh.
Well, I can picture your thoughts. Perhaps you would have felt differently in my position. One cannot see all one's hopes and plans shattered at the last moment and make no effort to save them. It seemed to me that it would be no unworthy resting place if we put her for some time in one of the coffins of her late husband's ancestors. They lie in what is still consecrated ground. Norlet and
I disclaim...
All right. We opened the coffin, removed the contents, and placed my sister inside, as you have seen her. As to the old relics, they were burnt in the central furnace at night. Seemed better than to leave them lying there for intruders to disturb.
After that, it was but a case of arranging for someone to ride daily in your late sister's carriage, wearing her clothes and keeping up the appearance that she was still alive and well.
Just so.
Now, let me see. Who could that have been? Mr. Norlet, I imagine you disclaim all responsibility in this as well.
I'd like to know what you think...
Oh, Charlie.
That will do, Norlet. You're quite right, Mr. Holmes. He impersonated my sister and rode each day beside his wife here.
Deceiving everyone except an unhappy dog who wondered where his mistress had got to.
And you, it seems.
It is my business not to be deceived. It was my duty to bring the facts to light, and there I must leave it. As to the morality or decency of your own conduct, it is not for me to express any opinion. Oh, there you are, Watson. I thought I heard you go out a few minutes ago.
I did, buy a newspaper.
But our papers will be delivered before long, won't they?
I know, Holmes, but I wanted one before.
Really, Watson, you've been uncommonly excited all afternoon. Yes, and now you're looking as smug as a well-filled cat. Pray let me into your secret.
You know what today is, Holmes?
Huh? Today? Christmas? Easter, St. Swithin's? I see nothing remarkable about it.
It's Derby Day. The Derby was run this afternoon.
Oh, really? Is that all?
I should hesitate to bore you with the particulars. The Derby was won by a horse named Shoshombe Prince, of which you have doubtless heard. He carried with him the blessing of my month's wound pension, that is all.
The name is familiar. My dear Watson, do come and give me the benefit of your opinion upon this specimen.
What?
Really, if it were not for the microscope, I do not believe we should achieve half the results we managed to.
That was Shoshombe Old Place, a Sherlock Holmes story adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle by Michael Hardwick, with Carlton Hobbs as Holmes, Norman Shelley as Dr. Watson, Frederick Treves as John Mason, and Godfrey Kenton as Sir Robert Norberton. Production by Frederick Bradnam for the BBC.
No, Dr. Watson, it can't be. That door leads into an empty room. There's no exit.
Wait, what was that?
Seems to be throwing the furniture about.
Furniture? There's only one chair.
See, quickly.
Here, let me, sir.
Frequently, cases of my friend Sherlock Holmes began quietly enough, but led on to rather violent developments. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and it was my privilege to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I will tell you about the case of the stockbroker's clerk. After my marriage, I still visited Holmes now and then to see what new case he was engaged on, and even to become engaged on it myself, as you shall hear in a moment.
Well, my dear Watson, I'm delighted to see you again. And I hope the cares of your new practice haven't entirely obliterated the interest you used to take in my little deductive problem.
Far from it. Why, only last night I was looking over my own notes. I was classifying some of our past results, you know.
Excellent. But I trust you don't consider your collection closed.
No, not at all. There's nothing I'd like better than to have some more experiences to add to it.
Today, for example?
Well, yes, of course.
As far off as Birmingham?
Oh, certainly, certainly.
You're quite sure you're fit enough to travel?
Fit? I told you, I've never felt better.
But you've not been too well lately, I see.
Now, how on earth?
Your slippers, of course.
Slippers?
They're quite obviously new. Not more than a few weeks old, in fact. I noticed the soles when you were sitting opposite me there.
Soles?
They're scorched. For a moment, I thought you must have got them wet and dried them a little too vigorously. But near the instep, there's a little wafer of paper with the shopman's hieroglyphics on it. Damp would have had that off. Obviously, you've been sitting with your feet stretched out to the fire. And a man would hardly sit so long in front of a fire in June if he were in his full health.
Right as usual.
I'm sometimes afraid I give too much of my methods away when I explain things. Results without causes are much more impressive. But come along, my dear fellow. Our clerk, Mr. Hall Pycroft, is waiting in the cab, and we have to catch a train for Birmingham. Well, now, Mr. Pycroft, we have a clear run of 70 minutes ahead of us.
Yes, sir.
I'd like you to tell Dr. Watson all the details of your very interesting experience, exactly as you gave it me.
It'll be a pleasure.
In even greater detail, if possible. It'll be useful to me to hear it all again. You'll appreciate this case, Watson.
Oh, very good, then. Let's hear about it, Mr. Pycroft.
Well, it goes like this, sir. I'm a stockbroker's clerk. I used to have a billet with Coxon and Woodhouse of Draper's Gardens, but they came a nasty cropper, and we clerks were turned adrift, all 27 of us. Mind you, old Coxon did what he could. He gave me a ripping good testimonial, but I couldn't get another place anywhere. Well, I've been getting £3 a week at Coxon's, and I'd say it's about 70 of them. That didn't go very far, though. Well, then, suddenly, I saw a vacancy at Morton and Williams in Lombard Street.
Good firm.
Yes, one of the best. Well, you had to apply by letter only, so I sent mine in, and that was that, I thought. But back came an answer by return. Said if I'd turn up on Monday and I looked all right to them, the billet was mine.
The unpredictable methods of the city.
I've often heard the manager just plunges his hand into the heap and takes the first that comes. Still, Morton's are a top firm, as Dr. Watson says, so I suppose my reference must have done the trick.
Yes.
Anyway, all that mattered was that my innings seemed to have come at last. The screw was £1 a week more than at Coxon's, too. But here's where the queer part of the business begins. I was back in my digs at Hampstead that night, having a bit of a smoke, when my landlady came in.
There's a gent out here to see you.
Oh, anyone I know, Mrs. Fox?
Oh, I can't say. Here's his card.
Arthur Pinner, financial agent. Well, I don't know what it's about, but you'd better ask him to step in, please.
No, will you come this way, sir?
Thank you. Mr. Hall Pycroft, I believe.
Yes. Will you take a chair?
Thanks. Mr. Pycroft of Mason and Williams, I think.
Morton and Williams, yes, that's right. Well, rather, I haven't started yet. I only got their letter today, taking me on, you know.
You haven't been to the office yet?
No, haven't set eyes on them. I don't start till Monday.
You were formerly with Coxon and Woodhouses?
Yes. Do you mind if I ask?
Well, Mr. Pycroft, the fact is I've heard some really extraordinary stories about your financial ability.
About me?
Talking to Parker. You know, used to be Coxon's manager. Can't say enough for you.
Well, that's very nice of him. Very nice indeed. He's a good fellow, Parker.
Yes, first rate. Now, look here, Mr. Pycroft. Have you kept in touch with the market while you've been out of work?
Every day. I read the stock exchange list every morning.
Ah, that's the way to get on, my boy. Now, let me see. How are New Zealand consolidated?
104.
Air shares?
105 to 105 and a quarter.
Wonderful. It quite fits in with all I'd heard. My dear boy, you're much too good to be a clerk at Mawson's. No, sir. By Monday, you'll be business manager of the Franco-Midland Hardware Company Limited, with 134 branches in the towns and villages of France, and not counting one in Brussels and one in San Remo.
I'm afraid I've never heard of it.
Ah, very likely not. It's been kept very quiet. Too good to let the public into, you understand.
I see.
My brother, Harry Pinner, is promoter. All the capital's being privately subscribed.
Yes, I see.
Harry's managing director. He asked me if I could pick up the right man for business manager. Parker spoke of you, and that's what brought me here tonight.
But,
mind you, I'll be honest. Harry asked me to get a man cheap. I can't pay more than 500 to start.
500?
Yes, I'm afraid that's all. But there's an overriding commission of 1% on all business done by your agents. Take my word for it. That'll come to more than your salary. Yes, indeed. A great deal more.
Mr. Pinner, I don't know anything about hardware.
No, but you do know about figures.
Yes, that's true. Well, no, look here, Mr. Pinner. I can't deny that your offer is a very good one. It's a splendid one, but I've been out of work long enough, and, well, Mawson's may only be offering 200, but they are well known. They're safe.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do then. You take this note. It's for £100. Now, if you think we can do business, you just slip that into your pocket as an advance on your salary. Now, what do you say?
I say this, Mr. Pinner. When do you want me to start?
Splendid. Now, my company's offices are temporarily situated in Birmingham. If you could go up there tomorrow, perhaps.
Certainly.
Well, shall we say 1 o'clock then?
Yes, indeed.
Take this note to 126B Corporation Street, and you'll find my brother there. Of course, he'll have to confirm your engagement.
Oh, yes, of course.
But between you and me, it'll be all right.
Well, I hardly know how to thank you, Mr. Pinner.
Not at all, my boy. You've only got what you deserve at last. Oh, before I go, there are one or two small details, though.
Oh,
formalities, you know.
Yes.
Have you a pen and paper handy?
Yes, over here.
Splendid. Now, if you could just jot these few lines down, covering the firm, you know.
Oh, yes, of course.
Please write down, I agree to act as business manager to the Franco-Midland Hardware Company Limited.
Hardware Company.
At a minimum salary of £500. Put that in figures.
Yes. 500. Right. Is that all?
Well, that's all. Now, if I may have that.
Oh, yes, of course. Here you are. I think it's dry.
Good. Oh, now, there's just one more little thing. What do you intend to do about Mawson?
Oh, well, I'd better write and resign.
So, you see, my boy, I had a row over you with Mawson's manager. I took the liberty of going to him to ask about you, see if he'd be willing to let you off, don't you know?
I see.
He was, he was pretty offensive. Accused me of coaxing you away from him, that sort of thing. Right, I rather lost my temper with the fellow. Told him if he wanted good men, he should offer them a good price. Do you know what he said?
No.
He said, we picked him out of the gutter, so he won't be keen to leave us so quickly. Picked him out of the gutter, he said.
Did he, by Jove? Just what does he think I am?
Now, you judge for yourself. Well, I had the last word, though. I said, if the fellow's what I think he is, once he's heard my offer, you'll never hear from him again.
Good for you.
Well, I thought in view of that, you'd back me up and show him I was right.
Say no more, Mr. Pinner. I owe Mawson's nothing. They can go hang. I won't send them a word.
Good. I knew you had spirit. My brother will be delighted to have you, I know. Tomorrow, then, at 126B Corporation Street, Birmingham.
Have I missed anything out, Mr. Holmes?
Your memory goes further than figures, Mr. Pycroft. Well, Watson, what do you think of that?
Extraordinary good fortune, I'd say. What sort of a fellow was this Pinner?
Well, middle-sized, black beard, bit of a hook to his nose, you know, brisk sort of way with him.
Yes, I can see it. But now, Mr. Pycroft, tell Watson what happened the next day when you got to Birmingham to keep your appointment.
Yes. Well, 126B Corporation Street turned out to be a passage between two big shops. It led to a flight of stairs with the names of a lot of companies painted on the wall at the bottom. I read them all, but there wasn't a Franco Midland Hardware Company among them. But while I was standing there wondering what to do next, a man came up and introduced himself as Harry Pinner.
We haven't got a name up yet, Mr. Pycroft, as you see. They're only temporary premises. We only got them last week. Oh. Yes, I have to apologize to you for the empty rooms, I'm afraid. Don't be disheartened, though, Mr. Pycroft. Rome wasn't built in a day. No, of course. One table, a ledger, and a waste paper basket. Empty for the moment. Well, there's enough to be going on with. Oh, by the way, I have a note for you from your brother, Mr. Pinner. Ah, yes, well, we'll do that first, then. Yes, you've certainly made your impression on Arthur. He's a shrewd judge. Mr. Pycroft, you may consider yourself definitely engaged.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pinner. And, now, can I ask what my duties are to be?
Of course, your duties. Mr. Pycroft, you will eventually manage Franco Midland's great depot in Paris.
Oh, really?
Yes, you'll be handling there a flood of English crockery, which you'll distribute to the shops at 134 agents throughout France. The purchase will be completed in a week. Meanwhile, I'd like you to remain in Birmingham and make yourself useful.
Certainly. How?
Well, here's a directory of Paris with the trades after the names of the people.
I see.
I want you to take it to wherever you're staying. Where is that, by the way?
Oh, well, I'll find a hotel quite near here, I'm sure.
Oh, yes, plenty. Very reasonable, too. Well, I want you to take this directory back there. There's no need to work in this discomfort. Take it back and mark off all the hardware sellers with their addresses. Stick at it, Mr. Pycroft, and let me have the results by Monday at 12. Hardly managerial work, I admit, but we're all pitching in at whatever needs doing for the time being.
And then I found a cheap hotel and settled down to do as he'd asked, Mr. Holmes.
With pretty mixed feelings, I don't know.
Well, yes, indeed. On the one hand, I was definitely engaged, and I had £100 in my pocket. But on the other hand, well, the look of those offices.
I must say, I thought they'd fix themselves up with something a bit better.
Well, anyway, I settled down to the job he'd given me. I soon found it wasn't going to be done by Monday either. By the time I went to see Mr. Pinner again, I'd only got to the letter H.
Oh, dear.
He told me to go away, keep at it until Wednesday, and then come and see him again. Well, I did, but the job still wasn't finished even then. Mr. Pinner told me not to worry, but to push on with it still and see him again on Friday. So I did. Me till this morning, though. I'd never have believed there were half as many hardware dealers in Paris.
Well, there you get some idea at last of the size of trade you're going to be handling soon.
Yes, I do.
Well, the best thing is to ask you if you wouldn't mind keeping at them until everything's clear at the other end.
But I've finished?
No, my boy. You just think for a moment. Doesn't anyone else sell crockery besides hardware firms?
Well, I suppose... Yes, the furniture people do over here, so I expect it's the same in France.
That's just the brand of acumen for getting to the top.
Thank you, sir.
So, what I want you to do now is to take away that invaluable directory again and start marking up the furniture firms.
It's very good, mister.
Now, don't be downhearted, my boy. I'll tell you what. I may hear some news from London by tomorrow morning. I'll be out and about all day, but if you pop up here at, shall we say, 7 tomorrow evening... Yes. I may be ready to put you out of this suspense.
Oh, that's very good of you, sir.
Right, then. And don't forget, tomorrow is Saturday.
Saturday?
Well, all work and no play, you know.
Oh.
After you see me in the evening, why not cut along for a couple of hours at Day's Music Hall?
I might.
It's just the place for a young blood like you, eh?
What an extraordinary way to run a business. Eh, Holmes?
Remarkable. Tell me, Mr. Pycroft, on your visits to the offices, have you ever seen signs of any other business being done there?
That's another funny thing. Every time the place has been just the same.
The waste paper basket?
Still empty every time. It seems to me he only goes there to meet me.
But Mr. Pycroft's powers of observation rise to even greater levels. Let's hear again, sir, what else you noticed at your last interview.
Oh, yes. Well, when he added that bit about the music hall, he kept laughing, and I couldn't help noticing that his second tooth on the left-hand side was a gold one.
I don't quite follow.
Well, the point is, Dr. Watson, when his brother, Arthur Pinner, had come to my room in London, I'd noticed exactly the same thing about him.
Quite extraordinary. Still, I don't quite see...
Wait a moment. Let Mr. Pycroft tell us what else he has noticed about the brothers Pinner.
Well, I told you what Arthur Pinner looked like. Middle-sized, black beard, hook nose, and so on.
Yes.
Well, apart from the beard, and maybe the hair being a bit shorter, Harry Pinner might have been his twin.
Perhaps he is. They're brothers.
Well, that's what I thought. But you see, it was the tooth.
Was there anything else? Their voices?
So far as I can remember Arthur Pinner's voice, they're almost exactly the same. They're sort of voices you'd remember again.
Well, then, Mr. Pycroft, what was your conclusion?
Well, sir, I know it may sound silly, but I thought back in my hotel that night, these two brothers are one and the same man.
Same?
Yes.
But why?
I puzzled out all the whys for myself till late that night, Dr. Watson. Why should a man approach me in London, engage me in his firm, give me £100 advance, send me to Birmingham, and then dash up there himself, shave off his beard, cut his hair, and go through all this pantomime with lists and directories in empty offices?
Why, indeed. Pretty rum to me.
Exactly. And that is why, Watson, we're all three sitting in this train, which I observe is nearing the end of its journey. Isn't it, sir? Ah, if my watch is not misleading me, we shall be in ample time to conduct a joint interview with Mr. Harry Pinner, or is it Arthur, at 7 o'clock this evening.
There it is, Mr. Holmes. That's the passage of 126B.
Unimpressive. Well, I make it only 1 minute to 7, so I suggest we go straight up.
But, Holmes, how are we to do this? I mean, who are we? You and I, if you see what I mean.
You, Watson, are Mr. Price of this town. You're a clerk.
Oh, yes.
I am Mr. Harris of Bermondsey. Since my head for figures is notably sounder than yours, I shall be an accountant.
But, sir, how shall I explain you to Pinner?
We're both friends of yours.
Oh, yes, but...
A chance meeting this afternoon near the town hall. We're both in need of a place, so the business manager-elect of the Franco-Midland Hardware Company is just the man to try a word on our behalf with his employer.
I see. Jolly good. Right then, sir. Shall I lead the way?
If you please.
Come in.
Good evening, Mr. Pinner. What? Is something the matter, sir?
I'm not feeling too good, Mr. Pycroft. Not so good at all. Who are these gentlemen?
Well, this is Mr. Harris of Bermondsey, and this is Mr.
Price.
Mr. Price of this town, sir. They're friends of mine.
How do you do?
We happened to meet this afternoon. They're both gentlemen of experience in business, sir, but they've been out of a place for some time, and I ventured to bring them for a word with you, sir, if you'd be so kind.
Quite right, quite right. What is your particular line, Mr. Harris?
I'm an accountant, sir.
And yours, Mr.
Price, I'm a clerk.
I'll let you know in due course. And now I beg you to go. For heaven's sake, leave me to myself.
Mr. Pinner, isn't there anything I can do for you?
No, boy. I'm sorry, gentlemen. I'm not well at all. I must just go into the other room a few minutes. I'll be all right soon. All right soon.
Holmes, is he giving us a slip?
No, Dr. Watson, he can't be. That door leads into an empty room. There's no exit.
There's something I don't understand in all this. That man's street pass mad with fright.
Those papers on the desk, perhaps there's something in them.
Now, let's see. It's a newspaper. Here's this evening. Great heavens, Watson, look at these headlines. I was only halfway advanced with my theory about this case, but if I'm not mistaken, this completes it for me.
Let's see.
Wait, what was that?
Seems to be a train of furniture about.
Furniture? There's only one chair.
Let's see, quickly.
Here, let me, sir. Run himself up.
Quickly, Pycroft. Under him and take his weight. Right, sir. That chair, Watson, right?
Yes, I've got him, Pycroft. All right. At least he's still breathing.
Right. Lower away.
All right. What is it? It's all right now, Mr. Holmes.
Well, Watson, that was a near thing. What do you think of him?
He'll survive. You better open the window, Pycroft, please.
Oh, what? Find some water if you can.
No, Holmes. The near thing, all right. He'll live.
Had I better go for the police, sir?
All in good time, my dear fellow. It would be nicer, wouldn't it, to let him tell us all we need to know before the notebooks get here. There's so little left to find out.
So little left to find out. Well, I don't know about you, Dr. Watson, but I couldn't be further in the dark.
Yes, same here.
Well, it's all quite simple, really. After hearing Mr. Pycroft's admirably detailed story, it seemed to me that the events could only point to one conclusion. I deduced this from two main points.
What was it?
Ask yourself why your written declaration was wanted. Not as a business matter. No, what was wanted was a specimen of your handwriting. There was no other way of persuading you to give one.
But what on earth for?
Well, let us leave that point for the moment, except to add the obvious conclusion that someone wanted to imitate your style of writing. So now we come to the second point. This should throw some light on the first point and vice versa.
Hope to heaven it does.
The second point, my poor Watson, is Pinner's request to Mr. Pycroft not to resign his place at Mawson and Williams. If Mr. Pycroft didn't send in any resignation, the manager at Mawson's would be still expecting him to turn up to start work on the Monday morning.
You mean, Holmes, that someone was going to turn up in Mr. Pycroft's place at Mawson's, pretending to be him?
Capital, my dear Watson. A glimmering at last. Yes, of course. An imposter was to be planted into Mawson's under the guise of Pycroft here. Just in case anyone should notice a discrepancy between his handwriting and that in which Pycroft had applied for the vacancy, steps were taken to equip this pretender with a copy of Pycroft's script to study.
Yes. But I don't understand, Mr. Holmes. Why should Pinner pretend to be his own brother?
I can't see that either.
I thought it was pretty clear by now. There are evidently two of them in this little plot. One is pretending to be Mr. Pycroft, working every day at Mawson's in London. The other acts as Pycroft's engager, persuading him to come and work in Birmingham. There had to be someone in Birmingham to receive him and act as his employer in order to keep him here for as long as was needed. The conspirators wisely didn't want to let in a third person into their plan, so Pinner had to do the job himself. And it might have worked. But for that gold tooth and Mr. Pycroft's admirable powers of observation,
well, I'm blown. Mr. Holmes, you've told me how it's been done. Can you tell me why?
This paper Pinner was reading when we came in. That'll tell you. Yes, it's one of today's London evening papers. Your answer's on the front page, Mr. Pycroft.
What? Great heavens above.
Oh, come on, read it out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Crime in the city. A desperate attempt at robbery, culminating in the death of one man and the capture of the criminal, occurred today in the city. It appears that last week a new clerk, who had given his name as Hall Pycroft, was engaged by the famous financial house of Mawson and Williams. This person appears to have been none other than Beddington, the famous cracksman and forger, who, with his brother, only recently emerged from a 5-year spell of penal servitude. So that's what it's all been about.
It's becoming pretty clear, isn't it? But pray, let's have the rest of the report.
Oh, just a minute. Turn to page 6, column 1. I haven't got page 6 here.
I have it. I got it. It is customary at Mawson's for the clerks to leave at midday on Saturday. Sergeant Hewson of the city police was surprised today to see a man with a carpet bag come down the steps at 1:20. He arrested the man after a desperate struggle. Nearly £100,000 worth of American railway bonds were discovered in the bag. The body of the murdered watchman was found doubled up in one of the largest safes. It seems likely that Beddington managed to get locked into the building after the other clerks had gone and was disturbed by the watchman while rifling the safes. His brother, who usually works with him, had not yet appeared in this job, so far as can at present be ascertained, but the police are making energetic inquiries as to his whereabouts.
Well, we can save the police some trouble in that direction.
But, Mr. Holmes, why do you think this one wanted to go and string himself up?
The prospect of another long spell behind bars, no doubt. And then again, who knows, it wouldn't be the first time that even a villain had chosen to die rather than face the shame of having his brother executed for murder. However, these are not considerations for us. We have no choice as to our action.
If you will have the kindness to step out for the police, Mr. Pycroft, Dr. Watson and I will remain on guard here.
The Case of the Stockbroker's Clerk was one of the Sherlock Holmes stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. My real name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Our script for this BBC production from London was by Michael Hardwick. And need I say, I look forward to the pleasure of your company again very soon for more adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, cabby.
From London, we present The Naval Treaty, a Sherlock Holmes story by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatized for radio by Michael Hardwick. The Naval Treaty.
May I come in, Holmes?
Huh? Oh, Watson. Upon my word, I thought you were too busy to come and see me anymore.
Well, I have been rather busy, I confess.
Oh, if you find your own cases more interesting than mine.
I was going to say that my practice could get along very well without me for a day or two.
Oh, capital. Capital, Watson. I perceive you're fiddling with a piece of paper.
Yes.
You are the stormy petrel of crime, Watson. What is it?
Well, it's a letter. It reached me this morning.
And you have come to read it to me.
Well, I thought that...
Pray proceed.
It's from an old school chum of mine, brilliant boy, carried off every prize the blessed school had to offer. Went on to Cambridge, then the Foreign Office. Plenty of influence, you know. His uncle is Lord Holdhurst.
Politicians in the family, eh? Always a good beginning. But the letter, Watson.
Oh, yes. He writes from Briarbrae, Woking. My dear Watson, he says, I've no doubt you'll remember Tadpole. Tadpole Phelps, who was in the 5th form when you were in the 3rd. It's possible even that you may have heard that I obtained a good position in the Foreign Office, where I was in a situation of trust and honor until a horrible misfortune came suddenly to blast my career. There's no use writing the details here. I have only just recovered from 9 weeks of brain fever, and I'm still exceedingly weak and have to write by dictating. Do you think you could bring your eminent friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, down to see me? I should like to have his opinion, and every minute seems an hour while I live in this suspense. Do try and bring him, your old schoolfellow, Percy Phelps.
Yeah, it doesn't tell us much, does it?
Oh, hardly anything.
And yet, let me see it a moment.
Oh, well?
Yes, the writing is not without interest.
Yes, it's not his own.
Precisely. It's a woman.
Oh, no, Holmes. A man, surely.
A woman of rare character, moreover. It's something at the beginning of an investigation to know that your client is in close contact with someone who has an exceptional nature, for good or evil.
Then you'll go?
My interest is already awakened.
Ah, splendid fellow.
So, if you're ready, we'll start at once for Woking and see this diplomatist who is in such an unhappy state.
I'm so very glad you've come, gentlemen. Percy's been inquiring all morning.
And how is the dear fellow?
Poor old chap, he clings to any straw.
I fear we've little comfort for him yet.
I was afraid of that.
But I perceive, sir, that you are not yourself a member of the family.
But how on earth did you... Of course, you noticed the monogram on my pocket. J.H. Joseph Harrison's my name.
Ah.
But I shall at least be a relation by marriage soon.
Oh, I see.
Yes, Percy's to marry my sister. You'll find her in the room here with him. She's nursed him hand and foot these 2 months. But perhaps we'd better go in at once. Here they are, Percy. Dr. Watson and Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Come in, do. I'm overjoyed to see you both.
Shall I leave, Percy?
No, Annie, my dear. Watson, how are you? I'd never have known you under that moustache.
Oh, pretty well to know Tadpole. Phelps.
This is your celebrated friend, I presume.
At your service, sir.
Delighted to meet you, Mr. Holmes. But sit you down, please.
Thank you.
You'll forgive my impatience, I'm sure, if I plunge into this unhappy matter without further preamble.
By all means.
Well then, Mr. Holmes, no doubt our friend Watson's already told you how I entered the Foreign Office. Very much, I confess, through the influence of my uncle, Lord Holdhurst. But he came to have the utmost confidence in me.
Quite so.
Nearly 10 weeks ago, he called me into his private room one day. It was the 23rd of May, to be precise.
There you are, Percy, my boy. How are you today?
Very well, thank you, Uncle. Sir?
Splendid. Well, now, the point is, in view of the good work you've been doing here recently, I've decided to entrust you with a mission of the greatest importance.
Sir?
This roll of paper here is the original of the secret naval treaty between England and Italy. I dare say you've heard something of it. There's been some regrettable rumors in the press already.
Yes, I've seen them.
Then you'll realize how important it is for nothing more to leak out.
Yes, sir.
The French and the Russians would pay a fortune to learn the contents of these papers. As a matter of fact, they should never leave my office. But I must have them copied at once.
I understand, sir.
I want you to do the copying.
Very good,
Take
sir.
the treaty now, and guard it with your life. I'll give directions that you may remain in the building when the others go, so that you can copy it at your leisure.
Yes, sir.
When you've finished, lock both the original and the draft in a place of absolute safety and hand them to me personally tomorrow. Understand?
You need have no fear, sir.
I've every confidence in you, my dear Percy. Every confidence.
I did exactly as he indicated, Mr. Holmes. When the others had gone, I examined the treaty. I could see my uncle hadn't been exaggerating its importance. It was also very long, and I confess I was hoping to catch the 11 o'clock train back to Woking. Joseph, Mr. Harrison here, was travelling back on that, I knew, and I rather hoped to go down with him.
Quite so.
Well, I copied as quickly as I could, but the treaty was written in French, and by 9 o'clock I'd only done about a third of it. I knew it would be hopeless to think of catching that train, so I thought I'd have a cup of coffee and work on at my leisure. There's a commissionaire on all night, so I rang the bell to call him up. To my surprise, a woman came up to answer the bell.
Oh?
An elderly woman, rather coarse-looking. She said she was the commissionnaire's wife, so I gave her the order for the coffee and went on with my writing.
Yes?
Well, after a while, the coffee hadn't come, and I felt like stretching my legs, so I opened the door and went down the corridor to find out what the delay was. It's a long, straight passage leading to the stairs, with the commissionnaire's lodge at the bottom.
Mr. Phelps, is that passage the only way of getting into the office you were working in?
Yes, it is. The office is at the end of it. But halfway down the staircase, there's a little landing, with another passage coming in at right angles. It leads to a side door into Charles Street.
I see. Pray continue.
Well, I went down the stairs and into the hall. I found the commissionaire fast asleep in his box. Tangy.
Beg pardon, sir. I'm sure. Must have dropped off for a minute.
More than a minute. What about my coffee?
That's all right, sir. We'll take a shift now. Soon have it made for you, Mr. Phelps. Here.
What's the matter now?
That's funny, that is.
Oh, really, Tangy, I'm in the middle of important work. I can't stand
The bell, sir.
Well, what about the confounded bell?
If you was here, sir, then who rang the bell?
The bell? Well, what bell is it?
It's the bell of the room you was working in, sir.
Great heavens. Are you sure?
Certain.
Then come on. Quick.
No one here.
The treaty. It's gone.
What's that, sir?
Look, from my desk. The copy's still there. The original's gone. Quick, the side door, Tangy. They must have used the side door. Officer.
Yes, sir?
A robbery. The Foreign Office.
What's that?
A most important document has just been stolen from the Foreign Office. Has anyone passed this way?
Oh, I've been standing here a quarter of an hour, sir. Only one passed here. Old woman with a shawl.
My old woman going home. No one else, Constable?
Not a soul.
Must have took the other way then, sir. Come on, sir.
No, just a minute. Which way did the woman go, officer?
You're wasting your time, sir, if you think my old woman's in it. I tell you, they took the other way, sir.
Well, come on, then. Come on, officer. We've got to get that paper back at all costs. Then we returned to the office and searched the stairs and passage. Of course, without result.
No traces, then?
No, Watson. The corridor leading to my room was laid down with a kind of creamy linoleum. It shows an impression very easily. But we didn't find a mark.
Had it rained that evening?
Yes, it had. Since quite early, I remember.
And yet there were no marks on the linoleum.
No.
And what did you do next?
The constable and I agreed our best plan would be to find the woman before she could get rid of the papers, assuming that she had them. He notified Scotland Yard, and Mr. Forbes, the detective, came round at once.
Ah, I know him.
We hired a hansom and went straight round to Tangey's address in Brixton.
From the office.
That's right, Mrs. Tangey. And this gentleman is from Scotland Yard.
Oh.
We have reason to believe that you've taken an important paper from the Foreign Office.
Hey?
And that you ran back here to dispose of it.
Well, I never heard the like. Never in all my days, did you, Ada? No more. Oh, my poor old Ma could have hurt you. Oh, I don't know what
Be that as it may, Mrs. Tangey, I'm afraid I must insist that you accompany me to Scotland Yard, where a lady officer will search you thoroughly.
What? You mean I'll have to be searched? Oh, to think I should come to this.
But the female searcher at Scotland Yard found nothing, Mr. Holmes.
Ah.
And then, for the first time, the horror of my situation came upon me in full force. I don't know what I did after that realization came to me. I have a dim recollection of making some sort of scene.
I could hardly blame you.
Officials were crowding round me. Someone drove me to Waterloo, where we were lucky enough to meet Dr. Ferrier, who lives near here. By the time he got me home, I was practically a raving maniac.
There, dear. Do keep calm.
Well, you can imagine the state of things here when they were roused from their beds and found me in that condition. Poor Joseph was bundled straight out of this cheery bedroom in his nightclothes. And here I've lain for over 9 weeks. And now, Mr. Holmes, I turn to you. You are my last hope, sir.
Your statement has been so explicit that you've really left me very few questions to ask. There is one, though.
Yes?
Did you tell anyone that you had this special task to perform?
No one.
Not Miss Harrison here, for example?
Why, no. I had not been back to Woking in between times.
And no one from here had chanced to call to see you?
No, sir.
Did any of them know their way about your office?
Well, I suppose... Well, yes, they'd all been shown over it at some time, but I can't quite see what
Do you see any prospect of solving this mystery, Mr. Holmes? Do you see any clues?
There are 7.
7?
But of course I must test them before I can pronounce upon their value.
You suspect someone?
I suspect...
Yes.
I suspect myself of coming to conclusions too rapidly.
Then go to London and test your conclusions.
Your advice is excellent, Miss Harrison. So, my dear Watson, I think we cannot do better than return to London and put our clues to the test one by one. It's very good of you to see us at such short notice, Lord Holdhurst.
Your name is very familiar to me, Mr. Holmes. And yours, Dr. Watson. And of course, I can't pretend to be ignorant of the object of your visit. In whose interests are you acting, may I ask?
In that of Mr. Percy Phelps.
Ah, my unfortunate nephew. I fear that the incident must have a very prejudicial effect on his career.
Lord Holdhurst, did you ever mention to anyone that it was your intention to give out the treaty to be copied?
Never.
Then the thief's presence in the room must have been entirely accidental. He saw the treaty and took it.
Ah, there you take me out of my province.
There is another important point.
Yes?
You feared, I understand, that very grave results might follow from the details of this treaty becoming known.
Very grave indeed.
And have they occurred?
Not yet.
If the treaty had reached, let us say, the French or Russian Foreign Office, you would expect to hear of it.
Very, only too quickly, I fear.
And since nearly 10 weeks have elapsed and nothing has happened, it is not unfair to suppose that for some reason the treaty has not reached them.
As you say. We can hardly suppose, though, can we, that the thief took the treaty in order to frame it on his wall.
Perhaps he is waiting for a better price.
If he waits much longer, he'll get no price at all. In a little while, the treaty will be a secret no longer.
Then...
I can say no more about that, I am afraid.
But if the thief has had a sudden attack of illness...
An attack of brain fever, for example?
I did not say so. And now, Lord Holdhurst, we have taken up too much of your valuable time.
Not at all. Good day to you, gentlemen, and every success in your investigation, be the criminal who he may.
Well, Mr. Phelps, my report, as I expected, is so far a negative one.
Then we have more to tell you than you have for us. We had an adventure down here during the night.
Indeed? Pray let me hear it.
Last night was the first time I've slept without a nurse on duty in the room. Your visit made me feel so much better. About 2 a.m, I woke up suddenly. I heard someone gently forcing the window up. I sprang out of bed and flung open the shutters. There was a man crouching outside.
Ah.
He was off in a flash. The lower part of his face was covered with something, so I got no real sight of him. But one thing I am sure of, though. He had some weapon in his hand. It looked like a long knife. I saw it gleam. I rang the bell and shouted. And after a while, it brought Joseph down. And then he roused the others. Joseph and the groom went out and found marks on the flower bed outside the window. But it's been very dry lately, and it was hopeless to follow any trail across the lawn.
Quite.
They said, though, there's a place on the wooden fence by the road which looks as if someone had got over and snapped the top of the rail.
I must see that.
Well, Mr. Holmes, misfortunes never come singly, they say.
You've certainly had your share, Mr. Phelps. Do you think you're strong enough to walk around the house with me?
Outside, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I could do with a little sunshine. Joseph will give me his arm.
Yes, of course, Percy.
I'll come too.
I'm afraid not, Miss Harrison.
Oh? Why not?
I shall be obliged if you will remain sitting exactly where you are.
But I don't see why.
Please, Miss Harrison.
Very well, then.
Come along, then, gentlemen. What a perfect day.
And this is where the fence is broken. Here's the piece hanging down.
Looks rather like an old break, doesn't it?
Well, possibly.
No, I fancy we shall get no help here. Oh, Mr. Phelps, do you keep any plate or anything like that in the house? Anything to attract burglars?
Well, nothing of any value.
We might as well go back then. Watson, we'll go on ahead and take another look at that flower bed under the window. Pray take your time, Mr. Phelps.
Oh, very well. We'll take the path, Joseph, if you please.
Yes, all right, Percy.
It's a little easier.
Quickly, Watson. Don't appear to be hurrying, but I want a word with Miss Harrison through the window before they come up.
Very well, Holmes.
Here we are. Miss Harrison, quickly, please.
Yes, Mr. Holmes? What is it?
It's most vitally important that you do exactly as I ask you.
Very well.
You must stay where you are all day, in that room. Let nothing persuade you to leave it. Lock the door on the outside when you go to bed and take the key with you.
Kevin, they're coming, Holmes.
Promise, Miss Harrison.
All right, sir. I promise.
Capital. Ah, Mr. Phelps. I think it would be a great help to me if you could come up to London with us.
London? At once?
Well, when you've had a good rest. Perhaps we could take an early luncheon here and then go up at our leisure.
Oh, well, I'm in your hands, Mr. Holmes. Perhaps Joseph should come as well to look after me.
Oh, that won't be necessary. Remember, our friend Watson is a medical man.
Oh, of course, I'd forgotten.
And now, we'll take our ease, and then presently we can all three of us go out together. Nicely in time. Now, in with you, and have a comfortable journey.
Yes, but Holmes, aren't you? You mean you're not coming with us?
I think just at present I can be of more use here. There are one or two small points I should like to clear up. Watson will take you to my rooms at Baker Street and will remain with you there. It's fortunate that you're old schoolfellows. You'll have plenty to talk about.
When do you expect to come up, then?
There's a train into Waterloo at 8 in the morning. I shall be with you in time for breakfast. Good morning, gentlemen. Well, I'm here, as promised.
What's the bandage on your hand, Holmes? Are you wounded?
Oh, no. Only a scratch through my own clumsiness. Aha! I see the table is laid. I met Mrs. Hudson on my way upstairs, so we shall be having our breakfast in just a moment.
But have you no news for me first?
Oh, after breakfast, my dear sir. Remember, I've breathed 30 miles of fresh Surrey air this morning. Ah, here comes our good Mrs. Hudson.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning, Mrs. Hudson. We have a ravenous Mr. Holmes again, it seems.
You've only to ring for more, sir. There's plenty downstairs.
Mrs. Hudson can rise to any occasion, my dear Phelps. Her cuisine is somewhat limited.
Now, sir.
But she has as good an idea of breakfast as any Scotchwoman.
There'll be more coffee up presently.
Capital. Now then, Watson, what have you under that cover of yours? Ham and eggs, as usual, I suppose? And this one? Ah, curried fowl for me. Splendid. And you, Mr. Phelps?
If you'll excuse me, Mr. Holmes, I can't eat anything.
It would do you good.
No, a little coffee, perhaps.
Oh, come, you haven't even raised the cover off your dish. It may tempt you.
I'd rather not, if you please.
Well, as you wish. But I trust you won't mind my lifting the cover for you.
There! Great heavens!
Now, is that a dish to your liking, sir?
Ah, the naval treaty. No, but Mr. Holmes, how on earth did you find it?
Oh, I do apologize. It was too bad of me to spring it on you like that. Watson will tell you I can never resist the touch of the dramatic.
Well, we've had our drama, Holmes. Now, don't you think a few facts would be in order now?
Yes. Right. Well, to begin with, after leaving you at the station, I went for a charming walk, and then made my way back to Briarbury. I climbed over the fence into the grounds.
Surely the gate was open.
Oh, I have a peculiar taste in these matters. I crawled behind trees and bushes, witness the deplorable state of my trouser knees, until I reached the rhododendrons just opposite your sick room. The blind was not down in your room, and I could see Miss Harrison sitting reading.
Yes?
At 10:15, she closed her book, fastened the shutters, and retired. I heard her shut the door and turn the key in the lock. After that, I had a very long vigil indeed. But at last, about 2 a.m, I heard a bolt being pushed back and the sound of a key. Then the servant's door opened, and into the moonlight there stepped, yes, Mr. Joseph Harrison.
Joseph?
He had a black cloak over his shoulder and covering part of his face. He walked on tiptoe under the shadow of the wall, and when he reached your window, he worked a long-bladed knife through the sash and pulled back the catch. Then he flung up the window, opened the shutters, and climbed in.
But this is fantastic.
He lit the candles on the mantelpiece, and then he turned back the corner of the carpet near the door. Then he picked out a square piece of board. You know, the sort of thing they leave for plumbers to be able to get at the gas pipes. And out of this hiding place, he drew that little cylinder of paper.
Great heavens.
He blew out the candle and walked straight into my arms as he came out of the window. He's more vicious than I gave him credit for, your Master Joseph. He flew at me with his knife and cut me across the knuckles. In fact, I was forced to grasp him twice before I had the upper hand of him.
Well done.
He looked murder out of the only eye he could see with after that, but he listened to reason and gave up the paper, so I let him go.
You let him go, Holmes?
Oh, I wired full particulars to our friend at Scotland Yard. If, as I suspect, he finds only an empty nest, I fancy that Lord Holdhurst for one and Mr. Phelps here for another will be quite relieved. This is not exactly an affair for a public police court.
But, Mr. Holmes, how can I believe such a thing?
I'm afraid Joseph's character is rather deeper and blacker than one might judge from his appearance. From what I heard from him during our interview, he is up to his ears in debt from gambling with stocks and ready to do anything to help himself. When the chance presented itself, he didn't allow his sister's happiness or your reputation to hold him back.
But how did he do it? How did he get the treaty? Yes, what about that?
You had hoped to travel back to Woking with him that night, which meant that he was up in town.
Well?
It was conceivable to me that, knowing your office, he might decide to call for you.
Yes.
And when I heard that someone had been so anxious to get into your bedroom by way of the window, my suspicions were deepened.
Why?
My dear Watson, who else could have concealed something there and be so anxious to get it back? You told us how Joseph had been turned out of the room, which had been his without a moment's notice when you and the doctor got back after your seizure.
I've been blind, it seems.
Well, as I see it, this is what happened. Joseph Harrison entered the Foreign Office through the Charles Street side door where his cab set him down. His cab, Mr. Phelps. There were no damp marks on the linoleum in your passage because he never got his feet wet.
I see.
He was merely calling to see if you were in. He walked straight into your room an instant after you had left it.
But I saw nothing of him on the stairs.
He chanced to emerge from the side passage halfway down the stairs, just as you had gone past. He went on to your room. You were not in. And so, Mr. Phelps, he rang the bell.
Oh, yes, the bell. I don't understand about the bell, Holmes.
What intending thief would ring? No, my dear Watson, Harrison was an innocent caller. He rang for the commissionaire to ask if Mr. Phelps had gone. Oh. But at that instant, his eyes fell upon the treaty on your desk. He recognized a state document of great importance in a flash. He thrust it into his pocket and was off by the side door again just before you and Tanguy came up.
Yes, that could be so. Tanguy was slow explaining about the bell.
That was just long enough for Harrison to get clear. Then he got the first train to Woking. He hid the treaty under the floor till he could decide where to sell it for the best price. Then came your sudden return. He had to leave his room without it. And ever since, he'd been wondering how he could get at it again.
You knew he would soon try again.
He had to. As soon as you were out of that room, there would be nothing to prevent him.
And you asked Miss Harrison to stay in it all day to delay him still further.
Until I could be ready for him at night.
But surely, though, you could have searched beforehand and had the papers in your own hands.
What? And rip out all the paneling and the floorboards and perhaps still not find the treaty? Oh, no, Watson. I let him take them from the hiding place and so saved myself an infinity of trouble. Is there any other point which I can make clear?
But why did he try the window on the first occasion when he might have entered by the door?
In reaching the door, he would have to pass 7 bedrooms. On the other hand, he could get out onto the lawn with ease. Anything else?
You do not think he had any murderous intention? The knife was only meant as a tool.
It may be so. I can only say for certain that Mr. Joseph Harrison is a gentleman to whose mercy I should be extremely unwilling to trust.
In The Naval Treaty, you heard Carlton Hobbs as Sherlock Holmes and Norman Shelley as Dr. Watson. The radio play was dramatized by Michael Hardwick from the story by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the production for the BBC was by Martin C. Webster.
Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, Cabby.
From London, we present The Greek Interpreter, a Sherlock Holmes story by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatized for radio by Michael Hardwick. The Greek Interpreter.
Of course, I quite agree with you, Holmes. Any individual owes a great deal of his gifts, if he has any, to his ancestry, to heredity. But what about your own case?
My case, Watson?
Well, from all you've ever told me, it seems obvious that your remarkable faculties of observation and deduction come almost entirely from your own systematic training. You didn't inherit them. Now, did you?
To some extent, yes, I think so.
Really?
Oh, my ancestors were country squires. They led much the same life as the rest of their class. But remember, Watson, my grandmother was the sister of Vernet, the French artist.
What's that got to do with it?
Art in the blood is liable to take the strangest form.
Agreed. But what makes you think that in your case it is accounted for such unusual gifts?
Because my brother Mycroft possesses them too.
Your brother?
Yes.
Holmes, in all the time we've known one another, this is the first mention you've ever made of having a brother.
Really? Perhaps I should have referred to him before.
Holmes, shall I ever get used to your ways?
I doubt it. Oh, yes, Mycroft has my gifts. In fact, to a greater degree.
I think that's about the first time I've heard you being modest.
Not at all. Nothing was further from my intention. I cannot agree with those who rank modesty amongst the virtues. When I say that Mycroft has better powers of observation than I, you may take it that I'm speaking the exact and literal truth.
Mm-hmm.
It's also true that he has neither the energy nor the ambition to use them in the way I do.
I see. Is he your junior?
No, 7 years my senior.
How comes it that one never hears anything about him?
Oh, he's very well known in his own circle.
Well, then?
Well, in his club, for example. Oh, look here, it's just 6 o'clock now. Mycroft's always there from 4:45 till 8:20. If you'd care for a stroll this beautiful evening, Watson, I'll be very happy to introduce you.
Well, I'd be very pleased to meet you, Brother Holmes. Just let me ring for our boots, and I'm ready right away.
Ah, my dear Watson, this is my brother Mycroft. Mycroft, my friend and associate, Dr. Watson.
Delighted to meet you, sir.
And I'm glad to meet you, Dr. Watson. I hear of Sherlock everywhere since you became his chronicler.
Oh, you're too kind.
Yeah, well, now, let us all have a seat by the window.
Yes, delighted.
Yes. To anyone who wishes to study mankind, this is the spot.
Ah, it's certainly a splendid view of the street.
Yes. Look at the magnificent types in it. Look there, at those two men coming along now.
You mean the billiard marker and the other?
Billiard marker, Holmes? How can you tell that?
Well, the chalk marks on his waistcoat pocket.
Of course.
Oh.
An old soldier, too, I perceive.
Really, now, you fellows, this is too much.
Surely, Watson, it isn't hard to say that a man with that bearing and expression of authority is a soldier.
Well...
By the way, Sherlock, I've had something quite after your own heart.
Oh?
Yes, quite a singular problem's come my way.
My dear Mycroft, I'd be delighted to hear it.
Yes, I'll just scribble a note for the porter. Be so good as to touch that bell, Dr. Watson, please. Yes, this won't take a moment.
Yes, sir?
Give this to Mr. Milas, please.
Yes, sir. He's just in the lobby now, sir.
Ah, good. I've asked Mr. Milas to step in here. He's a Greek by extraction, lodges on the floor above me, but I only know him slightly. I understand he's a remarkable linguist. He earns his living by interpreting in the law courts and acting as a guide to wealthy Orientals. Ah, and here is Mr. Milas. How good of you to step in, my dear sir.
It is my pleasure, sir.
Allow me to introduce my celebrated brother, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and his associate, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Mr. Milas?
This be true. My dear Mr. Holmes, I cannot say how delighted I am to meet you. And you too, Dr. Watson. I am honored, gentlemen, honored.
The honor is ours, Mr. Milas. My brother was beginning to tell us about a most singular problem when he paused to summon you. And I can only assume that you are in some way concerned in it.
Ah, yes, alas.
If you wish to submit the details to me, I shall be only too happy to listen to them.
To tell you the truth, Mr. Holmes, I believe I shall be able to rest much more easily after telling this strange tale to you and Dr. Watson.
Then I am all attention.
This is Wednesday evening. Well, then, it was on Monday night that all this happened. Perhaps Mr. Mycroft Holmes has told you. I am an interpreter.
Yes.
I am often sent for at strange hours on behalf of foreigners who get into difficulties. So I was not very surprised on Monday night when a very fashionably dressed young man came up to my rooms.
Mr. Milas, my name is Latimer. I've had a rather unexpected visit from a Greek gentleman with whose firm I have some business dealings.
I see.
Well, the trouble is, he can't speak anything but Greek.
Oh, yes?
Well, it's a bit late, I realize, but, well, he's a complete stranger to London, and I must do what I can for him straight away, fix him up with a hotel for tonight and so on. So I took the liberty of coming to see if you'd help at all.
Well, of course.
Thank you.
Oh, but tell me, Mr. Latimer, have you your friend with you now?
Well, no, actually. Silly of me, I suppose, but, well, he was pretty tired, and I left him at my place, and without thinking, really, I just jumped into a cab and came here. But it's only this end of Kensington, and I wondered if I could impose on you to come back with me.
Well, I suppose...
The cab's outside. It's not far at all.
Very well, then, Mr. Latimer. I shall be very pleased to help you. Or perhaps you will help yourself to one of the cigarettes while I put on my things. You were lucky, I think, to find a vehicle as pleasant as this for your errand, Mr. Latimer.
Yes, these old four-wheelers are getting a bit faded at the edges. But give me them sooner than a hansom any time. I like some privacy when I travel.
Oh, very convenient at times. Oh, but look. Our cabby has made some mistake. He must know this is not the way to Kensington. I think he has misheard your directions, Mr. Latimer.
I'm afraid he hasn't.
What are you doing? Oh, why are you drawing the blinds? Mr. Latimer, what is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry to cut off your view, Mr. Miller. The fact is, we're not going to Kensington, and I prefer you not to know where we are going.
How dare you, sir? I insist on leaving this carriage at once.
Sit down, Mr. Miller. I have a life preserver here, and I shan't hesitate to use it if you cry out or try anything on.
You think you can do this?
Remember, Mr. Miller, no one knows you are here. This cabby will ask no questions. Whether you're in here or in the place I'm taking you to, you're equally in my power, you understand?
I understand.
Then sit still, keep quiet, and remember that no harm will come to you if you continue to do everything I say.
We drove on like that for something like 2 hours, Mr. Holmes. It was 10 minutes to 9 by my watch when we came to a standstill. I was hurried out of the carriage and through a low arched doorway with a lamp burning above it. I had a vague impression of lawn and trees on each side, and then I was inside the house. I was shown straight into a room. There was a middle-aged man with glasses sitting in a velvet chair. He turned towards us as I was brought into the room.
Ah, Harold, is this the gentleman, Mr. Mealers?
Yes.
Well done, well done. No ill will, Mr. Mealers, I hope, but we just couldn't get on without you. If you deal fair with us, you'll not regret it. But if you try any tricks...
I protest most strongly against this illegal detention. The police shall know of it, I warn you.
What we ask of you is simplicity itself. We want you to ask a few questions of a Greek gentleman who is visiting us and tell us his answers. Harold, perhaps you'd ask the gentleman to step in here.
Very good.
Well, nothing sinister in that, Mr. Mealers, is there?
Then why this disgraceful conduct towards me? Answer that, sir.
Regretted, sir, regretted. Now, let us look at it this way. You were ready enough to accept an evening's commission in return for your usual fee. You will have your fee, Mr. Mealers, and double. You will carry out your commission in exchange. You will then be taken back to London.
Oh, very well. I am here. I will do as you ask. So long as it accords with my normal services. Nothing more, though. You understand?
Agreed. And now there will be no more waste of time. Here is Harold with our guest.
At that moment, Mr. Holmes, the other man, Latimer, came back. He was leading a gentleman wearing some sort of loose dressing gown. As this man came slowly forward into the dim circle of light, I was horrified at his appearance. He was deadly pale and emaciated. He had the protruding eyes of one whose spirit is greater than his strength. But what shocked me more than anything else, there was a great pad of sticking plaster over his mouth.
A gag?
Yes, a gag.
I see. Pray continue, Mr. Miller.
The younger man gave him a chair and then put a slate and a slate pencil into his hands. Then the older one gave me questions to ask him, and he was to write the answers on the slate.
Can you remember them?
Oh, very well.
Splendid.
But I must first tell you something, Mr. Holmes. As I was about to begin, a happy thought came to me.
Yes?
As the other two men in the room obviously knew nothing of the Greek language, I decided that I would be quite safe in interpolating questions of my own among those I was directed to ask. By this means, I might be able to find out who the captive was and why he was there, and I might even have been able to help him.
Capital, eh, Michael?
I knew you'd be pleased about that, Sherlock. Mr. Mealers is an invaluable witness, is he not?
He is, indeed. Let us proceed, Mr. Milas. You were to ask questions, he was to write the answers.
I will try to give you the gist of the interview so far as the significant parts went. I began as directed. I am directed to ask whether you are prepared to sign the papers. On no conditions? You know what is in store for you, then? The property can never be yours. What is your name? You shall go free if you sign. Where are you from? Then I warn you again. What house is this? I found that his name was Kratides and that he came from Athens. He didn't know where he was, and they were starving him. Another 5 minutes, Mr. Holmes, and I might have succeeded in getting the whole story out of him.
You did remarkably well, Mr. Milas. I congratulate you.
Splendid, splendid.
Yes, I thought I should discover it all under their very noses. Only at that instant, the door opened and a woman stepped into the room. I couldn't see her very clearly in the dim light, but I think she was tall and dark and wearing a sort of loose white gown.
Oh, Harold, I couldn't stay up there any longer. It is so lonely with all... Paul! Paul! It is Paul!
Get hold of her, Harold. Quick,
Paul!
get back there.
Paul!
Get right, I've got
Let
her.
me come to you! No! No! No!
Ah, well, Mr. Milas, I'm sorry we couldn't have spared you that distressing scene, but whatever you're thinking about all this, you're quite wrong. Quite wrong, I assure you. Here are 5 sovereigns. Take them. Now, the carriage will take you back to town. But remember, one word of this to a human soul, and don't think we haven't our means of knowing if you talk. We'll soon know about it.
And that is all, gentlemen. I was bundled into the carriage, and it drove off at a great rate. It was much too dark to see anything outside. After a long time, it stopped, and I was told to get down, but before I could look round me, the coachman was back into his seat and whipping up the horse. I was left alone.
How did you get back home, then?
I walked for a while, Dr. Watson. Then I met a man who told me I was on Wandsworth Common and pointed out the way to Clapham Junction. I got there in time for the last train to Victoria. The next day, I told the whole story to Mr. Mycroft Holmes here.
Well, Mycroft, anything to add?
Only this, in today's Daily News. Anybody supplying any information as to the whereabouts of a Greek gentleman named Paul Kratides from Athens who is unable to speak English will be rewarded. A similar reward will be paid to anyone giving information about a Greek lady whose first name is Sophie, box number, etc., etc. I had that put in all the dailies. No answer, though.
How about the Greek legation?
No, they know nothing.
A wire to the Athens police, then?
Sherlock has all the energy of the family, you see, gentlemen.
Oh, I see.
Well, you take over the case by all means, my dear brother. Let me know if you do any good.
Certainly. A word of warning, though, Mr. Milas. I should certainly be on my guard if I were you. They'll have seen those advertisements. They'll know you portrayed them. I should be very careful indeed. Have you your key, Watson?
Yes. Let me...
Splendid. Mrs. Hudson has left us a fine fire to... Great heavens! Mycroft! How did you get here?
My hansom passed you on the way. Well, do come in and make yourselves comfortable, gentlemen. Yes, you don't expect such energy from me, do you, Sherlock?
It is a trifle uncharacteristic.
The fact is, I've had an answer.
Your advertisement?
Yes, came just after you two had left. I thought you'd want to see it at once.
We do indeed.
Here it is. Written with a J pen on royal cream paper by a middle-aged man with a weak constitution.
Not two of you.
Sir, he says, In answer to your advertisement of today's date, I beg to inform you that I have met the young lady in question several times in this district. She is still living, to the best of my knowledge, at the Myrtles, Beckenham. Yours faithfully, J. Davenport. There, Sherlock. She might be able to tell you something more, don't you think?
My dear Mycroft, I'm most grateful to you, and to Mr. Davenport for that matter. But I think we'll see him later. In the meantime, we know that a man is being gradually done to death, and the sooner we get to him, the better.
You'll go straight to the Myrtles, then?
Yes. Come along, Watson. Are you coming, Mycroft?
Well, if you don't mind, I think not. It's rather late for me, you know.
No need for excuses. I understand. Ready, Watson?
Ready, Holmes.
I think I'll take my revolver. They sound a dangerous lot, and I think we'll call up the yard. Inspector Gregson should be interested in this.
Perhaps we'd be wise to pick up Mr. Milas, too, Holmes. We may need an interpreter.
Quite right. Goodbye, then, Mycroft.
Goodbye.
We'll keep you informed.
Yes, gentlemen?
We should like a word with Mr. Milas, please.
I'm afraid Mr. Milas isn't in, sir.
We expected he'd be back from his club by now.
Oh, yes, sir. Came back an hour or more ago, but he's gone again.
Gone?
Gone out, sir, in a carriage.
A carriage? You don't mean a cab, do you?
No, sir, definitely a carriage. A gentleman called for Mr. Milas, and they went off together.
Mr. Latimer?
I didn't get his name, sir. But if you like to wait a moment, I'll find out what I
No,
can.
no, never mind. Good night to you.
Good night, sir.
They got hold of Milas again, Watson.
Yes, looks like it.
That means 2 lives in danger now. Cabby, beckon them as fast as you can go.
Up, Gal. Beckenham it is, gents.
Darkness, Inspector. Looks as though our birds have flown and the nest empty, Dr. Watson.
Yes. Is it worth going in?
It's always better to take a look. You'll never know what we may pick up. I can't see much through this window. The place has that deserted air about it, though. You can feel it somehow.
Yes, I know what you mean. Hello. Where's Holmes?
Well, he was here a minute ago. Must be taking a prowl around.
Ah, there he is. Where have you been, Holmes?
I've got a window open round here. Come on.
It's a good job you're on the side of the force, Mr. Holmes.
My little Jemmy saved me a few bruised shoulders in my time. Now, in with you both. Good. And now I'll follow you. So far, so good. Now, what have we here?
Someone's had a meal in a hurry. There, on the table.
A meal for 2. 2 plates, 2 glasses. That may be significant.
Holmes. What's that?
That room in there.
Stand aside, Mr. Holmes.
Right. Charcoal fuse. Yeah, Watson, hold the lantern.
I got it.
Got to get in and open the window. Two in there. Can you get them out? Quick! Leave it to us. Come on, Doctor.
Down on your knees, Inspector. Get the fire.
There's a charcoal brazier in there, and the room was sealed up. It'll soon clear now. How do you feel, Watson?
Not so bad.
I'm all right. Draft soon clears it away.
Only just in time for these 2, I think. No. Not just in time.
Are they both?
This is Milas. He's all right, I think. The other's dead.
Cratides? The poor devil's been starved to a skeleton.
Yes, he can't have had long to last in any case.
Well, I must leave them with you, gentlemen, for the time being. I must get across to the nearest police station and get things moving to find this Latimer and the other.
We've little enough to go on at the moment, I fear.
And if you'll send someone out here to get poor Cratides' body, Dr. Watson and I will take Mr. Milos back to Baker Street with us. A few more questions when he comes around properly might give us something more to work on.
Very good, Mr. Holmes. I'll see you later at Baker Street, then.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I don't know how to begin thanking you, but for your timely arrival...
Pray, try to put it from your mind, Mr. Milos. We did arrive in time. Now, what have you to tell us about your second kidnapping?
On this occasion, I was not persuaded to go to that house. A life preserver was presented to my head, and I was ordered to go. I was forced to interpret yet another interview with that poor Cratides. He was much weaker, could scarcely hold the slate pencil. It was impossible for me to communicate secretly with him this time.
What did they want, his signature still?
Yes, but the brave fellow refused every threat. They finally saw it was useless and bundled him roughly out of the room. Then they turned on me over the newspaper advertisement. I wonder if your brother was not a little hasty putting that in, Mr. Holmes.
Possibly so. But remember, Mr. Milos, but for the answer which came so suddenly, we should certainly never have found you.
Ah, yes. Well, they left me in no doubt as to their intentions. They were going to kill Cratides and me and make good their own escape. And I suppose because they thought I should never live to tell it to anyone else, they told me their unsavory story.
Ah. Watson, will you be good enough to take a note of this? Inspector Gregson may find it invaluable.
By all means, Holmes.
Well, there is not much to it, really. They told me that the young lady, Sophie, came from a wealthy Grecian family and that she had been on a visit to some friends in England. Over here, she had met the younger of the two villains, Harold Latimer, and he had persuaded her to elope with him. Her friends had immediately informed her brother, Paul Cratides, in Athens. He had come over here at once, but unfortunately for him, had fallen into the power of Latimer and his associate. Oh, his name, by the way, was Wilson Kemp.
Kemp? That rogue? A man of the foulest antecedents. This will make Gregson's task easier.
Oh, well, Cratides got into the power of these two, and they set out to starve him into agreeing to sign papers making over his own and his sister's property to them.
As I thought.
They had kept him prisoner without the girl's knowledge, and when she saw him when I first went there, it was the first time she knew of his presence. They immediately put her under lock and key, too. Then, when they saw the newspaper advertisement and knew their secret was out, they decided to make a final attempt through me to get Cratides to sign. He wouldn't, so he and I were to be left to die, while they took the girl away with them and got well clear of the country.
Clear of the country? That'll give us some lead as to their route.
The Channel ports, Holmes?
Yes. Watson, take your notes and off with you to see Gregson as fast as you can go. There may be time to head... Why, Gregson, this is fortunate indeed.
Got round as soon as I could, gentlemen. Good morning, Mr. Milos. How are you feeling, sir?
Oh, much better, thank you, Inspector. And happy to meet yet another one who helped to save me.
Don't mention it, sir. Well, Mr. Holmes?
Inspector, Dr. Watson here was just about to hurry round to see you. The villains gave Mr. Milos a complete account of this affair.
Well, I saved you a journey, Dr. Watson, haven't I? In any case, it would have been a pity to waste your time.
Waste my time, Inspector?
What? You've got them already?
In a manner of speaking, sir.
Come, Inspector. No riddles, please.
Sorry, sir. You see, the bodies of the two men were found in their carriage on the outskirts of Folkestone in the early hours of this morning. They had both been stabbed several times.
Stabbed?
The girl?
Not to be seen. Nor the coachman. Though from the way his hat was found at the roadside and tracks led off across a muddy field, he had bolted for his life, afraid of getting the same as his masters.
And the knife?
Lying in the carriage between the two bodies.
They'd quarreled, perhaps.
Yes, and perhaps Sophie Cratides and the coachman both ran away in different directions, while those two murdered one another.
Well, you could put it that way, I suppose. Perhaps it were better if it were put down to something along those lines. Eh, Inspector?
Much better, Mr. Holmes. Very much better. Of course, it's our duty to look for that girl, Sophie Cratides. She might know a somewhat different version of what happened, if she could be persuaded to tell us.
Yes.
All the same, I think we shall allow 1 or 2 cross-channel steamers to sail before we begin looking too hard for her. Agreed, Mr. Holmes?
Agreed, Inspector. Agreed. That was The Greek Interpreter. The radio play was dramatized by Michael Hardwick from the story by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes and Norman Shelley Dr. Watson. The production for the BBC was by Martin C. Webster.
Back inside the house this instant.
What the...
Do as I tell you, man, or you'll be sorry.
Yes, Gav. Fred, you heard the judge. To you now. And careful.
It's a sovereign for you if the lid's off in 1 minute.
Lovely. Come on, Fred. Hey, Arthur. Oh. The sight that met my eyes next second was perhaps the most coldly horrible Holmes or I ever saw. My name is Watson, Dr. John Watson, and I was privileged to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I will tell you about the disappearance of Lady Frances Carfax. And Holmes could still surprise me, as you'll see in a moment.
Watson. Why Turkish?
Turkish? What do you mean? I got him in Oxford Street.
No, not your boots. I mean the bar.
Oh.
Why the relaxing and expensive Turkish rather than the invigorating homemade article?
Well, for the simple reason, Holmes, that for the past few days I've been feeling rheumaticy and old.
Oh. It makes me think you need a change. Let me suggest that you take one. How would Lausanne do?
Oh, Lausanne.
First-class tickets and all expenses paid. On a princely scale.
Ah, splendid. But what's it all about, Holmes?
One of the most vulnerable classes in this world is the drifting and friendless woman. She's a stray chicken in a world of foxes, Watson. And I very much fear that some evil has come to the Lady Frances Carfax.
Ah, no. So now we descend from the general to the particular. Who is the lady?
Lady Frances is the sole survivor of the direct family of the late Earl of Rushton. The estates went in the mail line. She was left with limited means, but with some very remarkable old Spanish jewelry, silver and strangely cut diamonds. She was rather too fondly attached to them, refused to leave them in the bank, and always carried them about with her.
So what's happened to her?
All I can tell you is that for 4 years it's been her invariable custom to write every second week to her old governess, Miss Dobney, who lives in Camberwell. It's Miss Dobney who's consulted me. Nearly 5 weeks have passed without a word. The last letter was from the Hotel National at Lausanne.
Ah, Lausanne.
Lady Frances seems to have left there and given no address. It's our task to clear the matter up.
Is Miss Dobney the only source of information, then? I mean, surely she had other correspondents.
There's one correspondent who's a sure draw, Watson. A bank. Single ladies' passbooks are compressed diaries. The last check but one paid her bill at Lausanne, but it was a big one. It probably left her with cash in hand.
The last but one, you say?
Yes. The only check drawn since was to a Miss Marie Devine. It was cashed at the Crédit Lyonnais less than 3 weeks ago. The sum was £50.
Do you know who Miss Marie Devine is?
Yes. Lady Frances Carfax's maid.
Oh?
Why she should have paid her this check, we've not yet determined. No doubt your researches will soon clear that up.
My researches?
Hence the health-giving expedition to Lausanne.
Oh, really?
You'll go then?
Of course.
Splendid. And if my humble counsel can ever be valued at so extravagant a rate as 2pence a word, It waits your disposal night and day at the end of the Continental.
Oh, yes, but certainly, Monsieur Watson. Lady Carfax was very much liked by all my staff. A charming lady, monsieur.
And her maid, Miss Devine.
Also charming. In fact, she happens to be engaged to one of my head waiters, Jules Vibart.
Oh, that's a stroke of luck, then. Could I have a word with him, do you think?
Certainly, certainly. I will get him for you at once, monsieur.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
No, Monsieur Watson, I just cannot comprehend. Marie has told her ladyship is very happy in Lausanne. She has no intention to leave. And then suddenly comes this sauvage.
Sauvage? Oh, Savage?
Yes, Savage.
What is this, Monsieur Vibart? Who was he?
That I cannot say. He come to visit milady a day or two before she go away. Oh, a sauvage, monsieur. Big. And black of the beard. But milady will not see him.
What nationality did Miss Devine say?
Oh, Anglais.
Oh, English, yes.
Yes, monsieur.
And Miss Devine thought this man's arrival had something to do with Lady Frances going away so suddenly?
Oh, we both thought so.
Well, then, surely you can tell me where Miss Devine and Lady Carfax are now.
Monsieur, my Marie has left milady's employment when milady went away. She's gone to Montpellier to another situation. I will give you her address. But Lady Carfax has gone to Baden-Baden.
Oh, very well, then. I must go there, too. Thank you again, monsieur. Merci.
Oh, yeah, Herr Doctor. The Lady Carfax was here for 10 days.
Have you any idea what she did with her time, Herr Dietrich? I mean, did she strike up acquaintance with any other guests here?
Oh, yeah.
Did she have visitors staying in other parts of Baden?
Oh, yeah. There was Dr. Schlesinger and his wife. They have a very good friendship made with the Lady Carfax.
Dr. Schlesinger, yes. A German doctor?
Nein. He was from South America. He and his wife were, what you call it, missionaries.
Missionaries, yes.
Danke, yeah. The Lady Carfax, you know, is very much religious, so they have become friends very quick.
I see.
When he and his wife go back to London, the other lady, she goes with them.
When was this?
3 weeks ago. Dr. Schlesinger pays the bill for them all.
One more question, Herr Dietrich. Has any other person inquired here for Lady Carfax since she left?
Yeah. A week ago, an Englishman, very...
Sauvage? Savage?
Savage, exact. With the beard and the face. Very fierce. Oh, yeah, savage. Very savage.
And I hope your stay in Montpellier will be most pleasant, Monsieur Watson.
Thank you.
Before you go, sir, here is a telegram for you from London. It has been waiting for you since yesterday.
Oh, thank you very much. Your latest report, capital. A credit to my training. Please wire description of Schlesinger's left ear, Holmes. Hey? Schlesinger's left ear? Oh, really?
I tell you quite true, Dr. Watson. I've only left milady's service because I will marry soon.
Miss Devine, you were friends when you left Lady Frances?
Oh, of course. She gave me £50 for the wedding present.
Ah, that explains that. Yes. Do you think it's possible your mistress left Lausanne to get away from a savage-looking man with a beard?
Yes, it is true, I know. Milady has nothing said to me, but I can see she is afraid.
What's the matter? What's the matter, Miss Devine?
Les sacrements out of the window, see?
Hey, where?
There. It is he with the beard.
Oh, good Lord.
Oh.
You're sure he's the one?
Oh, but yes.
Then I suppose he was proposing to pay you a visit. Why would that be?
I do not know, monsieur, but... Oh, monsieur, I'm afraid.
Oh, don't worry. I'll go out and have a word with him myself. Oh. You stay here. Excuse me. May I ask if you're an Englishman, sir?
Yes, I am. What about it?
May I ask your name?
You certainly may not.
I see. Well, perhaps then you tell me where I can find the Lady Frances Carfax. What have you done with her?
What?
Why have you pursued her? I insist upon an answer.
Why, you...
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Il n'y a pas de quoi.
Watson, listen to me. Sergeant, you've made a pretty enough hash of things already. Let's get away from this car before some gendarme gets curious. Lead on to your hotel, quickly.
Well, Watson, a nice mess you've made of things. I fancy you better come back with me to London by the night express.
Now, look here, Holmes.
I cannot at the moment recall any possible blunder which you have omitted. All you've done is to give the alarm everywhere and discover nothing.
Oh, perhaps you'd have done better.
I have done better. Eh? You'll see in a moment. I'm expecting a visitor.
In my room?
I sent word to him from the reception desk as we came up.
Oh, very well. But look here, you might at least tell me how you came to be near that girl's house, dressed in that road sweeper's get-up, just in time to save me from being grassed.
My dear Watson, it's all quite simple. I sensed that things were going not too well with your inquiry. I fancy that'll be our visitor. He's a fellow lodger of yours at this hotel. Come in, my dear sir.
Oh, thank you.
Good Lord.
This is the Honourable Philip Green, Watson. Mr. Green, this is Dr. Watson, my old friend and associate. Oh, but I forgot. You've already met.
I hope I didn't hurt you, Dr. Watson. Of course, if I'd known.
Well, sir, I must say I don't understand.
Well, when you came up to me like that and started asking questions about Francis, so accusingly, I admit I just lost my grip. My nerves are like live wires.
I see.
Oh, all this business is beyond me.
Yes, and me.
I'd better tell you then, Mr. Green, that I learned of your existence through Miss Dobney, Lady Frances' old governess.
Oh, Susan Dobney, with a mob cap. I remember her well.
And she remembers you.
Oh?
That was in the days before you found it better to go to South Africa.
Oh. I see you know my story then, Mr. Holmes.
I do.
Very well. I'll hide nothing from you. You see, there was never a young man in this world loved a woman more than I loved Frances. And the trouble was, I'd always been a pretty wild youngster, and when she got to hear of some of my goings-on, she'd have nothing more to do with me. And yet, here's the remarkable thing. She loved me. And when I came back, all these years after, I heard she was unmarried still. Well, I found her at Lausanne, but she's a strong-willed woman still, and she left the town. I've been on her track ever since, but I've completely lost the trail. So when I heard her maid was here in Montpellier, well, naturally, I thought I'd find out what she knew.
Naturally.
Dr. Watson, I'm a rough sort of chap in many ways, and I've led a rough life to make my money. You forgive me for sitting about you like that?
Of course, my dear sir.
What is your London address?
The Langham Hotel will find me.
Then may I recommend that you return there and be on hand in case I should want you.
Yes, of course.
Splendid. And now, Watson, if you'll pack your bag, I'll cable to Mrs. Hudson to make one of her best efforts for 2 hungry travelers arriving at 221B Baker Street at 7:30 tomorrow. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. A splendid feast.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'll be getting along then. Sir, there's a telegram for you.
Huh? Oh. From Baden-Baden, Watson. That'll be all, Mrs. Hudson.
Good night, gentlemen.
Good night. Who's it from?
From your friend Herr Dietrich, manager of the Englischer Hof. Here you are.
Jagged or torn? That's all it says, Holmes. Jagged or torn. Oh, what on earth is...
The answer, which for some reason best known to yourself, you failed to supply. A description of Schlesinger's left ear.
But I thought you were joking.
Luckily, Herr Dietrich didn't.
Well, what does it show, then?
It shows, my dear Watson, that we're dealing with an exceptionally astute and dangerous man.
Well,
The Reverend Dr. Schlesinger, missionary from South America, is none other than Holy Peters, one of the most unscrupulous rascals that ever came out of Australia. His particular speciality is the beguiling of lonely ladies by playing upon their religious feelings. His so-called wife is an Englishwoman named Annie Fraser. She helps him.
what made you guess that, Holmes?
It was no guess. The nature of Schlesinger's tactics suggested his identity at once. I knew Holy Peters had been badly mauled about the ear in a saloon fight in Adelaide in '89. So this telegram confirms my suspicion. Poor Lady Carfax is in the hands of a most infernal couple, Watson. They'll stick at nothing.
Murder?
I'm afraid it's more than likely that she's dead already. If not, she's undoubtedly in some sort of captivity.
Perhaps she never even reached London with Schlesinger and his, this other woman then.
Perhaps not. On the other hand, if she is alive, all my instincts tell me they'll have brought her here, to London. So now I suggest that we take the obvious step of strolling down to the yard and asking our friend Lestrade to keep a lookout. Mr. Green, there is news for you at last.
What then?
Someone has begun pawning Lady Carfax's jewels.
Someone? Who?
A large, clean-shaven man of clerical appearance is all the description Scotland Yard have been able to get out of the pawnbroker in the Westminster Road, but the name and address he gave have been found to be false.
Then what does it mean, Mr. Holmes? Francis, have they...
We've no alternative but to prepare for the worst, Mr. Green. Supposing they have held her prisoner up till now, it's clear they can never let her loose again without it leading to their own downfall.
Then we must get to her while there's a chance. Isn't there anything I can do?
Well, Schlesinger's had a fair price and no questions asked at the pawnbroker's. If he needs ready money, he may go there again. If you're willing to wait there on the chance that something might come of it, I can arrange for you to spend the next few days in the shop.
I'll do it.
If the fellow comes in, follow him home.
I'll do more than that.
No.
What?
No indiscretion, and above all, no violence.
But...
I put you on your honor, Mr. Green, that you'll take no step without my consent.
Oh, very well. I promise then.
Thank you.
Got him, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, we've got him.
Got Schlesinger?
Yes, where we want him.
Come now, Mr. Green. Let us have the order of events, if you please.
It was the woman this time. She came into the shop an hour ago. A tall, pale woman, eyes like a ferret.
That's the one.
She brought in a pendant. Obviously came from the same set as the other things, the pawnbroker told me. Well, I followed her up the Kennington Road. Then she got a cab and I followed her in another.
Excellent. And then?
She got down at number 36, Pulteney Square, Brixton. I got out round the corner and went back towards the house. But just then a van came up, and two men went round to the back of it to unload. I saw what it was. Mr. Holmes, it was a coffin.
Good Lord.
They carried it up to the door of number 36, and the woman let them in with it. I thought for a moment of rushing in, but... Well, I remembered my promise to you and came straight back here.
You've done excellent work, Mr. Green.
The coffin. Mr. Holmes, do you think...
We'll do all that can be done. Not a moment will be lost, but we can do nothing legal without a warrant.
Oh.
And if you want to help further, you'll take this note down to the authorities and get one. There may be some difficulty, but I think the sale of the jewelry should justify it.
Very good, Mr. Holmes.
As for us, Watson, we must get to Pulteney Square as fast as we can.
Someone's coming, Holmes.
Well?
I'd like to speak to Dr. Schlesinger, please.
There's no one here of that name. Here, take your foot out of my door.
Well, I want to see the man who lives here, whatever he may call himself.
Wait, you mean that...
I am now, Annie, my dear. There's surely some mistake, gentlemen.
We have no time to waste. You are Henry Peters of Adelaide, late the Reverend Dr. Schlesinger of Baden in South America. I am Sherlock Holmes.
And what is your business in my house?
I want to know what you've done with the Lady Frances Carfax.
Is that it? I'd be very glad if you could tell me where she is. I've a bill against her for nearly £100, and nothing to show for it but a couple of trumpery pendants a dealer will hardly look at.
Indeed?
She attached herself on to Mrs. Peters and me at Baden, and she stuck on to us until London. I paid her bill and her ticket. Once in London, she gave us the slip. Now, you find her, Mr. Holmes, and I'm in your debt.
I mean to find her. I'm going through this house till I do find her.
Oh? And where's your warrant?
This revolver will have to serve for that till a better one comes.
Aha. Go and fetch a policeman, Annie. He won't shoot you.
Take care, Henry. I won't be a death.
Holmes. Let her go, Watson. This merely means our time is limited. If you try to stop us, Peters, you'll get hurt. I mean it.
You've got the gun.
Good. Now, where is that coffin?
Coffin? What do you want with the coffin? It's in use. There's a body in it.
I must see that body.
Well, have it your own way, then. It's in here.
And now, let's take a look. Watson. It's someone else. Thank heaven.
Blundered for 170.
Who is this, Peters?
Since you're so nosy, it's an old nurse of my wife's. Rose Spender, she was called. We found her in Brixton Workhouse Infirmary, and like Christian folk, we brought her here to die. Mind you, take the address of the doctor who's been to see her. It's Dr. Horsam of 13 Furbank Villas.
Horsam? Oh, I know him.
See? Well, she died after 3 days. He signed the certificate. Senile decay. Of course, that's only a doctor's opinion. Sherlock Holmes would know better. Anyway, Stimson and Co. of the Kennington Road are bearing her at 8 tomorrow morning. Pick any holes in that lot, Mr. Holmes.
Just the same, I'm going through your house.
Are you, though? This way, officers, if you please. Now, these men have forced their way into my house, and I can't get rid of them.
Now, then, what's it all about?
Here's my card, Sergeant.
It's, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, sir?
The same. This is my friend, Dr. Watson.
Well, of course, sir, we know all about you, sir. But you can't stay here without a warrant, sir.
I quite understand that.
Arrest them.
We know where to lay our hands on this gentleman if he's wanted, but you'll have to go, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Watson, we shall have to go. Come along, my dear fellow. It's 9 o'clock already, and we've still a list of calls to take. We're making inquiries about an old lady, Rose Spender. I gather you might be able to help.
Spender? Ah, yes, of course, Mr. Holmes. Yes, Miss Spender was an inmate of this infirmary until quite recently. Then, quite luckily, a lady she used to nurse in the old days came here with her husband. Quite out of the blue, you understand. And they took her away.
Pure and simple, Watson. Wasn't there 10 minutes? No room for any foul play. I thought if that's what you're hinting, I wouldn't have signed the certificate now, would I?
Watson. Watson, wake up quickly.
I'm awake. I'm just going to get up.
What time was that funeral to be? 8, wasn't it?
Funeral?
Yes.
Oh, yes, 8. That's it, yes. Oh, Holmes, what on earth's the matter? I heard you prowling about half the night, puffing that stinking tobacco.
Never mind
of yours.
that now, Watson. The funeral's at 8, and it's now approaching 7:20. Yes. I'll never forgive myself if we're late. Never. Now, come on, for heaven's sake. It's life or death, I tell you. Stop, you men. Take it back. Take that coffin back inside the house this instant.
What the blazes?
What the devil are you up to? Interfering again, are you? And in a Christian funeral this time?
A warrant's on its way, Peters.
Sacrilege. That's what it is, sacrilege.
Never mind about that. Come along, please.
Well, I don't know.
Do as I tell you, man, or you'll be sorry.
Yes, Gav. Fred, you heard the judge. To you now. And careful.
It's a sovereign for you if the lid's off in 1 minute.
Blimey. Come on, Fred.
Hey, Arthur.
Chloroform,
Oh, lovers. There's 2 of them. And the second, if I'm not mistaken, Watson, is the lady for whom we are seeking. Capital, my dear Watson. Splendid work, my dear fellow.
Well, it was touch and go, Holmes. Another few minutes.
Ah, yes. But she's safe now.
Oh, completely. She'll be in a hospital bed by now if they've got to move on. By Jove, Holmes, that coffin was almost swimming in chloroform.
They meant to make sure.
Well, perhaps now this poor little old workhouse lady can have her funeral after all. She's probably been mixed up in more dramatics after her death than in the whole of her life.
At least she'll have her coffin to herself.
Yes. Yeah, she looks quite lost in it.
That, my dear Watson, is an observation I devoutly wish you'd made when friend Peters first showed her to us the other day.
Well, you saw her too, Holmes.
Yes. This over-large coffin for this tiny, wasted old woman.
Specially ordered, you mean, to leave room for Lady Carfax's body, too?
Exactly.
Of all the cold-blooded fiends I ever heard of.
Fiendish, but very, very clever. Quite new in the annals of crime, I should say. It's too much to expect, I suppose, that they'll escape the hands of our Scotland Yard friends. What? Such brilliant originality could keep us happily engaged for years to come, my dear one.
The disappearance of Lady Frances Carfax was one of the Sherlock Holmes stories from the inspired pen of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. My real name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. And Michael Hardwick wrote our script for this BBC production from London. May I say, I look forward to the pleasure of your company again soon for more of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Outrage indeed was the torment inflicted on young Victor Hatherley, and clearly a case for my friend Sherlock Holmes. My name is Dr. Watson, and I was privileged to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I will tell you about the case of the engineer's thumb. It began with myself asleep and little suspecting the emergency that was to awake me in just a few moments. What is it? Who is it? Oh, well, come in.
Sir, there's been an accident, sir. Someone from the railway.
Accident on the railway?
No, it's someone from the railway, sir, from Paddington. They're downstairs in the consulting room.
Oh, very well, Lucy. Say I'll be down in a couple of moments, will you then? I won't keep them waiting.
Morning, Dr. Watson.
Oh, morning, guard.
Haven't seen you around for some weeks now, sir.
Well, what is it today?
It's this gent here, sir. His hand. In a pretty bad way, it looks to me.
One of your men?
No, sir. A passenger. Came in by train from Reading way just now. Asked where he could find a doctor quick, so I brought him round here. Bit early, I know, sir.
Oh, that's right, guard. Well, let's have a look at him.
Well, if it's all the same to you, sir, I must be getting along again. Got my duty, same as you have, sir.
Quite right. Thank you, then.
Don't mention it, Dr. Watson. Goodbye, old chap. Hope you'll be all right.
Oh, thanks.
Now, then, let's have a look. Your hand, eh?
My thumb. Off.
What?
Right off.
Oh, hold on a moment while I get this handkerchief away. I'm afraid this will hurt. Careful, steady. Oh, by George.
Bit of a mess, isn't it?
Yeah, the sooner I get this cleaned up, the better. Now then. Swab. Wound
like this must have bled terribly.
It did. I fainted at first.
Maybe.
When I came round, it was still bleeding, so I wound the handkerchief tight with that twig. That stopped it.
Lucky if you knew what to do.
Common sense. Matter of hydraulics, that's all.
Huh? Hydraulics?
Hydraulic principle. Cut off the flow from the pump. I'm an engineer, you can probably guess. Hatherley, Victor Hatherley, Victoria Street.
How did it happen? Looks as though something heavy and sharp did it.
Some kind of knife. Only it wasn't an accident, Doctor.
Not an accident?
It was a murderous attack.
An attack? Oh, now, just a moment. This must be kept up with a sling. Yeah, good. Then I think you ought to tell me a bit more.
Yes, I'll be glad to tell someone. I suppose I'd have to tell it all to the police soon enough. Tell you the truth, though. If it weren't for this wound, I doubt they'd believe a word of it. It's an extraordinary story, and I haven't another shred of proof behind me.
Look here, Hatherley, before you go any further, I think I might be able to help you.
What more can you do?
I don't know whether you caught my name, Watson. It might mean something to you if I mention the name of Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes? You mean you're the Dr. Watson?
I am. Well, I was going to say that from the sound of your case so far, this is just the sort of matter for my friend. If your tale's half so strange as you say, you'll find a ready listener in Sherlock Holmes, I can promise you.
So, my dear sir, you're looking a new man already. Now then, begin at the beginning and take your time.
Well, you must know first that I live alone in lodgings in town. I set up in business as a hydraulic engineer a couple of years ago with a legacy after my father died. I'd done 7 years apprenticeship before that with Venner and Matheson at Greenwich. Well, I suppose most people find starting up on their own a bit sticky. During these 2 years, Mr. Holmes, I've had 3 consultations and 1 small job. I've made exactly £27.10 gross. Well, anyway, what I was leading up to was that yesterday, just as I was thinking of packing up for yet another empty day, my clerk came in with a card. The poor fellow was as surprised.
A gentleman to see you, sir.
To see me?
Well, yes, sir. To see you.
Is that his card?
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. Colonel Lysander Stark. Oh, well, then show him in at once. At once?
Right away, Mr. Hatherley. Will you step this way, sir? You're just lucky to catch Mr. Hatherley at a free moment.
Oh, is that so?
Colonel Lysander Stark, sir.
Pleased to meet you, sir. Thank you, Robinson.
Very good, sir.
Pray have a seat, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Hatherley, you have been recommended to me as a man who is not only proficient in his profession, but who is also discreet and capable of preserving a secret. I have a professional commission for you in which secrecy is essential. Absolute secrecy.
I give you my word.
Splendid.
But I'd be grateful if you'd state your business now, Colonel. My time is valuable.
Really? Well, how would 50 guineas for a night's work suit you?
50 Most admirably.
I say a night's work, but an hour's would be nearer the mark, really. I simply want your opinion about a hydraulic stamping machine which has got out of gear. If you show us what is wrong with it, we'll set it right ourselves. Now, how does that suit you?
Is that all?
Yes. Only we shall want you to come tonight. That's why we are prepared to pay rather highly.
Where must I come to?
To Ayford in Berkshire. There's a train from Paddington that will get you there about 11:15. It's the last train. If you will come on that, I will meet you at Ayford Station. Our place is about 7 miles from the station.
How shall I get back?
We will give you a shakedown for the night.
Oh,
it's no trouble.
Well, it's rather awkward. My early appointment's tomorrow.
Mr. Hatherley, forgive me for doubting that you are as occupied as you would have me believe. It's to recompense you for whatever inconvenience you might meet that we are prepared to pay a young and unknown man like you the sort of fee that would buy an opinion from the very heads of your profession. I repeat, we prefer you to come on the train I have mentioned.
Very well, I'll come.
Mr. Hatherley, you are aware that Fuller's Earth is a valuable product in this country.
Certainly. I believe it's only found in 1 or 2 places.
That is so. Well, some little time ago, I bought this place of mine not far from Reading, and I found a deposit of Fuller's Earth in one of my fields.
Really?
Not only that, I have since discovered that this quite small deposit happens to be just a link between two very much larger ones. Both of these are in the grounds of my neighbors. Well, naturally, when I found this out, I had to take steps to buy their land as quickly as possible.
Well, naturally.
But I had no capital of my own. So I had to take the opinion of a few friends. But to cut a long story short, from my friends' money and what I could raise, we erected a hydraulic press on our site, and we've been working away ever since. This is the press which has now broken down.
I see.
Of course, the whole operation is highly secret one. And if it became known that hydraulic engineers of all people were visiting our little house, it would be goodbye to any chance of getting those fields, you understand?
Yes, of course, but...
And now, Mr. Hatherley, I really must be going. I shall see you tonight, then.
Oh, yes, I'll be there. But one question more, Colonel Stark.
Yes?
Isn't Fuller's Earth dug out like gravel from a pit?
That is so?
Then I don't quite see...
Forgive me, Mr. Hatherley. You are wondering about the hydraulic press.
Oh, yes.
We have our own process, you see. We compress the Fuller's Earth into bricks so that they can be removed without any danger of people who might see them realizing what they are. And now, goodbye to you. I shall be waiting for you at Erfurt at 11:15 tonight.
Singular interview, Mr. Hatherley. Eh, Watson?
They are indeed.
So, I suppose I can see the point of it all. 50 guineas for a night's work makes a convincing argument.
I won't deny it, Mr. Holmes.
You told no one about it?
No, I kept my promise exactly.
Pray go on with your story.
Well, I got to Erfurt on time. I was the only passenger getting down there. Colonel Stark was waiting for me outside the wicket gate. He didn't say anything, just grasped my arm and hustled me over to a carriage standing with its doors open. As soon as we were in, he rapped on the woodwork and away we went, as hard as the horse could go.
One horse?
Yes, only one.
Did you observe the color?
Yes, I saw it by the sidelights when I was stepping into the carriage. It was a chestnut.
Tired looking or fresh?
Oh, fresh and glossy.
Thank you. I'm sorry to have interrupted you.
Oh, not at all. Well, we were driving for at least an hour. At the rate we were going and the time we took, I'd say it was more like 12 miles than the 7 he told me. I couldn't see out of the windows, and the colonel wasn't inclined to talk.
Did you notice what the roads were like, their surface?
Pretty rough. We jolted and lurched most of the way.
I see. Go on, then.
We suddenly came off the roads onto a smooth driveway, and we soon pulled up. Straight away, Colonel Stark had the door open and hustled me into the house where we'd stopped. It was done so quickly I hadn't even time to see what the place looked like. It was pitch dark inside. While the colonel was fumbling about for matches, a door opened at the end of the hall and a woman came through with a lamp in her hand. She spoke to the colonel in German.
Can you follow German, Mr. Hatherley?
Well, I can read it slightly, but something spoken is beyond me, too fast and complicated.
But it was German they spoke.
Oh, without a doubt. Well, what I could see was that whatever the colonel told her gave her a bit of a shock. She gave quite a start. Then he took the lamp from her and pushed her off in the way she'd come. He motioned me through a door leading off the hall.
Perhaps you have the kindness to wait in this room for a few minutes. I shall not keep you waiting long.
Oh, that's quite all right, Colonel Stark. Oh, madam.
No, do not speak. Go. Do not stay here. There is no good for you to do.
But, madam, I haven't yet...
It is not worth your while to wait. You can pass through the door if you are quick. No one hinders. But, for the love of heaven, get away from here before it is too late. I must go. Go away. Go away.
Mr. Hatherley. Here is my secretary and manager, Mr. Ferguson.
How do you do? How do you do?
Well, now, we had better proceed to business. Mr. Ferguson and I will take you out to see the machine. Or you can leave your hat here. We do not have to go out of the house.
You mean you dig Fuller's Earth in the house?
No. This is only where we compress it. But you will see. Please to follow me. Well, Mr. Hatherley, we are now actually inside the hydraulic press. The ceiling of this small chamber is really the end of the descending piston. It comes down slowly with the force of many tons upon this metal floor. The walls here are wood.
Oh, yes, I see.
Well, and what's the trouble?
There are small lateral columns of water outside which receive the force and transmit and multiply in a way which is, of course, familiar to you.
Oh, yes.
It has been suggested that perhaps there is the defect somewhere. The machine goes readily enough, but there is some stiffness in the working of it, and it seems to have lost some of its force.
From what there is to see in here, though, I'm sure you're right in believing the defect is somewhere on the outside. Perhaps if I may have a look there?
Of course, after you, Mr. Hathaway.
Thank you. Oh, that's better. There's not much room in there, is there? No. But it's an enormous press you have here all the same, Mr. Ferguson.
Quite so. Quite so. And now, Mr. Hathaway.
Yes, I see. Where are the controls?
Here.
May I test it?
Anything you like.
Good. Ah, yes. Yes, it's quite obvious.
You have found it already.
Oh, just let me see. Yes. Yes, here it is. This rubber around the end of this driving rod here. It's quite perished. It's not quite filling the socket as it moves along and the water's getting by. That's all your trouble is, Colonel, sir?
Well, then, we are very grateful to you, Mr. Hathaway. Very grateful indeed, eh, Ferguson?
Absolutely. Very quick work. I think I ought to take one more glance inside just to make absolutely sure.
If you think it is necessary.
I just want to see if any water's leaking through this way. The lamp a little more, please. Or perhaps if I may have it. Oh, thank you. No, there's nothing.
Then your diagnosis is complete.
Well, Colonel Starr, if you want my final opinion about the condition of your press, it would be better if you told me what it's really used for. That could make a difference.
I have told you. Pressing full of dirt.
Oh, Colonel, excuse me. I'm not a fool. No one in this world would use a machine this size for such a minor process. And this metallic deposit on the floor. That's not full of dirt, now, is it?
Mr. Hathaway, you are altogether too inquisitive. Very well. You wish to know more about the working of this machine. You shall. You can stay here and investigate it as closely as you wish.
Open the door. Do you hear me? Colonel Starr, I demand you open this door at once. This is an outrage. No, you can't do this. I demand you let me out. Colonel! For mercy's sake, let me out! Oh, God! No! No! Not this!
You must follow me quickly. They will soon know you did not die in there.
I'll be all right. Which way?
Out of that window. It is your only chance.
Very well. You first.
Oh, no, he will not harm me. Oh, please go. He's almost here.
Right.
Keep back, Clerk. Let him go.
Outside my head.
I will not let you. You will not kill again.
Mind this knife. Get back, I say.
John! Let go of the children. He will cut off your hand.
There!
Dull pain. My grip loosened. I felt myself falling, and I knew nothing more.
Now, take it easy, old chap. That's enough for the time being. I don't think you ought to go on now, Holmes.
I know, Watson, but it's imperative that we have Mr. Hathaway's story complete in every detail. There's no time to waste.
Can you stand it, Hathaway? Oh, yes. Yes, I'm much better now.
If you fell unconscious into their own garden, Mr. Hathaway, how is it that they didn't secure you immediately?
I shall never know, Mr. Holmes.
But perhaps the villain was softened by the woman's entreaties.
I hardly think that likely. I never saw a more inexorable face in my life.
Well, then?
Well, the funny thing is that when I did come round and remembered what had happened, I found myself lying in a hedgerow next to a road. My clothes were sodden with dew, and my coat sleeve was drenched with blood. I did my best for my hands with my handkerchief and a twig.
Yes, just as well you did.
Yes. Well, after a bit, I got up onto the road, and, I found I was only a stone's throw away from Ayford Station, where the Colonel had met me the night before.
You could have made your way there in a semi-conscious state.
You wouldn't necessarily remember doing so. I suppose it's possible. Anyway, I got to the station. There was a train almost due. I thought the best thing was to get in it and get back to town. On the way to Paddington, I asked the guard if he could get me to a doctor as soon as we arrived. Fortunately, he knew you, Dr. Watson.
Well, Holmes, what do you say?
Just hand me that book with the blue back, Watson.
Which one, this?
No. Next shelf.
Yeah?
That's it.
Oh.
Now then, where is it? Just about a year ago, I think.
What is all this?
Just something which I think... Ah, yes. Here we are. Oh, I should explain, Mr. Hatherley. It's my practice to file miscellaneous items which strike me as curious in some way.
Oh, I see.
Listen to this, then. It was all in the papers about a year ago. Lost on the 9th inst. Mr. Jeremiah Haling, age 26. A hydraulic engineer.
Good Lord.
Left his lodgings at 10 o'clock at night and has not been heard of since.
Goodness me.
Mr. Hatherley, I fancy that represents the last time that the Colonel needed to have his machine overhauled.
Good heavens.
It's quite clear that Colonel Stark, if that's his name, is a cool and desperate man who was absolutely determined that nothing should interfere with his little game. Though what his game is, I think I can guess. But we must waste no time. If you feel up to it and Watson will allow you, I think you should come along to Scotland Yard with us this very minute. I'm glad you could come away at such short notice, Bradstreet. The Yard doesn't always move so swiftly.
Oh, come now, Mr. Holmes. You can't count many hours of your life spent waiting for me, can you, Dr. Watson?
Take no notice of him, Inspector. That's my advice.
Well, not far to go now. I think we'd better have a look at that map.
Certainly. See, here's Apon. As I said, I've drawn this circle at a radius of 12 miles from it. You reckon about 12 miles, don't you, Mr. Hatherley?
Well, we were in the carriage a good hour. The roads were bad, but we moved along pretty well. 10 or 12, I'd say.
Right. Then the place where to look for must be somewhere along this 12-mile line. The only point is, which direction did you go after leaving the station?
I think I could lay my finger on the spot.
Oh, you could, Mr. Holmes. Well, now, I always did say you had sixth sense or something, but I'll wager it can't help you this time. What information have we got to help us? Nothing but an hour's fast carriage drive in the dark. It could have been in any direction at all. Now, for my part, I'd say we should look to the south.
Why that?
The country's more deserted that way.
What about you, Hatherley?
Well, I hardly know. West, perhaps. Several quiet little villages that way.
Watson?
Well, it could be north. We've gone through no hills there, and our friend says he didn't notice the carriage going up in it.
Ah, a nice little piece of deduction.
Well, that leaves only one point of the compass left, and then we've got it boxed between us. What do you say to east, Mr. Holmes?
I'm afraid I can't oblige you, Inspector. North, south, east, west, none of them will do.
But they can't all be wrong.
No, Holmes.
Here is the spot, gentlemen.
But that's Apon itself, the center of the circle.
Precisely.
I don't get you at all, Mr. Holmes.
10 miles, 5 out and 5 back. 12, 6 out, 6 back. It's quite simple.
Holmes, I don't see at all.
Oh, dear me, Watson, you were present all the time. Mr. Hatherley was telling me his remarkable story.
Yes.
Do you not remember my question about the appearance of the carriage horse?
Oh, yes. You asked him its color.
Yes, and he told me chestnut, but there was something else.
Let me think. Wait a minute.
I remember. You asked whether I thought the horse tired-looking or fresh.
And you replied?
Fresh and glossy.
You're sure of that now?
Absolutely certain.
There you are, Bradstreet. Colonel Stark drove to the station to meet Mr. Hatherley. How far had he come? 10 or 12 miles over country roads and arrived with his animal fresh and glossy? Not he. If he drove half a mile, I'd be surprised. But he was taking no chances of Mr. Hatherley remembering their route. He found it well worthwhile taking him an hour's drive out into the country and back to throw him well off the scent.
Well.
Ah, and this if I'm not mistaken, is our destination. No, gentlemen, I don't think we shall have to stray far from Ayford to find our quarry. Now, that is, unless they've anticipated our coming.
Tickets? Tickets, please, gents.
Here you are.
Hello? Ayford on fire, Porter?
You might think so, sir. Been going all day, they have. Some of the engines have come right out from Reading, I hear.
What is it, then?
A big house across the way, Dr. Beecher's place. Started burning in the night. Ask me, they won't save a stick of it. Great old place like tinder.
Dr. Beecher? A German gentleman by any chance?
Not he, sir. English as they come. Now, funny you should mention it, though. There's a foreign gent staying with him. A patient, I understand. And a young lady. Oh, very foreign she is.
This Dr. Beecher, is he small and fat, red-faced?
That's right, sir. You know him, then?
Ferguson.
I beg pardon?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
What's happened to these people?
Oh, they must have got away. No sign of them inside, according to the fireman. Yeah, but I've heard they did find one curious thing on a windowsill of the second floor.
What was that?
A newly severed human thumb. Now, I wonder how that came to be there.
Yes, I wonder. Oh, well, thank you, Porter. Here you are.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Now, come along, gentlemen. We might as well fill in time till the next train back. One doesn't see a good fire every day.
You mean it's all over, Mr. Holmes?
So far as you are concerned, happily, yes. Don't you agree, Inspector?
Sure, but what about Stark, the other fellow and the girl?
Well, of course, we can always keep our eyes open for them in the crowd, but I very much fear they're a good 100 miles off by now.
But the fire, Mr. Holmes, how did it start?
Well, at a guess, I'd be inclined to say that when the press came down to the floor of that room where you nearly lost your life, it smashed the lamp the colonel had left with you, and that started a fire going. The walls were wooden, you said.
That's right.
And you think they shut off when they saw what had happened?
If they did his sense, well, at least they had the humanity to carry you out alive beside the road.
The girl must have persuaded them.
Of course, there can be no doubt as to the nature of this gang.
Oh, none at all. They are coiners on a large scale. They needed the machine to form the amalgam they've been using in place of silver.
This all ties in with some inquiries we've had on our hands for longer than I like to admit. It's pity about your thumb, sir. But if it hadn't been for your going to Dr. Watson and one thing and another...
Yes, I see your point, Inspector. It's not much consolation to me. I've lost my thumb. I've lost a 50-guinea fee. What have I gained?
Experience, my dear sir. There's nothing so valuable as experience, they say. Find the right formula of words for this bizarre tale of yours, and you'll be able to dine out on it for the rest of your days. Eh, Watson?
Oh, really?
Of the engineer's thumb was one of the stories of Sherlock Holmes from the inspired pen of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. My real name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Michael Hardwick wrote our script for this BBC production from London. I hope I may look forward to the pleasure of your company again soon for more of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Excuse me, Dr. Watson.
Oh, yes, Jessie? What is it?
There's a person to see you, sir.
In the consulting room?
No, yes, sir. He didn't give a name, but said you'd know him, sir.
Oh, did he? Well, ask him what he... No, never mind. Ask him. Send him in.
Very good, sir. This way, come here.
Yeah, I know your face. Men have been known to die of shock, and I imagined in those moments I might die to join my poor friend Holmes. I am that Dr. Watson privileged for so long to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I will tell you about the empty house. By then, after 3 years, I'd learned to live with the knowledge that Holmes was dead. Excuse me, please. For just a moment. It was in the spring of 1894 that the Honorable Ronald Adair was murdered in London under the most unusual and inexplicable circumstances. I remember thinking more clearly than ever of the loss the community had sustained by the death of Sherlock Holmes 3 years before. Matter of fact, I was thinking so much about Holmes and the adventures we'd had together that I got quite a shock when I bumped into a man in Oxford Street and found it was his brother Mycroft.
Have a care, sir.
I beg your pardon, sir. Oh, it's Mr. Mycroft Holmes, isn't it?
Of course, you're Dr. Watson.
That's right. It's a good while since we met.
Tell me, though, have you kept up your own interest in crime since Sherlock's death?
Well, in a way, you know. Usually read up the latest case and try to work it out as Holmes might have done. Just for my own amusement, you know.
Quite. Now, what do you say about this Adair business? Sherlock would have loved this one. Honorable Ronald Adair, second son of the Earl of Maynooth, you know.
That's right.
Found shot in his room late last night. The mother and sister were out, came home, couldn't get a reply at his door, though his light was on. They got it burst in and found him there. Bullet through the head. No weapon in the room. Just a few gold and silver coins stacked on the table, and a list of some of the chaps he plays cards with regularly at his club.
Say. Murder, then?
A little doubt about it. No clues, though, by all accounts. The door of his room locked on the inside. No signs of a forced entry. And the room's on the second floor, overlooking Park Lane. No possible way of climbing up or down to it, short of putting up scaffolding, the police say.
Well. But was any of the windows open? Couldn't the shot have been fired from across the street?
He was shot with a soft-nosed revolver bullet.
Oh, well, that rules that out, then. No man in this world could get someone plumb in the head with a revolver from the other side of Park Lane, and at night.
Precisely. And there are no reports of anyone hearing a shot.
Well, it's a rum business, Mr. Holmes. You're quite right. Your brother Sherlock would have delighted in it.
Yes.
Come to think of it, I'll stroll round by Park Lane on my way home. Living in Kensington, that's enough.
Well, do that, Dr. Watson. Number 427, the house is. I passed that way myself a few minutes ago. Usual crowd hanging about, telling one another how it was done, you know. But between you and me, I don't think they're getting very near the mark.
Chuck the gun out of the window as he fell to the floor.
John, don't say nothing here about no pistol found in Park Lane.
I say his missus done it. It's always them missus has done it. Shot him through the keyhole. Oh, blimey, I keep telling you, he hadn't got no missus. He lived with his sister and his ma. Here, ain't that right, Governor? Yes, that's right. There you are.
So what are you bringing him in here for? To ask for your opinion, eh?
Yeah. Opinion? I wasn't stating any opinion. And you, sir. Now, look here, my good man. Let me pass.
Here! Look what you're doing. Those are valuable books you've knocked out of my hand.
Oh, confound it. I'll pick your blessed books up for you, then. There. And there, sir. Now, good day to the lot of you. I wonder what's on my sham tonight. I think he's doing something that's good with the
Excuse me, Dr. Watson.
Oh, yes, Jessie. What is it?
Well, there's a person to see you, sir.
In the consulting room?
No, yes, sir.
He didn't give a name, but said you'd know him, sir.
Oh, did he? Well, ask him what he... No, never mind. I'll see him. Send him in.
Very good, sir. This way, in here.
Now, sir. Yeah, I know your face.
Yes, you should do. You knocked all my valuable books out of my hands in Park Lane.
Oh, well, that was an accident, and I picked them up for you. What are you doing here?
You're surprised to see me, sir.
Yes, I am.
Well, I have a conscience, sir. And when I chanced to see you go into this house as I came hobbling after you, I thought to myself, I'll just step in and see that kind gentleman and tell him that if I was a bit gruff in my manner, there was not any harm meant, and that I'm much obliged to him for picking up my book.
Well, there's no need at all. Still, it's civil of you. Good day.
Oh, don't mention it, sir. My little bookshop's just round the corner from you, corner of Church Street, you know.
I see.
Maybe you collect yourself, sir?
No.
Oh, pity. Now, here's British Birds. Oh, lovely book. Bargain price. Then Works of Catullus. The Holy War. Bargain, every one of them. What about it?
Well,
With 5 volumes, you could just fill the gap on that second shelf behind you there. It looks untidy, does it not, sir?
Well.
Behind you, sir.
Oh, yes, I see. Yes. Well, it depends on how much you wish to... Holmes. My dear Watson. Holmes. Oh. Dear me. He looked as though he'd seen a ghost. Oh, well, I suppose he had. Just another sip, my dear fellow. Brandy and water. Yes. Well, it seems to work for all your patients, so it should work for you. Oh, Holmes, I can't believe it. Oh, my dear Watson, I owe you 1,000 apologies. No. It was inexcusable of me to drop my disguise as dramatically as that. I had no idea that you'd be so affected. I should have prepared you. But Holmes, you're alive. I don't understand. You went over the Reichenbach Falls, you and Moriarty. Moriarty went over the falls. I remained alive. That was 3 years ago. 3 long years, Watson. But you see, as I stood on the brink trying to get my breath back, it came to me in a flash what I must do. I knew that Moriarty wasn't the only man who was sworn to have my life. There were at least 3 others. One of them would almost certainly get me off my guard someday. But if the world was convinced that I was dead, they would drop their guard, and sooner or later I could destroy them. I see. My brother Mycroft was my only confidant from then on. Oh, but surely you couldn't... Oh, I owe you another apology, Watson. But you understand I had to stay hidden, as it were, until my would-be assassins were accounted for. And are they? All but one. And he knows I didn't die with Moriarty, so there's no point in pretending further. You mean he's recognized you since then? That's it. Well, Holmes, it's a remarkable business. It's remarkable. And this is about the happiest day of my life. Thank you, Watson. Tell me, where have you been all this time? Oh, I haven't been idle. I was unable to come back to London, where I'm too well known, but I traveled for 2 years in Tibet, looked in at Mecca, and paid an interesting visit to the Caliph at Khartoum. Then I returned to France. There, I learned that there was only one of my enemies left in London. I came over here at once, found that Mycroft had 221B Baker Street kept just as I had left it. Mrs. Hudson had hysterics when she saw me, by the way. And I was going to look you up as quickly as possible when this Park Lane business intervened. The Adele murder. But what's that got to do with you? What's it got to do with you, Watson? You were conspicuously prominent in that little crowd opposite the house this morning. Well, still in truth, I often like to try to puzzle these cases for myself. Wonder what you would have done about them, don't you? Brought back the good old days to me. Well, the good old days are back now. I came here to ask for your cooperation again. Oh, like a shot, Holmes. But I warn you, we have dangerous work ahead of us tonight. All the better. What's it about? We'll eat a bite of dinner here this evening, by your leave, of course. Oh, don't worry about that. Then we must take a cab to somewhere about Cavendish Square. Yeah? We'll go from there on foot. There are plenty of small lanes and mews. I'm not ready to be generally recognized yet. Hence this disguise, which I think I'll dispense with now.
Well, we'll be walking too.
To Baker Street.
221B?
Almost, but not quite. The house opposite.
Opposite. Camden House, you mean?
That's it.
Well, Holmes, I don't know what you have in mind, but Camden House has been empty for ages. I was past there again only the other day.
Exactly.
What are we going to do there, Holmes?
If I'm not mistaken, we shall be meeting someone.
Who?
A Colonel Moran. Mean anything to you?
Moran, no. No, I can't say it does.
Not so astute after all. Got a who's who?
Yes. Here we are. Last year's edition, will it do?
Capital. Now then, let's see. K-L-L-M-M-M-O. Moran Sebastian. Listen to this, Watson.
Yes?
Moran Sebastian Colonel. Unemployed. Formerly 1st Bangalore Pioneers, born London 1840, son of Sir Augustus Moran C.B., once British Minister to Persia. Educated Eton and Oxford, served in Jawaki campaign, Afghan campaign, mentioned in dispatches, Sherpur and Kabul. Never met up with him in your service, Watson?
No, I don't think so.
Well, it goes on. Author of Heavy Game of the Western Himalayas, 1881. 3 months in the Jungle, 1884.
Yes, read that.
Address, Condit Street, Pubs, Anglo-Indian, Tankerville, Bagatelle Card Club.
Pretty impressive.
Yes, there's plenty it doesn't say, though.
That is?
That he's the most dangerous man in London. That's so. He's moved up the scale in recent years. While Moriarty was alive, Moran was only the second most dangerous. He was Moriarty's chief of staff.
Oh, I see.
Oh, the man did honorably enough in his day. But whatever the cause, Colonel Moran began to go wrong. Without any public scandal, he made India too hot to hold him. He retired to London, and Moriarty pretty soon sought him out. Moriarty kept him liberally supplied with money and used him only in 1 or 2 very high-class jobs beyond the scope of the ordinary criminal.
That's so. Well, how's all this fit in with tonight?
You will see. Let it be sufficient to say that Colonel Moran is the one man remaining who'd like to assassinate me the moment he gets his opportunity. For my part, I've been waiting these 3 years for an opportunity of laying him by the heels. But what could I do? I couldn't shoot him on sight.
Couldn't you put it in the hands of the police?
No, useless. Not a shred of evidence against him. No, Watson. I knew there was nothing I could do until...
Until what?
Well, until tonight, if you like.
Looking at an empty house.
Looking from an empty house, Watson, in the direction of our former humble abode. And now, I'm thankful to say, mine again. 221B Baker Street.
Well, I don't think much of this place. Looks better from outside.
Badly neglected, I hear, but all the better for our purpose.
Shall we, have a light, Holmes?
No, better not. Don't want to attract the attention of the first constable who comes along. Besides, our friend the colonel might not like it.
But Holmes, sorry meeting him here like this.
Quiet.
Oh, sorry, in this place, I mean, say you said he'd stick at nothing. You want to say for the meet him somewhere in the open, don't you think?
Oh, forgive me if I've misled you. We have no appointment to meet the colonel here. In fact, he mayn't even come. But I rather fancy he will.
And for heaven's sake, would you mind telling me what we're doing in this musty hole?
Because it commands so excellent a view of that picturesque pile number 221B. Now, might I trouble you, my dear Watson, to draw a little closer to this filthy window? Careful. Mustn't show ourselves.
Hard for anyone to see us through this.
Now, rub a little patch clear where no one will notice. And then tell me whether my years of absence have taken away my power to surprise you.
Great heavens, Holmes.
Yes, Watson?
Your silhouette up there in the window of 221B.
Ah, you recognize me.
Oh, marvelously done. If you weren't here with me, I'd swear that was you sitting up there against the light.
Age cannot wither me, nor custom stale my infinite variety.
Oh, no.
I must say, it really is rather like me, isn't it?
I swear to you.
The credit belongs to Monsieur Oscar Meunier of Grenoble. It's a bust in wax. Oh. It took him several days to mold it. I arranged the rest during my visit to 221B this morning.
Well, now perhaps you'll tell me what it's for.
Simple. I have the strongest possible reason for wishing certain people to think I'm idling indoors when I'm really elsewhere.
Who? Colonel Moran?
And others. Members of that charming society whose former leader lies at the foot of the Russian-Bach Falls. They would know from Moran that I was still alive. Sooner or later, they believed I must come back to my room. They watched continuously. And this morning, they saw me arrive.
How do you know?
Oh, I recognized their sentinel. He's a harmless enough fellow, Parker by name, but I knew he would pass the word on quickly enough to his leader.
But weren't you in disguise when you arrived?
Oh, yes. But Parker knew Watson. I could tell he knew me.
But Holmes, this silhouette, it's very fine indeed, but surely, if I need to keep their eyes on it for long enough, see that it never moves.
Have you been keeping your eyes on it, Watson?
Well, yes. Yes, I have.
Then pray do so for a little longer.
Holmes, I really don't see the point. Great heavens!
Yes?
It moved. Just then.
Of course it moved, Watson. Am I such a farcical bungler that I should erect an obvious dummy and expect some of the sharpest men in Europe to be taken in by it? Quick, Watson. He's coming. Quickly and quietly away from the window and into this corner. Our visitor won't see us yet. Come along. Now, deal.
Come on now.
Yes. What important?
Yes. You'll come quiet now.
Good work. Mr. Holmes?
That you, Lestrade?
Yes, sir. We got your message at the yard, and I asked to be put on this case myself. It's a great pleasure to see you back in London, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Lestrade. I thought you needed a little help here. 3 unsolved murders in 1 year won't do you now.
Now, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, you didn't do so badly with the Molesley mystery, I grant you. You handled it with less than your usual... That's to say, you handled it fairly well.
You clever fiend.
Ah, here's our friend in talkative mood. Well, Colonel, journeys end in lovers' meeting, as the old play says.
You cunning fiend.
But I'm surprised that my very simple stratagem could deceive so old a shikari. It must be very familiar to you. Have you never tethered a young goat under a tree, lain above it with your rifle, and waited for the bait to bring the tiger to you? Well, Colonel, this empty house is my tree, and you are my tiger. You see, the parallel is exact.
You, inspector, or whatever you are, you may or may not have cause for arresting me, but at least there's no reason why I should be exposed to the gibes of this person. I'm in the hands of the law, and let things be done in a reasonable way.
Well, that's fair enough, I suppose. Mr. Holmes, is there anything more you want to say before we take him along?
Only to ask what charge you intend to prefer.
What charge, sir? Well, the attempted murder of Mr. Sherlock Holmes, of course.
Not so, Lestrade. I don't propose to appear in the matter at all.
Eh? But Holmes...
No, Lestrade. To you and to you alone must go the credit for this remarkable arrest. I congratulate you. With your usual happy mixture of cunning and audacity, you've got him.
Got him? Got who?
Why, the man your whole force has been looking for. The man who shot the Honorable Ronald Adair through the open window of the second-floor front of number 457 Park Lane. Colonel Sebastian Moran.
Great. That was Holmes, prove it. No, I'm sorry, Colonel, but I must detain you for questioning. Constable?
Right. This way, sir. Take your hands off me, sir.
And now, my dear Watson, I dare say you're burning to visit our old home again, and as soon as possible. Bring the Colonel's rifle with you, and if you can endure the draught from a broken window, I think half an hour in my study over a cigar may afford you some profitable amusement. Oh, never mind a bit of broken glass, Mrs. Hudson. I'm pleased to see you're undamaged yourself.
Oh, I did just as you told me, Mr. Holmes.
Dr. Watson can't make out how the dummy managed to move about every now and then. Perhaps you'd tell him.
Yes, come on, Mrs. Hudson. What did Mr. Holmes put you up to?
Oh, there was nothing to it, sir. I went to it in my new cell, just as Mr. Holmes told me, kept well out of sight, and shifted the figure about a bit.
That was it.
Here's the bullet, Mr. Holmes. I picked it up off the carpet.
Thank you. Must have flattened itself against the wall. Well, Mrs. Hudson, thank you for your valiant assistance.
It was a pleasure, sir. Oh, gentlemen, it is nice to have you both back here again.
Thank you. Thank you. So now you know, Watson.
So hold on a minute. Let's see that bullet.
Huh? Here you are.
Yes, flattened out. Soft nose. But it's a revolver bullet, Holmes.
Quite right, Watson.
But it was an air gun he used. Where'd you put it?
Yes, it is. Oh, yes, it's an air gun. But you've never seen one like it before, I'll wager. Oh, I've known of its existence for years. I met the man who made it, a German named von Herder. He was blind, by the way. Hard to believe, isn't it?
It's an air gun to fire a revolver bullet.
Tremendously powerful, virtually silent. Put a thing like that into the hands of a man who can shoot like Moran, and you see the result. 2 murders with 2 bullets. Or it would have been if this wax dummy had been I.
2 murders? The Adair one as well?
Yes. A soft-nosed revolver bullet, the papers said. No reports of a shot being heard. No possibility of anyone having shot so accurately from so far away with a revolver. As soon as I heard the news, I knew my chance had come. All these years, I waited for Moran to do something that would furnish proof for the police and put him out of the way for good. This was it.
Then this business this evening was...
Exactly. But for my return, he'd no doubt be out of the country by now, lying low with that precious weapon well hidden away. As it was, he decided to tarry long enough to deal with me while he was alive.
Well, I see it now.
Capital.
Except that...
Oh, dear me.
Well, I don't understand the connection with the Honorable Rupert Adair.
Ronald Adair.
Oh, Ronald Adair, of course it is. Why did Moran kill him?
My dear Watson, you read up the reports of the case after you got home this afternoon, didn't you?
Certainly I did.
Well, then, the card party.
Card party? There you go again. What card party?
When the late Ronald Adair returned home last night, he'd been to a card party, had he not? Near his body were found several piles of gold coins and a list of names with amounts written against them.
Yes.
You recall those names?
Well, Sir somebody or something, and a general, I think.
A colonel, Watson. Sir John Hardy, a Mr. Murray, and a Colonel Moran.
By Jove.
There's room for improvement in you, Watson.
Oh.
Yes, Adair had been playing cards with Moran and those others. When he was shot, he was working out his winnings. Or his losses.
Then what?
Here we enter the realms of conjecture. Moran has always been a notable cheat over cards. Perhaps Adair caught Moran cheating and threatened to expose him.
Yes.
Such a scandal would mean Moran's exclusion from the clubs and the ruin of many of his schemes, not to mention his ill-gotten income. Yes, I think that'll do. Will you accept it?
I've no doubt you're as right as you always were.
It'll be verified or disproved at the trial. And once again, Mr. Sherlock Holmes is free to devote his life to examining those interesting little problems which the complexity of human life so sensitive.
My real name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. And it was Michael Hardwick who wrote the script for this BBC production from London. Need I say, I look forward to the pleasure of your company again soon for more of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
later, I heard Mr. Blessington come in. And then within a minute, I heard him rushing downstairs again.
Who's been in my room, Trevelyan? Answer me, man. Who?
He burst into my room like a whirlwind.
I demand to know at once. Who has been in my room?
He was almost incoherent with rage or fear.
Lies, lies! Come up and look. Footmarks all over the floor. Someone has been in there, Trevelyan, and I demand to know who.
Desperate indeed was the frenzy Dr. Trevelyan described to my friend Sherlock Holmes. Watson is my name, Dr. Watson, and it was my privilege to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I will tell you about the case of the resident patient. Where are my notes? Yes. It had been a close, rainy day in October. I was weary of our little sitting room at 221B Baker Street, and I agreed gladly when Sherlock Holmes suggested an evening ramble. For 3 hours, we strolled about watching the ever-changing kaleidoscope of life. It was 10 o'clock before we reached Baker Street again.
Well, nearly home, Watson. I hope you're feeling better now.
Certainly shaking some of the cobwebs away, Holmes. I say, it looks as though we've a visitor. Brougham at the door. You weren't expecting anyone, Holmes?
Not at all. A doctor's brougham. General practitioner, I perceive.
Doctor? What doctor?
Oh, come, Watson. Look there, do you see? A doctor's bag lying on the seat. Come to consult us, I fancy. Well, let's see what this medical gentleman has in store for us. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening.
I'm glad to see you've only been waiting a very few minutes.
You had a word with my coachman?
Not at all. It's been dark for several hours. That candle on the table beside you was unused when we went out. It hardly burnt down at all.
I see your reputation isn't a false one, Mr. Holmes.
I trust not. Pray tell me what I can do for you.
My name is Dr. Percy Trevelyan of 403 Brook Street.
Trevelyan? Didn't you do a monograph on obscure nervous lesions?
My hobby has always been nervous disease. I'd like to specialize, you understand. But a man has to take what he can get at first.
Yeah, quite so.
The fact is, Mr. Holmes, a most singular train of events has occurred recently at my house in Brook Street. After what happened this evening, I couldn't wait another hour before coming to ask for your advice and help.
Oh, you're very welcome to both, Dr. Trevelyan. Now, please let me have your account from the beginning.
To begin with, I'd better tell you something about my own career. I'm a London University man.
Ah, good.
I won the Bruce Pinkerton Prize.
Splendid fellow.
And then, of course, there was a bit of attention for that monograph Dr. Watson mentioned.
Yes, indeed.
It wouldn't be going too far, then, to say that a distinguished career was forecast for you.
That's exactly it, Mr. Holmes. But then there was the old stumbling block.
Money.
You've hit it. Dr. Watson will tell you, Mr. Holmes, that a specialist who wants to aim high has simply got to start in one of about a dozen streets in the Cavendish Square quarter. Harley Street, Wimpole Street, that sort of place.
Quite right.
But then, suddenly, something changed the whole outlook. Just like that. It was a visit from a man by the name of Blessington. He came up to my room one morning and plunged straight into business without more than an exchange of introductions.
Dr. Trevelyan.
Yes? You are the same Percy Trevelyan who won the Bruce Pinkerton Prize not long ago.
I had that honor, sir.
Splendid. Now then, please answer me frankly. What would you say if I were to start you in Brook Street?
What did you say?
Oh, it's for my sake, not yours, Dr. Trevelyan. I'll be perfectly frank with you. I've a few thousands to invest, you see, and I'd like to invest them in you.
But
why not? Most men look for a promising business to invest in. I choose to help a young medical man with a brilliant career ahead of him and help myself in doing so. Reasonable enough, isn't it?
Well, yes. Yes, I suppose it is. What would it involve?
I'll tell you. I'll take a house in Brook Street, furnish it, pay the maids, run the whole place.
Yes?
All you have to do is to wear out your chair in the consulting room. I'll let you have pocket money and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
When the fees start rolling in, I take 3/4, you keep what's left, eh? Now, Dr. Trevelyan, just tell me how that strikes you, eh?
And that was the proposal he put to me, Mr. Holmes.
You accepted then?
I did. Oh, I thought about it for a few days, you know. But there didn't seem to be any snags. It seemed the chance of a lifetime. Don't you agree, Dr. Watson?
Certainly do. If anyone had offered a chance like that to me when I came out of the army, I'd have had me played up on his house before he could have changed his mind.
Well, I moved in next Lady Day. Mr. Blessington gave up his place and moved into the house as well, as a sort of resident patient.
A patient?
Yes, his heart was weak, it appeared, and he needed constant medical supervision. That made his whole offer seem much more to the point than just a desire to speculate in my career.
Quite so.
He turned the 2 best rooms on the first floor into a sitting room and bedroom for himself. He never seemed to have any company.
Did you see much of him yourself?
Very little. I can assure you I've never had the slightest occasion to regret the arrangement. My hospital reputation soon got about. I had a good run of cases, and I've never looked back. During the last year or two, I've made Mr. Blessington a rich man.
Congratulations.
A very satisfactory state of affairs, Dr. Trevelyan. But what has occurred to bring you here tonight?
Well, some weeks ago, Mr. Blessington came to me pretty agitated about some burglary somewhere in the West End. He said we must have better locks on our windows and doors without delay. He gave up taking his little stroll before dinner. In fact, he seemed thoroughly afraid.
Did you question him?
Yes, I did. He became so offensive that I dropped the subject and left him to it. Anyway, after a week of it, his fears seemed to die away, and he became quite himself again. Then I got this letter. Would you care to read it first, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, Watson is our champion letter reader. Come along, Watson. Let's all hear it together.
Oh, very well, Holmes. No address, no date.
That's right.
Yes, it says, a Russian nobleman who is now resident in London would be glad to avail himself of the professional assistance of Dr. Percy Trevelyan. He has been for some years a victim to cataleptic attacks on which, as is well known, Dr. Trevelyan is an authority. He proposes to call at about 6:15 tomorrow evening if Dr. Trevelyan will make it convenient to be at home. Yes, that's all.
Thank you. Now, this letter interested me deeply. You see, Mr. Holmes, the chief difficulty in studying catalepsy is the rarity of the disease.
Indeed?
So I was quite eagerly awaiting this patient when it got to 6:15 next evening. He turned out to be an elderly man, quite commonplace. By no means one's idea of a Russian nobleman. But his companion was a tall, handsome young man, very well set up indeed. He helped the old man into the room and settled him in a chair beside my desk.
Dr. Trevelyan, may I introduce my father, the Count Egrovich?
I'm honored, sir.
You are kind to see me, Doctor. Oh, this is my son, Ivan. Your servant. You will excuse my coming with my father. His health is of the utmost concern to me.
I quite understand. If you would care to remain while I conduct my examination.
No. I cannot bear the details of my father's suffering. My own nervous system is of an extremely sensitive nature, you understand. No, with your permission, I will remain in the waiting room.
By all means. Please make yourself comfortable.
Thank you, Doctor.
And now, sir, may I first be permitted to make a detailed examination of your condition?
By all means, Doctor. First, I would ask you one thing, though.
Yes?
These attacks have been frequent of late. If one should occur during this consultation, I beg you not to let my son know. I try to spare him as much anxiety as I can. You will promise?
Very well. I can assure you, sir, he will hear nothing from my waiting room.
Good.
Oh, but come, sir. Let us assume that there will be no attack. And now, if you will be kind enough to take off your coat and turn back your shirt. We are finished dressing now, sir. I think I've learnt all I can at this stage about your condition.
And what is your conclusion, Dr. Trevelyan?
Well, I must carry out a few tests and study the results at greater length. But I believe there is every reason for confidence. Sir? Oh, Lord, he started. Nitrate of amyl. Nitrate of amyl, where the devil is it? Oh, down in the laboratory. Hang it. When I got back upstairs, the consulting room was empty. My patient was gone.
How long would you say you were out of the room, Doctor?
Oh, a good 5 minutes. I had a job to find the bottle.
You immediately looked for your patient elsewhere about the premises, of course.
In my waiting room? Oh, naturally, I went in there at once. It was empty, too. They'd both gone. I ran down to the hall and found the door pulled to, but not properly shut. It was obvious to me that my visitors had left the building.
Well, your servants?
Well, there's a page who shows patients in and out. He waits downstairs for them to arrive or for me to ring. But he'd seen and heard nothing, he said.
Nothing?
Oh, he's a new lad and not very quick.
I see. By the way, did you mention this strange occurrence to your patron?
No, I didn't. Mr. Blessington came in soon afterwards, but I thought it better to say nothing.
Quite so. Well, then?
Well, I thought I'd never see or hear from the Russian and his son again. But this very evening, long after all my other appointments were over, they came into my consulting room, just as they had done before.
Good heavens.
I can tell you, Dr. Watson, I was very surprised.
Well, you might be, sir.
Very surprised, indeed.
Trevelyan, I have the deepest apology to make to you.
Won't you be seated, sir?
Oh, thank you. Well, Doctor, you will have thought me rude in the extreme for leaving your consulting room so abruptly the other evening.
Well, I confess that I was very much surprised.
Oh, naturally so, and I offer 1,000 apologies. The fact is that after these terrible attacks, my mind is clouded as to all that has gone before. You understand? I woke up in a strange room. No one was here. I made my way at once into the street.
And seeing my father pass the waiting room door, I thought the examination was ended and he was looking for me to go home. It was not until we had reached home safely that he told me it had another of these so dreadful attacks while he was with you, Doctor. I, too, apologize.
Well, there's no harm done, gentlemen, I assure you. I admit I was puzzled, but I was sure there must be some good explanation, as there was.
Excellent. And now my father has come to ask if you will finish the consultation where it was unfortunately necessary to interrupt the other evening.
Of course.
Thank you.
There's very little left to do, really, but I've done a little work on the results I obtained at your first visit, and it would help me to re-examine you in one or two details, if I may.
Then shall I go to the waiting room again?
If you please. Now, sir, if you will kindly remove your jacket again, I shall soon be able to find out all I need to know.
Doctor, what would you say about his state of health?
Not bad at all, Mr. Holmes. Nothing remarkably abnormal about him.
Thank you. Pray go on.
I kept him for about half an hour on this second occasion, mostly discussing his symptoms with him. I prescribed for him and delivered him back to his son. And then they left together.
Quite a pair.
As you say, Dr. Watson, quite a pair. Anyway, a little later, I heard Mr. Blessington come in. And then within a minute, I heard him rushing downstairs again.
Who's been in my room, Trevelyan? Answer me, man. Who?
He burst into my room like a whirlwind.
I demand to know at once. Who has been in my room?
Almost incoherent with rage or fear.
Lies, lies! Come up and look. Footmarks all over the floor. Someone has been in there, Trevelyan, and I demand to know who.
I went upstairs and saw he was speaking the truth. He has light-colored carpets on his floor, and there were quite distinct footmarks on them. Well, I could understand him being upset about it, but not to that extent. He collapsed in a chair and started to cry.
Good Lord.
It took me some time to make him coherent again. And then he begged me at once to come straight round for you, Mr. Holmes, and ask if you'd go at once. I really do apologize for all this, but what else could I do? The man was almost out of his mind.
No apologies are necessary, Doctor. Watson, come along. This is a singular business. The sooner we get to Brook Street to look into it, the better.
This is Mr. Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson, his colleague.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, good evening.
Dr. Watson. Mr. Holmes, no man ever needed your help more than I do.
Mr. Blessington, I must ask you to tell me straight away, who is it you fear? And why?
Well, it's hard for me to say that.
You mean you don't know?
You see this box?
I do.
Well, I've never been a very rich man, Mr. Holmes. I've only made one investment in my life, and that was in Dr. Rebellion here. But I don't believe in bankers, Mr. Holmes. I would never trust a banker. Between ourselves, gentlemen, what little I have is in that box, every penny of it. Now can you see what it means to me to find that people have forced their way into my rooms?
My dear sir, I cannot possibly advise you to try to deceive me.
Deceive? Everything.
Come along, Watson. Good night, Dr. Trevelyan.
I don't understand. Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes, have you no advice for me?
My advice to you, sir, is to speak the truth. Good night. My dear Watson, I'm sorry to bring you out on such a fool's errand. It's an interesting case, too, at the bottom of it.
I'm glad to hear you say so, Holmes. Hanged if I can make head or tail of it.
No? Well, it's quite evident that there are at least two of them in it.
The Russian?
Those two, at any rate.
Do you think the son broke into Blessington's rooms while his father was being examined?
Without a doubt.
And the catalepsy?
A fraudulent imitation, Watson. Though I should hardly dare hint as much to our specialist. It's quite easy to imitate the complaint. I've done it myself.
Have you indeed?
Oh, yes. By the purest chance, Blessington was out on each occasion. They chose a late hour for a consultation when there'd be no one else about in the doctor's rooms.
Well, the trunk with the money in it was there. Why didn't they take it?
My belief is they were after Blessington himself.
You think he knows?
He knows what those men want, Watson, and he knows why. And for some reason, he's not telling us.
Holmes, these Russians, this catalepsy, all that, couldn't it all be a concoction of Trevelyan's to get into Blessington's rooms himself and throw a false scent?
My dear fellow, it was one of the first solutions which occurred to me. But then I saw those imprints on the carpet. There were one or two quite distinct impressions. They were at least an inch longer than the doctor's foot and made by square-toed shoes. The doctor was wearing pointed ones. No, Watson, there's nothing to do but sleep on it. But I'll be surprised if we don't hear something further from Brook Street before long.
Watson. Wake up quickly, man. Holmes, what's the matter? What's the time?
Get dressed quickly, my dear fellow. There's a brougham waiting for us at the door.
Oh, is the Brook Street business, Holmes?
Blessington hanged himself during the night.
Terrible. It has shaken me completely. You have our sympathy, Dr. Trevelyan. Blessington had a cup of tea taken in every morning about 7. When the maid went in, she found him hanging by a cord from a big chandelier hook in the middle of the room. He'd jumped off a box. That box he showed us yesterday, matter of fact.
I see. In here?
Yes, please.
Ah, Inspector Lanner.
Mr. Holmes, delighted to see you again. You too, Dr. Watson. Good morning, Inspector.
Now, what's your opinion, Lanner?
As far as I can tell, he did this about 5 o'clock. The most common time for suicide, you know.
That's about it, Inspector. Dead about 3 hours from the rigidity of the muscles. You agree, Trevelyan?
Yes, about 3 hours.
Notice anything significant about the room?
Bed's been slept in all right. And he seems to have smoked heavily during the night, too. There were 4 cigar ends in the fireplace.
Oh? May I see them?
Yes, here.
Have you his cigar holder?
Oh, no sign of one.
Oh. Oh, his case, then?
Oh, yes, that's here. It was in his jacket pocket.
Ah, thank you. Oh, no, Lanner. No. The only cigar in this case is a Havana. These others are imported by the Dutch from their East Indian colonies. See? Much thinner for their length than other brands.
I see, sir.
2 of these have been smoked from a holder, and 2 without. 2 have been cut with a not very sharp knife. The others have had their ends bitten off by a set of excellent teeth. This is no suicide, Inspector. It's a very deeply planned and cold-blooded murder.
Impossible. Holmes, why should anyone murder a man in so clumsy a fashion as by hanging him?
That is what we have to find out.
But how did they get in here?
Through the front door.
It was found barred this morning.
Then it was barred after them. I should ask that page boy of yours about that, Doctor. I fancy he might know.
I see. I meant to mention it to you, but it quite escaped me with all this. He's nowhere to be found this morning. All his things have gone.
Ah.
Then you think he will...
I'm sure he's played a not unimportant part in this drama. He let the others in. There were 3 of them. And helped them to get into Mr. Blessington's room. Oh, by the way, I take it this door was locked.
Always at night.
Ah. However, with the help of a wire, they forced the lock.
What? Holmes?
See? Well, even without this lens, you'll perceive by the scratches on this wall where the pressure was applied.
I see. But, Mr. Holmes, you say there were 3 of them?
The Russians and...
Yes, the young man and the old man, and 1 unidentified. If I'm not mistaken, they made their way quietly into Blessington's room and either bound and gagged him or so paralyzed him with fright that he was unable to resist or cry out. They then held some sort of consultation over him. It must have lasted quite some time.
Just a moment, Mr. Holmes. Where'd you get that notion from?
Oh, from the cigar butt slammer. Now, one of them sat over here. He kept knocking his ash off against this chest of drawers, see?
You've got eyes like a hawk, you have, Mr. Holmes.
Another sat in this basket chair. This pink places, see?
On the carpet, yes.
While the 3rd fellow paced up and down here.
Yes.
You see? The discussion ended by their taking Blessington off the bed and hanging him.
Well, you may be right, Mr. Holmes. You usually are. You better let me have some particulars of this page boy before I go, Dr. Trevelyan.
Certainly, Inspector.
But, Mr. Holmes, what about that box? You haven't even looked to see if the money's gone.
Oh, that. I doubt if there's anything of value in it at all. His story about the box was just part of his attempt to evade telling me the real truth as to why anyone should want to break into his room.
Well, I don't know about these other gentlemen, but this is certainly beyond me.
Oh, me too.
Well, I won't speculate any further now. Oh, I'll just take this photograph of Blessington from the mantelpiece and meet you all at 221B Baker Street at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Yes, of course.
I hope by then I'll have been able to clear up any little obscurity this matter still holds.
Here's the inspector at last. Any news for us?
Sorry I'm a bit late, gentlemen. Oh, good afternoon, Dr. Trevelyan.
Good afternoon.
We got the page boy, though.
Capital. And I've got the others for you.
Well done.
Well, at least I've got that identity. This so-called Blessington is, as I expected, well known at headquarters, and so are his assailants. Their names are Biddle, Hayward, and Moffat.
The Worthington Bank gang?
Yes.
Oh, that Blessington must have been Sutton, the worst of the gang.
Exactly.
Mr. Holmes, I beg you. The inspector may know what you're talking about, but I'm dashed if I do.
Yeah.
Oh, surely you must remember the great Worthington Bank case. There were 5 of them in it. They got away with £7,000 and murdered the caretaker Tobin in doing so. They were all arrested, and one of them turned Queen's evidence.
And that one was Sutton. You're Mr. Blessington, Doctor.
Sutton's evidence got one of the gang hanged, and these other 3 15 years apiece. He himself was acquitted, of course.
I see. When was all this?
1875. They were released a few weeks ago before the end of their full term. I remember reading it in the newspaper. And so, if I'm not mistaken, did your Mr. Blessington.
Do you mean when he got so agitated and wanted better locks on the doors and windows? When he gave up taking his evening stroll?
Right, sir. His talk about being afraid of burglary was just sublime.
But why could he not tell you this?
Well, my dear sir,
Knowing the vindictive character of his old associates, he was trying to hide his own identity from everybody as long as he could. His secret was a shameful one, and he couldn't bring himself to divulge it. However, wretch as he was still living under the shield of British law. And I have no doubt, Inspector, that although the shield may fail to guard, the sword of justice is still there to avenge.
Such were the singular circumstances in connection with the resident patient and the Brook Street doctor. From that night, however, nothing was ever seen of the three murderers by the police, though it is surmised at Scotland Yard that they were among the passengers of the ill-fated steamer Nora Creina, which was lost to... The proceedings against the page broke down for want of evidence. What was it Holmes said? Although the shield of British law may fail to guard, the sword of justice is still there to avenge.
The Resident Patient was one of the Sherlock Holmes stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. My real name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Michael Hardwick wrote our script for this BBC production from London. And of course, I look forward to the pleasure of your company again soon for more of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.